Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
יואב גלנט, אתה לא יכול לנצח מלחמה. תתפטר.
We start with the war in Gaza. It's been more than 230 days of intense fighting. And recently, it's been one-way traffic. Israel bombing relentlessly and Hamas on the run. But over the weekend, Hamas tried to hit back. They launched a rare counterattack, that too on Tel Aviv. Take a look at these pictures. Israel counted 8 rockets. They were fired from Rafah. They flew almost 100 kilometers to Tel Aviv. It's one of the biggest cities in Israel, also the country's commercial capital. Tel Aviv was last targeted around 4 months back. Since then, it's been largely peaceful. That peace was disrupted on Sunday. Israel says they shot down most of the Hamas rockets, but air raid sirens did go off. Why did Hamas do this? Was it to send a message to Israel's government, or was it to intimidate Israeli civilians? Either way, it's a strange decision because public opinion was turning firmly against Israel, but this attack could change it again. It has confirmed 2 things for us. 1, that Hamas still has the means to strike Israeli cities, and 2, they also have the will to do it. Basically, Hamas proved Benjamin Netanyahu's point. So Israel hit back. They targeted the southern city of Rafah. Bombs were dropped on an area meant for displaced Gazans. Video showed a massive fire at the camp. And casualties? The exact number is not clear yet, but reports say at least 40 people were killed, including women and children.
Suddenly, we heard the sound of a missile. We ran and found the street covered in smoke. We did not see anything. We went into the house and did not find anyone when we checked over the wall and found a girl and a young man who had been cut into pieces.
There is no security, not for a child, an elderly man, or for a woman. Here he is with his wife. They were martyred. They are gone. He left the children, the innocent ones. What have they done to deserve this? The children have been orphaned.
It's horrifying, but was it also deliberate? Well, there is no other explanation. A refugee camp is pretty obvious on a map, so bombing it is a deliberate act, and not a new one for Israel, by the way. They have repeatedly been accused of targeting civilians. But this time, there is more outrage because of these pictures. We've seen babies being rushed out of hospitals and civilians burnt alive in the inferno. So Israel has been forced to give an explanation. A military prosecutor called this incident grave. She also said it is under investigation.
Some incidents, like last night's incident in Rafah, are very difficult. The details of yesterday's incident are still under an investigation, which we are committed to conducting to the fullest extent. Israel Defense Forces regrets any harm to non-combatants during the war.
Couple of things to note here. First of all, this is not collateral damage. This is deliberate targeting. And secondly, it's a backward step by both sides. Hamas did the same thing on October 7. They unleashed a brutal terror attack on Israel. And who paid for it? The people of Gaza. 8 months later, they have done it again. Instead of peace, Hamas chose violence. Same with Israel. Last week was a political nightmare for them. A United Nations court asked Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the Rafah offensive. A prosecutor is trying to arrest him. And what does he do? Bomb a refugee camp. Netanyahu is trying to capitalize on recent events. In his speech, it is not Netanyahu versus global courts. It is Israel versus the world. It's a pitch that can potentially unite Israelis, but only in the short run. In the long run, people will only remember two things: who won and how did they win. And that's the worry for Netanyahu. Many Israelis disagree with his methods. They want him to focus on talks, on getting hostages released from Gaza. Others think that he should push on, destroy Hamas even at the cost of civilian lives. And the biggest worry? These divisions are seeping into the military. Take a look at this video. It shows an IDF soldier somewhere in Gaza. The graffiti behind him is linked to an outlawed Jewish supremacist group. And what is he saying in this video? That Defense Minister Yoav Gallant must quit. Now, Gallant has questioned Netanyahu's policy. He wants Israel to focus on post-war Gaza. But Netanyahu says, let's beat Hamas first. And this soldier in the video backs the Prime Minister. He wants complete victory over Hamas in Gaza. If not, then he says 100,000 soldiers will revolt. And this is unprecedented. Israel's army has always been apolitical. They have never picked sides in domestic squabbles. So why are they doing it now? Because October 7th has divided the country. Around 70% Israelis want to fight until Hamas is defeated, but 62% also say that total victory is impossible. Thus, Prime Minister Netanyahu is deeply unpopular. 71% Israelis want him to resign, either now or right after the war. They want him to go. We saw evidence of that on Saturday. A massive anti-government protest was organized in Tel Aviv. Thousands of people turned up, including families of hostages in Gaza. Most of them had the same message. War won't get our family back, only negotiations will. But the question is, can the talks resume? It depends on political will. Hamas's rocket attack does not inspire confidence. Neither does Israel's response. Negotiations are the need of the hour, because this war is changing both sides permanently. Gaza is now a scarred land, both physically and socially, and Israel's divisions are threatening their most prized institution, their army. So now is the time to pause and pull back. Now let's talk about the other war, Russia versus Ukraine. Over the weekend, Ukrainian President Zelensky issued a video message. It was an appeal to Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. Zelensky wants them to attend the Peace Summit next month. It's being hosted by Switzerland. More than 80 countries are attending this summit. Joe Biden and Xi Jinping are yet to confirm their attendance. More importantly, no Russian representative will be there. You could say it defeats the purpose of the summit, and you would have a point. How can there be a peace deal without Russia? Also, from the looks of it, Moscow has a different plan altogether. It seems to be preparing for a new phase of the war. The Russian president is revamping his forces. Putin's plan has two parts. One, a cleanup, and two, an expansion. Let's tell you about the first step. A high-level purge is underway in Russia. In the last 1 month, 5 top defense officials have been arrested in the country. It began with this man, Timur Ivanov, a former deputy defense minister. Ivanov was arrested for taking bribes. He was close to Sergei Shoigu, the former defense minister of Russia. He was sacked just 2 weeks ago. Putin replaced him with Andrei Belousov. The switch triggered a lot of speculation because Belousov is an unlikely pick. He has no military experience, he's an economist, and he's been given charge of the defense ministry in the middle of a war. So obviously questions were asked. But now the move has started to make sense. Apparently there was rampant corruption in the Russian military, and as defense minister, Shoigu protected many corrupt officials. Reports say this bothered the Russian president. In fact, according to one report, Putin's patience had quote-unquote snapped. So he ordered a change of guard to clean up the system. Shoigu was removed as defense minister, Belousov was brought in, and since then there's been a churn in Russia's defense ministry. More high-profile arrests have been made, including the head of the personnel department, the communication department chief, an official from the procurement department, a deputy chief of the military general staff, and a former top commander in Ukraine. All of these men have been rounded up, arrested and charged with corruption. The Kremlin was asked about these arrests. It tried to play them down.
The fight against corruption is consistent work. It's not a campaign, it's constantly ongoing work. It is an integral part of the activities of our law enforcement agencies. I cannot give any details as I am not authorized to do it. There is no way to speak about a campaign. The fight against corruption continues in all departments, be it federal departments or at the municipal level. This is all I can say.
Russia says this is business as usual, but its actions suggest otherwise. The purge could be part of a preparation, perhaps for a bigger offensive. And that's the second part of Putin's plan. Russia is expanding its fighting force. Take a look at these numbers. Russian forces are adding 30 to 40,000 soldiers every month. Since last year, more than 385,000 soldiers have been added to the army, 385,000 soldiers. Since the war began in Ukraine, the Russian military has grown in size. The forces are now 15% bigger. So when did this expansion begin? In December last year, when Putin signed a decree, it helped add nearly 170,000 personnel. The total strength of the Russian armed forces now stands at 1.32 million soldiers. And where are these soldiers being recruited from? A lot of them come from Russian jails. That's right, a lot of them are criminals. Moscow is promising them amnesty. Also good wages to fight on the front. Here's what the average package for a soldier looks like. The monthly salary is anywhere between $2,100 to $2,700, which is 3 times the average wage in Russia. Plus, there's a joining bonus, a whopping $11,000. If the soldier gets hurt or killed in action, their family receives large payouts or compensation. This is what's drawing many criminals to join the Russian forces. Amnesty plus a large salary. The offer is too hard to pass up. Last year, more than 50,000 troops left Russian prisons and ended up on the front lines with Ukraine. What does all of this mean for Kiev? Zelensky believes that Putin will be keeping this war going. He says Russia wants to undermine the peace summit first and then launch a bigger offensive.
No one in the world is interested in this war except the aggressor itself, and everyone actually understands this. The peace summit is a format that will not allow Putin to lie any longer. And without lies, he is absolutely nothing. I thank everyone in the world who helps us organize the summit and shows their leadership to bring true peace closer.
That's why Zelensky wants support from the US and China. Without their help, it would be hard to convince Putin. Russia is under no pressure to end the war. A statement from Vladimir Putin last week confirmed that.
Of course, we realize that the legitimacy of the incumbent head of state has expired. I think that one of the aims of the forthcoming conference in Switzerland is such that the Western community, the sponsors of the Kiev regime, could confirm the legitimacy of the acting head of state, or rather already non-acting.
You heard him. The Russian president says Zelensky is not a legitimate leader of Ukraine, and this poses a challenge for Zelensky. He's trying to rally support for a peace conference that cannot deliver peace, as his adversary ramps up his forces, possibly for a bigger offensive. Our next story is about a patch-up. Not the celebrity kind. This is a geopolitical patch-up. Between whom? Saudi Arabia and Joe Biden. Actually, if you think about it, this was very much like a celebrity patch-up. You had a public falling out, some name-calling, some ghosting, and finally, a reluctant rekindling. Let me take you back to 2021. Joe Biden had just moved into the White House. One of his first major foreign policy moves was this. Biden stopped selling offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia, things like missiles and rockets. He stopped selling them. And why did he do this? Because of the civil war in Yemen. Saudi Arabia had entered this war in 2015. They fought against the pro-Iran Houthis in Yemen, but multiple reports accused Saudi Arabia of excesses, like targeting civilians and carpet bombing cities. So Joe Biden turned activist. On the campaign trail, he criticized Saudi Arabia. He made two specific promises. One, ending military sales, and two, making the kingdom a pariah. Listen to this.
We were not going to, in fact, sell more weapons to them. We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
Well, he's broken both promises. As President Biden traveled to Saudi Arabia, you may remember his fist bump with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Not very pariah-making behavior, is it? And the other promise? Well, that could be broken too. Reports say Biden is poised to reverse his ban, meaning he wants to sell offensive weapons to Riyadh now. And this sums up Biden's time in office. More U-turns than at the local driving school. But the question is, why? What changed between 2021 and now? Mainly two things. One, there is a truce in Yemen. The United Nations brokered a deal in 2022. MBS is apparently looking to exit this war. And reason number two, Biden needs Saudi Arabia. MBS played his cards pretty well. When Russia invaded Ukraine, he refused to criticize Moscow. He also worked with Putin to manage the oil markets, and that was a shock for Biden. He later flew down to Saudi Arabia, even had that fist bump with MBS, and yet he got a cold shoulder there. Now we have a war in Gaza. Saudi Arabia is the leader of the Arab world, so their opinion and their support matters. Washington needs their help to end the war. And how will they do it? With a normalization deal, a deal that normalizes relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That's what they're aiming for. And this deal is set to include three main points. The US and Saudi Arabia will sign a defense pact. Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and Israel will stop the Gaza war and move towards a two-state solution, meaning the creation of two states, one Israeli and one Palestinian. That is the deal. Is that why Biden is giving weapons to Riyadh, to sweeten the deal? American officials say that is not the case, but the timing is suspicious. And Biden's decision will have a major impact. It could tilt the regional power balance. In fact, let's look at two questions here again. One, what weapons does Saudi Arabia stand to get? And two, what has the US already sold to them? Riyadh will have a wish list. At the top of it will be the F-35s, America's fifth-generation fighter jet, probably the deadliest warplane in the world. Riyadh has tried to acquire it in the past, but Biden repeatedly blocked the sales. If he agrees, Saudi Arabia will be the first Arab country to get F-35s. Another item is precision munitions, a bit like smart bombs. They can change their trajectory to hit the target. Very important in new age conflicts. And what have the Saudis got in the past? Under Donald Trump, Riyadh had a blast. Trump was very close to MBS, so he approved multiple military sales. Saudi Arabia was the leading buyer of American arms. They bought around 23% of the total. 23%, how much was that? In 2017, it was worth $18 billion. $18 billion every year during peacetime. What sort of weapons did Riyadh buy? Laser-guided missiles, anti-tank missiles, Patriot missiles, F-15 fighter jets, Abrams battle tanks, and Black Hawk helicopters. So pretty much everything that America sells. And now Saudi Arabia wants more. From their perspective, you can understand why. Why do they want more weapons? The equations in their region have changed. Iran and Israel have turned their shadow war into a real fight. They fired drones and missiles at each other. Plus, the Houthis in Yemen are emboldened. They're holding ships hostage in the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia shares a 1,300-kilometer border with Yemen. Its Red Sea coast is almost 2,000 kilometers long. So Riyadh wants assurances. It wants weapons to defend itself. And Joe Biden cannot really say no. He can't afford Riyadh buying arms from China or Russia. So what does he do? Make another U-turn. It makes strategic sense for the US president, but it makes an already dangerous region even more dangerous. For our next story, I want you to look at a picture. Look at this picture. Do you know that woman on the right? Who is this woman? The one who's dressed in military uniform. That's Peng Liyuan, the wife of Xi Jinping, the president of China. Now, we don't know when this picture was taken, but we can tell you that it's circulating on Chinese social media. It has been circulating recently. Peng was visiting a military university. What for? I will quote what she was there for. To investigate the construction of a high-level talent team. This is from a media report. These are the words they used. Construction of a high-level talent team. Peng was not alone. Officers from the Chinese military were there. And here's something that you should know. Peng has never served as a soldier. She is not an expert in military matters, but these military officers around Peng find themselves answering to her because she has been promoted to a new position where she can dictate their future in the Chinese military. Not only because she's the president's wife, but also because she has a bigger official role in the Chinese army now. Peng is working with China's Central Military Commission, or CMC. This is the apex decision-making body in military matters, the top body in military matters. Xi Jinping chairs the CMC, and his wife Peng is now part of a committee. It's called the Cadre Assessment Committee. What does this body do? Apparently, it vets future military leaders. It assesses whether they're loyal to the Communist Party or not. And any Chinese soldier would know this. If you're looking to rise to the top, loyalty to the party is paramount, more important than your military skill or aptitude. And now Peng Liyuan will be the judge of this. She will determine if a soldier is loyal enough or not. So anyone seeking a promotion to higher ranks in China will have to pass Peng's loyalty test first. And this is not her first gig with the PLA, the Chinese army. She used to be a singer. Back in 1984, she joined the PLA's music band. In the following years, she rose through the ranks. In 2009, Peng got a promotion. She was awarded the rank of Major General. Then, as First Lady of China, she served as the Dean of the PLA Academy of Arts. And while serving in these positions, she is believed to have kept a low profile. But that is changing. She has been given a bigger role now. Reports say Peng has been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. The Chinese mouthpieces did not report this, but word got out as she began discharging her new duties. Xi Jinping's wife is in charge of vetting the future generals of China. Why did he need her to do this? Perhaps because of insecurities as a leader. Let me explain this with what happened a few months back. There was a sweeping purge in the PLA, in the Chinese military. There was a purge. A total of 15 top-level officials were fired. This included their defense minister, Li Shangfu. They were all sacked without explanation. And some of these officers had been handpicked by Xi himself. Some of them were in charge of critical areas like China's nuclear weapons, yet they were all fired. And this crackdown shocked observers. It also exposed the depth of corruption in the Chinese military. So Xi Jinping had to bring some changes. He still signs off on all the top-level promotions in the PLA, but he needed someone to vet the candidates. So he turned to his wife. Peng is believed to be well connected in the military circles, and that should help. She's also helping her husband in diplomacy. She accompanied Xi Jinping on his recent tour of Europe. Wang Yi is China's foreign minister, and he said that First Lady diplomacy was a highlight of this European trip. Apparently, she played a positive role and enhanced China's goodwill in the region. So we may get to see more of Peng in the coming days. There is growing speculation now. Peng could be inducted into China's top decision-making body, the Politburo. Obviously, there's no official comment from Beijing, but one thing is quite clear. Xi Jinping is consolidating power, and he's running out of people he can trust. When we think climate change, many of us picture this: melting snow caps, rising sea levels, and record high temperatures somewhere in the future. Most people still wrongly believe that the consequences of climate change are distant and that they do not affect our daily lives today, which explains the snooze fest around climate action. But the fact is, climate change is happening right now. Cyclones are ravaging our coasts, turbulence is shaking our skies, it is plunging planes into chaos and injuring, even killing passengers on flights. This is not a future problem, it's a present crisis. And before you think, not this again, watch our next report.
Torrential rain, heavy winds, cancelled flights, toppled trees, damaged houses, snapped telephone lines, and millions of people left without power. On Sunday night, Cyclone Remal made its landfall in the coastal regions of Bangladesh.
I've never seen such a lengthy cyclone in decades. Usually the storm stays for a couple of hours, but this one has been going since last night. Don't know when it will end.
Remal was the first cyclone of this year for the region. It lashed the coastlines of India and Bangladesh, pounding the low-lying coasts of the South Asian neighbours. At least 16 people have died, and the death toll could rise further. In Bangladesh, 10 people lost their lives. At least 6 died in India's West Bengal. Both nations have moved nearly 1 million people to storm shelters. Nearly 3 million are without electricity. The damage is far worse in the Sundarbans shared by India and Bangladesh. It's the world's largest mangrove forest. Here the high tides breached protective embankments.
The cyclone made landfall at 6 p.m. yesterday. The wind is still blowing, raising the tide level. Due to the 10 to 12 hours of sustained winds and rain, the water level has risen by 8 to 10 feet.
Cyclones are not uncommon in this region. Since 1965, the Bangladesh coastline has seen 12 major cyclones. It has killed 450,000 people till date. But in the recent years, storms have become more frequent. The reason is climate change. Global warming is driving up temperatures. It's making our seas and oceans warmer. That leads to more intense cyclones, especially in the northern Bay of Bengal. So Remal is clearly not going to be the last. But while the ocean waters are choppy, things aren't much better in the air. In fact, like the sea, it's quite the bumpy ride. On May 26th, 12 people were injured on a Qatar Airways flight. It was flying from Doha to Dublin. The flight encountered turbulence. Passengers were injured. And it's not a first. It comes just 5 days after a Singapore Airlines flight dropped 6,000 feet in 5 minutes. One person even died due to turbulence. Several others were severely injured. The reason? Climate change strikes again. It's turbocharging turbulence. You see, turbulence can be due to many reasons. It can be because of weather events like rain and storms. Then there's turbulence due to geography like mountains. But the turbulence these flights are experiencing is because of none of this. It's known as clear air turbulence. Basically, you're cruising at 35,000 feet. The conditions are cloudless. And suddenly, you're hit by a jet stream of air. It causes the flight to rise, fall, or even move sideways. Now, no one can predict this clear air turbulence. It can happen any time. And it's because of rising temperatures. It's leading to higher wind speeds and more such fast-flowing streams of air. Not just that, it costs the airline industry $500 million every year in damages caused to the aircraft. It shows you how climate change is changing the world. It's no more about freak weather events like cyclones, it's also disrupting our daily lives, on land, in the seas, and up above.
Now let's turn our attention to Europe. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Germany. He reached there yesterday. He is on a state visit, the first by a French president in 24 years, the first to Germany. This does not mean that Macron has never been to Germany before. He has plenty of times. But a state visit is not an ordinary trip. It's a ceremonial trip with full honors, a sign of friendship and close ties. It has a high symbolic value. Macron has been invited by the German president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. They met yesterday.
Honorable President Macron, it is a pleasure to welcome you here for this state visit. A state visit 24 years after the last state visit from France. I'm delighted that you are here. I believe that the French-German friendship is of eminent importance for both our countries, an importance that cannot be overestimated. To put it even more clearly, Franco-German friendship is existential for our countries and also for Europe.
They spend the rest of the day treating the world to an array of photo ops. Macron being welcomed with military honors at the president's official residence, the Bellevue Castle in Berlin. Then the two presidents played foosball or table football. They both had help, of course, and the match ended in a 1-1 draw. Macron then visited a real football pitch, a venue for the upcoming Euros near the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. There he exchanged jerseys with Steinmeier. Both presidents had their names on the other nation's uniform. At face value, it looks like everything is splendid, that Germany and France have never been closer. But this was mostly an act, a carefully choreographed display to give the illusion of strong ties and unwavering support, because in recent years the relationship has been tense ever since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's the biggest war on European soil since the Second World War, and this has put the whole continent on edge. The cracks have begun to appear. Let's focus on just France and Germany for the moment. These two nations are the biggest in the European Union. They were considered the engines of Europe. Germany was the growth engine. France provided the military might. This has been the case since the end of the Second World War. Together, the Franco-German engine drove Europe forward. But the war in Ukraine has stalled this engine. The two chief components began to disagree. Take Macron's grand declaration in March. He refused to rule out sending troops to Ukraine. This invited a scathing rebuke from Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor. And that is not the only area of disagreement. There's also the issue of the Sky Shield. Germany is trying to deploy an air defense system across Europe, similar to Israel's Iron Dome. They want it for Europe. Berlin wants this up and running as soon as possible. So they want to buy air defense systems from the US. But Paris vehemently disagrees. It wants to build in Europe to make Europe less dependent on the Americans. So it has strategic autonomy. This is another issue where Germany and France have clashed in the last few years. So not everything is perfect between the two nations. But then you have Macron saying things like this.
Et de dire aussi à l'Europe et au monde,
and to tell Europe and the world that the state couple, it is neither old nor young, it is alive, demanding, ambitious for our two countries, ambitious for our Europe, and ambitious because I am convinced that our two countries carry something that is a little greater than even a certain idea of the universal.
quelque chose qui est un peu plus grand que même.
He called France and Germany a state couple. Macron certainly has a flair for the dramatic, but beyond the rhetoric, what is all of this about? Why are they trying so hard to show a unified front? Well, because elections are just around the corner, elections for the European Parliament between the 6th and 9th of June, about 370 million Europeans will pick a new parliament. People from all EU member states. They will decide the future of Europe. Macron and Steinmeier and Scholz want a say in that future. But they're on the back foot. Their parties are trailing in the polls. Instead, you have Eurosceptic nationalist parties who are leading, like the National Rally in France or the Alternative for Germany party. They're expected to get more power in this EU election at the expense of leaders like Macron and Scholz. So Macron's state visit has a purpose. He wants to stop people from voting for the Eurosceptics. He wants to convince them that the present situation works, that the Franco-German engine will continue to drive Europe's growth. But will people buy it? Will the foosball and football theatrics convince them to maintain the status quo? We'll find out next month. Our next story is from Africa, from Burkina Faso in the west. The country is part of the so-called coup belt of Africa. Since the year 2020, this belt has seen 7 successful coups. There were 2 in Burkina Faso in just 2022, 2 coups. And the second coup left the nation with its present government, a military junta. The junta had promised that their rule was temporary. They had vowed to hand power back to a civilian government by July 2024. Well, it seems the junta is going back on its word. It plans to rule for 5 more years, meaning Burkina Faso won't see elections till the year 2029. Here's our report.
Burkina Faso's ruling military junta made an announcement on Saturday. The junta decided to extend its grip on power by 5 years. For another 5 years, Burkina Faso will be ruled by a military dictator. Most likely by this man, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, Burkina Faso's junta chief and interim president. Traoré has already been in power for over a year now. He took control of the country in October 2022 in a coup d'etat against another military junta that had taken control earlier that very year. Yes, Burkina Faso saw a double coup in 2022. The first coup was led by another officer, Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba. He ousted a democratically elected government. Damiba said the civilian government was not doing enough to combat terror in the country, so he justified the coup by promising to protect the country. He didn't really get a chance, though. A few months later, he was ousted by Traoré, who again promised to address Burkina Faso's terrorism problem. In fact, terrorism regularly plays a hand in inspiring military takeovers in the region. Burkina Faso is not unique. There have been 7 coups in the Sahel region since 2020. Along with Burkina Faso, coups have hit its neighbors, Niger, Mali, Chad and Guinea. 2 of these nations, Mali and Niger, also deal with terrorist insurgencies. There was public anger against the respective governments for failing to deal with the terror groups. The military capitalized on this anger and orchestrated coups. What has been the result? Well, terrorists are still around. The instability caused by the coups has allowed the terrorists to escalate their activities. In 2023, about 7,000 people were killed in Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger. This is according to ECOWAS, a grouping of West African nations. So despite the coups and the military being in charge, terror is on the rise. Meanwhile, basic needs are not being met. In Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, 4.8 million people face food insecurity, and 2.4 million are internally displaced. So the military juntas have not proved to be good at governance. Despite this, they keep trying to hold on to power, saying they need more time to make things better. The Burkinabe junta is asking for 5 more years. Mali's junta recently asked for 3 more. Niger's junta took power last year, so it may be a few months before they announce an extension of their regime. And even if or when there's a return to civilian rule, there's no guarantee that the military won't be involved. Look at Chad, another coup-hit nation. Chad was taken over by a junta in 2021. The country held presidential elections this month, but the winner of the election happened to be the junta chief. Burkina Faso seems to be headed down the exact same path. Their military leader, Ibrahim Traoré, will be standing for elections in 2029 or whenever they are held. How fair will these elections be? If Chad is anything to go by, not at all. So the people of Burkina Faso are likely stuck with Traoré, or whichever military officer succeeds in overthrowing him, because it seems a coup is never far away in the West African Sahel.
It's the ultimate fast food war, McDonald's versus Burger King, two brands with a history of intense rivalry. They always try to one-up the other. So what monstrosity are they unveiling this time? Well, that's the thing. It's not some 20-topping burger or mega meal. It's a value dish, a meal worth just $5. McDonald's did it first. They're planning to roll it out by late June in the US. So Burger King jumped on. They're launching their own $5 meal. And they're doing it before McDonald's. First, let's look at these meals. What do you get for $5? Burger King is offering 4 things: a sandwich, nuggets, fries, and a drink. McDonald's too is offering the same: a burger, 4 nuggets, small fries, and a small drink. So pretty comprehensive for $5. But the question is why? Why the sudden dash for cheaper fast food? Because of inflation. Since 2022, the US has been gripped by a cost of living crisis. Average inflation was 8% in 2022. It fell to 4.1% in 2023, but Americans are still wary. It's a bit psychological too. Economic data shows that inflation is easing, but not everyone is buying it. This feeling even has a name. It's called vibe-session. A recent poll found that 68% Americans consider inflation to be the biggest concern. So numbers alone are not enough. People must feel that things have improved. A lot of them dipped into their savings in the last 2 years, so fast food is not on their wish list. Around 78% Americans considered fast food to be a luxury, and that translated to sales. In the last quarter, McDonald's missed their profit target, their first miss in 2 years. So what did they do? Unveil cheaper meals to attract customers. Another chain, Wendy's, is also doing it. Their latest offering is breakfast for $3. And why just food? Other sectors are also joining in. Target is one of the top retailers in the US. They have cut prices for 5,000 items. We're talking about daily use stuff like milk, bread, and coffee. Another example is Walmart. It's known as an affordable shopping destination, yet Walmart is making changes. They unveiled a new label with 300 products. Around 70% of them are under $5. Now, this may look like market forces, but there is also political nudging here. In November last year, Joe Biden was asked about high grocery prices. He said, "Don't blame me, blame the grocery corporations."
Any corporation that's not brought their prices back down, even as inflation has come down, even as supply chains have been rebuilt, it's time to stop the price gouging and give the American consumer a break.
When Target slashed prices, Biden waded in. He said it was because of his appeal. Same in Canada. Last year, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau summoned top grocery firms. His message to them was simple: cut prices or face more taxes. Again, it worked. Of course, this is mostly a Western situation. In places like India, it's different. Supermarkets do not have this kind of power. More than 75% of India's grocery trade happens at local stores, the small and medium ones. But the principle remains the same. When inflation rises, companies are quick to charge more, but the opposite never happens. When inflation falls, companies take their own sweet time. They keep overcharging you. They lose sales, and eventually they tweak prices. It's good for consumers, though. Such tweaks often lead to price wars and sharp discounts. If you're on the lookout, you could be lucky. On 29th May 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay did the impossible. They scaled the Mount Everest, the world's highest mountain. For the next 20 years, many tried to reach the peak, only 600 succeeded. But now this number is achievable in just one season. And guess what that has led to? A traffic jam on Mount Everest, long queues of climbers stuck amidst mounds of snow and corpses. Sounds horrifying. But this is what the Everest climb looks like right now. Why is that? Is everyone suddenly a pro climber? Has the need for glory on social media led to people chasing the impossible? Our next report tells you.
Turkish drip coffees, fresh salads, baked cinnamon rolls and high-speed Wi-Fi. I'm not describing an upcoming cafe, but this is what you get at the Everest Base Camp. Imagine that, at a height of 18,000 feet, you get all of this. But what happens when you go higher? When you head towards the summit? Forget gourmet meals, you'll be greeted by this. Bumper-to-bumper traffic on the world's highest peak. A queue of hundreds of climbers, all trying to reach the glorious peak. Some fall dead, but the others push on, passing their corpses like it's nothing. So how did it get so bad at the top of the world? In 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay were the first to reach the peak. For the next 20 years, only 600 people achieved the feat. It was a month-long journey to the base camp, so only the brave attempted to climb. But things have since changed. It once took 600 people 20 years to reach the summit. Now, that number is achieved in a season. And the reason is ease of access, like this airport in Lukla. With this, the journey to the base camp is now just an 8-day trek. Plus, technological advancements have made life easier. Gear is not as heavy. There are tracking devices. Oxygen is readily available. And if you're willing to pay the hefty price, you'll get experienced guides and Sherpas who carry everything to the top. What was once a feat of skill and courage is now an achievement to gloat on social media. And that's pushing more and more people to head for the peak. But this is the Everest we're talking about. Located at 29,000 feet, it's not an easy climb. But 90% of the people who attempt it now have no basic climbing skills. That leads to long queues, people falling sick, people dropping dead, huge mounds of garbage and human excreta piling on the world's highest peak. Plus, there's climate change.
The mountain has become more complicated and challenging every year because of climate change.
So what's the solution? To curb over-tourism, Nepal is planning two things. First, hiking the permit fee. Right now, it costs $11,000 to scale the Everest. The Himalayan nation is raising it to $15,000. The second is curbing permits. A Nepal court has ordered a limit on the number of permits issued every season. Why? Because every year the number is going up, and the result is this: a traffic jam on Mount Everest. But Nepal argues differently. Tourism is crucial for its economy, and it's crucial for the Sherpas who scale the Everest every year. More tourists mean more income for them.
With an increase in tourism and mountaineering, the lifestyle of Sherpa is also getting better. Sherpa youths now have the opportunity to be educated, and so options have opened up.
The need of the hour is responsible tourism. Technology and ease of access are great things, but they should make the Everest safer and not more dangerous. It's not just about click, post, repeat. It's not just about reaching the peak, but also realizing the impact that the journey leaves on the mountain.
Noise. It comes from the Latin word nausea, which makes sense because noise can be a nuisance, it can be a distraction and interference, but not all noise is problematic. In fact, different colors of noise may help you, and you heard that right. Noise comes in a rainbow of colors. There is a whole spectrum. The most familiar among them is white noise. But now other colored noises like pink, brown and green are having a major moment. And this is not a bolt from the blue. We'll tell you why. But first, let's answer the golden question. What do we mean by colors of noises? You see, sound is a vibration, and different sounds vibrate at different frequencies. They form the colors of sound, just like the colors of light.
Sound is made up of waves, much like light, and we know a lot about light colors. On lower wavelengths of light, we have more red frequency, and on higher wavelengths, we have more bluish and violet frequencies. So in much the same way, sound can be described with colors based on the distribution of sound.
Let's take the example of white noise. It sounds like the static of a TV or radio. That's white noise. This noise emits all the frequencies audible to human ears, just like white light, which contains all the colors of light visible to the human eye. It's the same concept. So the two have the same name. And funnily enough, what makes these color noises special is that they're terribly boring, kind of like listening to someone drone. These noises continue without any change, so it is boring and the brain tunes out. And it makes other sounds less perceptible as well. So color noises mask other sounds, like the noise of screaming neighbors or honking cars, and this is especially true for white noise. People use it to drown out distractions. It may remind you of a horror movie, but many find it soothing. They listen to white noise while working or sleeping, and they call it sound therapy. Over the past decade, white noise has made so much buzz. People want more. So they're listening to the entire spectrum of colors, which includes brown noise. This has a very low pitch, kind of like a soothing rumble. That's brown noise. To many, it sounds like distant thunder or a waterfall. People say it helps them concentrate. Then there is green noise, which is a recent creation. Green noise may sound like the flow of waves. People use it to relax. But there is one noise color which has become an unlikely hit, and that is pink noise. It sounds like light rainfall or rustling leaves. People use it to fall asleep more easily, which makes pink noise a newly discovered treasure because in today's world, sleep is elusive. Globally, 62% adults do not get enough sleep. Over a third of adults have reported sleeping problems, so pink noise is gaining keen interest. According to new research, it can enhance sleep, improve memory and boost relaxation. But the research is still green. If it pans out, it can lead to pink noise medical devices that improve sleep and memory, and that would be groundbreaking. But for now, many questions remain unanswered, and this applies to the entire noise spectrum, really. Sure, noise has its benefits, especially for some people with health problems, sleep issues, or snoring partners. But this science is new. Only a few small studies have been conducted, and the quality of evidence is poor. For every study that lists a benefit, there is another warning you of risks. Noise can disrupt your sleep instead of enhancing it. When your auditory system cannot switch off at night, noise may leave you more tired. So lots of conflicting conclusions, but many have blacked that out because now noise is a commodity. It has been welcomed rather by the $15 billion global sleep market. Much like sleep trackers, AI-weighted blankets and hotel sleep suites. So enough research or not, color noise has the green light, and it is a big business. There are 12-hour-long playlists, noise machines, TikToks and apps. Some promise to make dishwasher noises, others offer white noise plus sounds of chirping birds. If only there was a natural way to listen to these sounds. Now, I'm no auditory fortune teller, but when the next big offering is the sound of silence, you can color me surprised. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The UAE sets the Guinness World Record for the largest solar power light bulb display. Paris turns its most famous street, the Champs-Élysées, into a picnic spot. And Bolivia's folk dance festival returns as thousands take to the streets. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1703, the city of St. Petersburg was founded by Peter the Great. It was established as a bridge between Russia and Europe. Soon it became the capital of the Russian Empire. Since then, St. Petersburg has seen a lot, from revolutions to war. Right now, it is Russia's second most important city after Moscow. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Hamas carried out a series of attacks this weekend. Earlier on Sunday, Hamas said they captured Israeli soldiers by trapping them in a tunnel in the city of Jabalia. Now, they did not say how many Israeli soldiers had been abducted, nor did it provide any proof of the claim. In fact, the Israeli military has denied the claims made by Hamas and clarified that none of its soldiers had in fact been captured. Not stopping there, however, Hamas fired 8 rockets towards Tel Aviv, the first such attack in 4 months. Israel says the rockets were launched from Rafah.
Today, Hamas terrorists in Gaza fired 8 rockets at central Israel from Rafah, sending millions of Israelis to bomb shelters. Hamas launched these rockets from near 2 mosques in Rafah.
Now, in retaliation, Israel carried out airstrikes in both northern and southern Gaza. And during the airstrikes in Rafah, Israel says 2 Hamas commanders were killed. However, Palestinian health agencies have confirmed that also at least 40 Palestinians were also killed in the Israeli airstrikes. As the fighting escalates between Israel and Hamas with no signs of stopping, more nations are calling for a ceasefire. In fact, Egypt has accused Israel of deliberately bombing displaced Palestinians in Rafah. Calls for a 2-state solution continue to grow as Saudi Arabia now joins Ireland, Norway, and Spain in demanding a separate state of Palestine.
Obviously, we have an understanding of the dire critical situation. We need a ceasefire immediately. There is a growing consensus. I think almost everybody in the world agrees that an immediate ceasefire is necessary. including the release of the hostage. But again, I don't want to put this just in a negative context. I want to just re-emphasize that it is the conviction, I think, of everyone in that room that the establishment of a Palestinian state, that the two-state solution serves the interests of everyone in the region. And it is the best assurance that we will all live in peace and security in the long term.
Now, Israel has already ordered Spain to shut its consular services for Palestinians. And as more nations join the European movement demanding a separate Palestinian state, the war in Gaza is pushing Israel to the brink of diplomatic isolation, and Netanyahu seems nowhere close to his goal of eliminating Hamas. And shifting to the war in Europe, over the weekend, Russian airstrikes on a shopping mall in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv killed at least 16 and wounded more than 40 others. And in a separate Russian attack, another 18 people were injured as a missile struck a residential building in central Kharkiv. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that his troops have managed to halt the Russian ground offensive towards Kharkiv.
Now our soldiers have managed to take combat control of the border area where the Russian occupiers entered. And I thank every unit that ensures the necessary results in destroying the occupiers. Today we also discussed our further tasks, taking into account information from intelligence.
President Zelensky urged Western allies to speed up the deliveries of air defense systems. The Ukrainian president also extended invites to President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping to attend the peace talks in Switzerland next month.
I am appealing to the leaders of the world who are still aside of the global efforts of the Global Peace Summit. To President Biden, the leader of the United States, and to President Xi, the leader of China. We do not want the UN Charter to be burned. Please show your leadership in advancing the peace, real peace, not just a pause between the strikes. The efforts of global majority are the best guarantee that all commitments will be fulfilled. Please support the Peace Summit with your personal leadership and participation.
Now, Switzerland will host the Peace Summit on the 15th and 16th of June, and at least 50 countries have confirmed their participation for the talks. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi says New Delhi will play an active role at the summit. Switzerland has not invited Russia for the talks. However, Vladimir Putin says he welcomes peace talks and negotiations that should be based on common sense.
Of course, if it comes to it, and I believe that the peace talks must resume, and not through ultimatums but through common sense, they should be based on the common sense.
Now, President Biden and Xi Jinping are yet to confirm their participation for the talks. But without the presence of Russia, the main aggressor in Europe, it remains to be seen if, in fact, the peace summit will have any lasting impact. Moving to the Caribbean nation of Haiti, a couple from the United States has been killed as gang violence cripples the country. Missionaries Natalie Lloyd and her husband Davy Lloyd were fatally shot by the gangs in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. Along with their mission director, Jude Montes, who is a local of Haiti, all three victims worked for an organization called Missions in Haiti that was started by Davy Lloyd's parents back in 2000. Now, Davy Lloyd's father said the three missionaries were leaving church when gangs in 3 trucks ambushed them. His son was tied and beaten up in a house as gang members stole his belongings. Meanwhile, another group of armed men arrived, and the Americans were reportedly killed as a result of crossfire between 2 rival gangs. Natalie Lloyd was the daughter of Ben Baker, a Republican state representative from Missouri. Baker said her daughter and son-in-law's bodies have been safely transported to the U.S. Embassy in Haiti. However, the family is yet to find an airline that would be willing to transfer the bodies back to the United States. Meanwhile, the White House said it was aware of the deaths of the American citizens in Haiti, adding that the multinational security support mission for the Caribbean nation must not be delayed. Notably, a Kenya-led peacekeeping mission is scheduled to begin in Haiti, where around 2,500 troops from several countries will fight criminal gangs to bring back stability to the crisis-hit nation. President Joe Biden has voiced optimism that the security crisis could be resolved as soon as police forces enter Haiti. But it will not be an easy task, since the multinational group would have to tackle an estimated 5,000 gang members, which is double the number of UN peacekeeping force. And here in the United States, President Joe Biden is in campaign mode as his political rival Donald Trump juggles court dates. While President Biden highlights his international policies, his Vice President Kamala Harris addresses the work done at home. Now, with the elections just 6 months away, Donald Trump has name-dropped 4 candidates to be his potential running mates. These include Florida Senator Marco Rubio, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, and former Trump Cabinet Secretary Ben Carson. Now, many questions surrounding these names, but perhaps the biggest question of all is which one has the best chance of making the cut? Our next report has all the details.
I had a great stretch since the State of the Union, but Donald has had a few tough days lately. You might call it stormy weather. God bless America.
With the U.S. presidential election just 6 months away, American President Joe Biden is in campaign mode. Biden is highlighting his work at every opportunity he gets. From the war in Ukraine to the war in the Middle East, Biden says he's standing up to the challenges that America is facing.
But Putin was certain that NATO would fracture. I said to him in Switzerland that you want the Finlandization of Ukraine. You're going to get the Finlandization, you're going to get the NATOization of Europe. He had a brazen vision, which we stepped up and stopped. In the Middle East, while we conduct urgent diplomacy to secure immediate ceasefire that brings hostages home, our Army and Navy have deployed a temporary pier on the Mediterranean in record time to increase life-saving aid to the Palestinians.
With the election kicking into high gear, Biden's Vice President Kamala Harris is playing a more visible role during campaigning. As Biden focuses on his international policies, Harris is addressing issues at home, such as reproductive rights. The Biden-Harris re-election campaign is shaping up well for November. But where is Biden's political rival, Donald Trump? On Mondays and Tuesdays, Donald Trump is attending his hush money trial in Manhattan. During the week, he's often drowning in legal battles before getting a breather on the weekend, and it's this short break that Trump uses to campaign across the country. But now the former president wants a running mate to build his campaign even more. Trump has name-dropped 4 Republican lawmakers. These include Florida Senator Marco Rubio, Ohio Senator James David Vance, rising Republican businesswoman Elise Stefanik, and Trump loyalist Dr. Ben Carson. Out of the 4 potential candidates, Carson has been the most closely associated with Trump when he served as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development during Trump's presidency. And political experts believe that having Ben Carson as the running mate would increase Trump's popularity among voters of color, particularly black and Hispanic men. Elise Stefanik was the first Republican leader to endorse Trump for 2024. The Republican conference chair has been one of Trump's most loyal supporters, and she frequently criticizes the media for being biased against Trump. However, in terms of buttering up Trump, Stefanik falls behind Senator Vance. Vance is a personal favorite of Trump. The former president himself says that Vance, as the vice president, would do a fantastic job. And the Ohio senator wholeheartedly backs Trump. He even attends the criminal trial regularly while taking pot shots at Biden on behalf of Trump.
Whether you love Donald Trump, whether you like Donald Trump, or whether you're a Democrat or don't care about politics, what's going on inside that courtroom is a threat to American democracy, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot have a country where you get to prosecute your political opponents instead of persuading voters. Joe Biden's entire strategy is to try to distract from inflation at home and war overseas with this sham trial.
The final and most likely to become Trump's running mate is Marco Rubio. Trump first hinted at Rubio as his vice president candidate in March. Despite being a rival during the Republican primaries, Rubio has hummed Trump's tune since 2016. Rubio's Hispanic heritage and popularity among the Spanish-speaking voters will be a major boost for Donald Trump. When asked if Rubio would be Trump's running mate, the Florida senator said it would be an honor and an incredible opportunity. The message from Trump's re-election campaign is clear. The former president needs a running mate. The official vice presidential candidate will be announced during the Republican National Convention in July. Until then, Donald Trump not only has to juggle court battles and election rallies on his own, but even the much-awaited debate with Joe Biden on the 27th of June.
How you doing, man?
And finally, a deadly landslide has buried more than 2,000 people in the oceanic nation of Papua New Guinea. The United Nations says at least 670 people are feared dead. The landslide struck Papua New Guinea on Friday, burying hundreds of homes and the people sleeping inside them. Now the country's nearest neighbor, Australia, is sending aircraft and equipment to help in rescue efforts. Our final report gets you the details about this tragedy.
The oceanic nation of Papua New Guinea is grappling with the aftermath of a deadly landslide. The South Pacific island says the disaster has buried more than 2,000 people alive. The death toll is currently at 670, and authorities say it's only going to rise. The affected area is in the highlands of Enga, a province located in the north of Papua New Guinea. Authorities say a chunk of a mountain collapsed on Yambali village in the early hours of Friday, burying scores of homes and people sleeping inside them. The terrain is so challenging that only 6 bodies have been recovered so far. The problems for the Papua New Guinea government haven't stopped with the landslide, as overnight rains battered areas near the affected village. Officials feared that the tons of rubble that buried thousands of villagers could become dangerously unstable. Now the government of Papua New Guinea has formally asked for international help. Its nearest neighbour, Australia, is already prepared to send aircraft and other equipment to help at the site of the landslide.
Our heart goes out to the people of Papua New Guinea and those in Enga province in the highlands who have just experienced the most appalling disaster. And you know, we are very anxious about the numbers around the death toll, which continue to rise. From the moment this occurred on Friday, we reached out to the Papua New Guinean government offering our assistance in whatever we can do, but also specifically talking about what kind of assistance we might be able to provide.
The United Nations, too, is helping people in evacuation centres, providing food, water, blankets and mattresses. Meanwhile, Papua New Guinea says rescuers are at risk because the land is still sliding and rocks are falling.
But the problem is, it is so deep, it's very difficult to recover the bodies from underneath the heavy debris. And the land is still sliding, rocks are continuing to fall. The pressure that is coupled with the heavy bulk on the ground that has not been affected, neighboring, however, the debris, is leading to cracks.
So far, local residents have been forced to abandon 250 homes in the surrounding areas. At least 4,000 people have been displaced as a result of the disaster.
I have 18 of my family members buried under the debris and soil that I am standing on, and a lot more family members in the village I cannot count. I am the landowner here. Thank you to all those who've come to help us. But I cannot retrieve the bodies, so I am standing here helplessly.
Rain and falling rocks are not the only challenges that rescuers are facing. Authorities fear that tribal violence near the site of the landslide could complicate relief efforts. Now, as the death toll from the landslide in Papua New Guinea continues to rise, one can only hope that more rains do not cause more damage and trauma to the people who survived the tragedy.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. South Africa's May 29th elections.
There was a start of change in the country. We are on the verge of history.
I am standing here at the forefront of change, where voices echo the call for action. The nation grapples with an unemployment crisis. As South Africans prepare to cast their votes, the question looms, will the winds of change usher in a new era, or will the legacy of the past maintain its grip on the future? Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. South African election is just a day away. And here on Firstpost, we bring you continuous coverage of this historic election, where South Africa could witness the biggest political shift since the end of apartheid in 1994. Early voting has begun in South Africa's election. Those who must work on polling day or have special needs were given a chance to cast their ballot. Around 1.6 million out of the 27 million electorate were allowed to vote early. Now, over the weekend, all parties went full throttle as election campaigning came to a close. They bussed supporters to fill out huge stadium rallies, handed out snacks, drinks and T-shirts to encourage high turnout, cameras. President Cyril Ramaphosa held his last giant rally before the election at the FNB Stadium in Soweto. With a packed crowd of 83,000 ANC supporters, the rally, called Siyankoba, meaning to conquer, was supposed to be a massive show of strength. However, many supporters streamed out even before Ramaphosa began his speech. The 2024 election has left ANC leaders more nervous than ever before. Opinion polls say the party will lose its majority for the first time since Nelson Mandela led it to victory in 1994. But President Ramaphosa declared that the party was poised for a decisive victory. Ramaphosa also vowed to do more on issues including jobs, high cost of living and state welfare. This as voters are likely to punish the ANC for high unemployment, rampant power cuts, widespread government corruption and a surging crime rate.
Next 5 years, working with all South Africans, we will implement a jobs plan to put more South Africans to work. We will build our industries and invest in an inclusive economy. We will tackle the high cost of living. We will invest in our people and provide services that our people need. Our people everywhere have reminded us of how we have walked this journey together in the last 30 years to build South Africa. Wherever we have gone, the support of the ANC has been visible. It has been palpable.
Ramaphosa also fired salvos at his predecessor, Jacob Zuma, accusing him of grand corruption and state capture.
When this administration took office in 2019, our country stood at a turning point. We had endured a decade of corruption and state capture, of weak economic growth, and the erosion of our public institutions. Today, we have put that era behind us.
Some ANC supporters carried coffins of opposition parties, including that of former President Jacob Zuma's MK party. The 82-year-old ditched the ANC in December last year to spearhead MK's campaign. Jacob Zuma mounted an 11th-hour assault on the ruling ANC's grip on power. Zuma is not officially a candidate because of his conviction for a contempt of court case, but he is leading the MK party for a final push. He may not be standing for elections, but experts say he may take votes from the ANC. Opinion polls say the MK party could get between 8 to 13% of the national vote, which could deny the ANC a parliamentary majority. Polls say the party could also emerge as the largest in Zuma's home province of KwaZulu-Natal, which has traditionally been a stronghold for the African National Congress. Zuma addressed his final weekend rally in one of the ANC strongholds in Emahatleni.
There are many parties that are there that will be voting with us, because as the black nation that has been struggling, we are saying that it's D-Day. This day that is coming, we say it is D-Day. We are going to take the win by 2/3 majority and change it to become a country that is better than what it is now. Those who say with their mouths that we are free, but are basically gatekeeping for the oppressors, we are going to remove them from the position they are holding.
John Steenhuisen, leader of South Africa's biggest opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, also addressed a massive rally outside Johannesburg at a 20,000-seater stadium. Steenhuisen urged voters to back his party to avoid a doomsday scenario of the ruling ANC forming a coalition with radical parties.
That if having the wrong people in power is destroying South Africa, then electing the right people into government can rescue South Africa. By uniting with our partners inside the multi-party charter, we have pooled together the biggest block of opposition voters since 1994. And together, we can get to the 50% plus one we need to rescue South Africa. So, while the ANC is on its way out, if every DA voter comes out on election day, we can win.
Julius Malema, leader of the rival EFF party, told the youth to not cast their vote for the ANC that has been struggling to fight corruption within its ranks. Addressing a crowd in Limpopo province, Malema said, unlike the ANC, the EFF was able to deliver on promises on economic growth and fighting unemployment.
Declaring a war against criminals. We are declaring a war against rapists. We are declaring a war against GBV. South Africa shall be place of peace. South Africa shall be place of law and order. We are ready to fight all kinds of criminals in our country, including the corruption of the politicians. No politician will be left unattended.
Despite the predictions, all may not go down south for the ANC. This is because the opposition in South Africa remains heavily divided. There are almost 51 opposition parties, large and small, on the national ballot. Even if the DA does give the ANC a tough fight, its leaders would face a tough post-election battle to set up a coalition. Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Kim Heller, who is a writer and analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Hello to you, Kim.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, and that was an excellent overview of the current situation.
Great. Let's jump right in. As campaigning closes and early voting begins, opinion polls are suggesting the ANC's share of the vote could fall as low as 40%. Now, this, of course, compared to the 57.5% in 2019. If this happens, the ANC may lose its absolute parliamentary majority for the first time. What are your thoughts on this?
Yes, that's the major question. What we saw was in 1994, the ANC was almost the only choice for a nation that wanted to be liberated from white minority power in the form of the apartheid regime. And we've seen a slow decline. My sense, however, is that the ANC may do better than the polls are showing. And I think whilst they may not get the 51%, I think they're going to be reasonably close to that. So I think we're probably looking at a 46, 48% tally for the ANC. And I don't think the situation is as bleak as some analysts are pointing out, because for the ANC to find a coalition partner is not going to be difficult. My own view is that they're probably likely to become bedfellows with the very conservative and white-leaning Democratic Alliance. And I think that's what South Africa could be looking forward to, not looking forward to because it would be a poor scenario for the majority of Black people, but it's a likely scenario.
Right, and Kim, approximately 1.6 million out of the 27.6 million strong electorate were allowed to participate in early voting. What is the significance of early voting in the South African general election?
Well, I think I think the more people go out, the better it's going to be for the opposition forces, particularly if those are young voters. We seem to have a commitment this year, which differs from previous elections, where the youth have been ignited to go and vote, and to vote for younger parties like the EFF. I think for the MK to a certain extent. And I think there's more on offer for young voters who are increasingly despondent, and most of them are sitting in the most chronic situation of unemployment. So if we get the young voters out, and the early voters have been younger voters, I think that's quite a positive trend.
And how does South Africa's implementation of early voting compare with other countries around the world?
Well, I think the one thing that has to be said for the South African system, electoral system, and the governance around it is that it's really world class. So I think we've got observers, we've got measures in place to ensure that the election is fair and free. To date, South Africa's got a very good reputation in that. So I think we're doing things as per best practice. I haven't seen anything that would not reassure me that that is happening at this stage anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Kim, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights there.
Thank you so much.
Moving to West Africa now, where Burkina Faso has joined neighboring Mali in extending a junta rule. The move was announced over the weekend after a national consultation meeting was held in the capital city of Ouagadougou. As per the amended charter, the new 60-month transition period will take effect from the 2nd of July this year. Now, this allows Burkina Faso's military leader, Ibrahim Traoré, to stay in power for 5 more years. In fact, under the new agreement, Traoré will also be able to run in elections at the end of the 5-year transition period. The charter also holds the possibility of holding early polls if the security situation allows. Burkina Faso has been governed by the army since January of 2022, and that was when Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Dambi had seized power from President Roch Kabore. Now, Dambi had said that the coup was necessary since the previous government had failed to deal with the escalating militant violence. Now, the West African country has been ravaged by rebels linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. Since 2015, the extremists have waged an insurgency, killing thousands, displacing more than 2 million, and pushing tens of thousands to the brink of starvation. Now, however, in September of 2022, Damiba was ousted by another coup that was orchestrated by Ibrahim Traoré, and that's because Traoré accused Damiba himself was also unable to tackle the insurgency.
1. Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Santiago Damiba is dismissed from his position as the president of the MPSR. 2. Captain Traoré Ibrahim is appointed president of the MPSR, effective immediately.
The 36-year-old military leader is the youngest head of state in the world. However, very little is known about him. For his supporters, Ibrahim Traoré is a messiah, but critics view him as a paranoid autocrat. When Traoré seized power in 2022, he insisted that he would not be in charge for long. He promised to restore civilian rule by the 1st of July this year. Back then, he had also pledged to improve the country's dire security situation within 2 to 3 months. But since issuing the pledge, he has said that elections are not a priority. Ever since taking power, the military under Traoré has expelled French troops and diplomats. Instead, they have now turned to Russia for military assistance.
Our African heads of state must stop acting like puppets who dance every time the imperialists pull the strings. Yesterday, President Vladimir Putin announced the shipment of grain to Africa. We are very happy. We thank him for this. But this is also a message passed on to our African heads of state because, at the next forum, we should not come here without having assured, for those who do not know about war, the food self-sufficiency of our people. We need to take example on those who have the experience of being able to achieve this in Africa, to build good relations here and to build better relations with the Russian Federation to be able to meet the needs of our populations.
At the end of September 2023, Traoré was on the brink of being overthrown. That was just before the first anniversary of his own seizure of power. An attempted coup was foiled at the last minute, and in the days that followed, Traoré took drastic measures. Security was stepped up, armored vehicles were deployed, and traffic was banned at night. Now, the new charter extends Traoré's power even further. The national consultations happened swiftly over the weekend. It was attended by civil society, security forces, and transitional lawmakers. However, most political parties did not participate. This comes as violence from extremist groups continues to soar. Meanwhile, human rights groups have accused Burkina Faso's junta leaders of abuses against civilians. And now a further extension of the junta rule raises concerns over the democratic backsliding in West and Central Africa. Now, Zimbabwe has become the latest African country to welcome Elon Musk's internet service provider, Starlink. The southern African country has officially granted an operating license to Starlink. Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa announced this development over the weekend. He said that Starlink will provide services through its sole and exclusive local partner IMC Communications. The president said, and I quote, "I'm pleased to announce that I have approved the licensing of Starlink by Patras to provide advanced internet and related digital processing services in Zimbabwe through its sole and exclusive local partner IMC Communications." Now, having secured the license, Starlink can now offer its mobile subscription plan to customers nationwide. It is expected to result in high-speed, low-cost internet throughout Zimbabwe. As of 2021, only 34.8% of Zimbabwe's population had access to the internet. That is according to a World Bank report. However, the entry of Starlink will enhance connectivity even in the most remote areas. The approval comes after Starlink services were earlier shut down in the country. Last month, the country's telecommunications regulator suspended the firm's operation until it obtained licensing approval. The regulator proposed two options to keep its operation intact. It was asked to either directly apply for a license or to collaborate with a registered public network within the country to offer its services. But despite the local restrictions, a growing black market has allowed users to access the service unofficially. Recently, Zimbabwe's government cracked down on unregistered users smuggling Starlink kits from neighboring countries like Zambia. Earlier this month, a Zimbabwe politician's son was arrested for illegally possessing a Starlink terminal. Now, the Elon Musk-owned company is eagerly looking to expand its foothold in the world's second-largest continent. Currently, Starlink's official offers its services in various African nations, including Nigeria, Mozambique, Zambia, Kenya, Malawi, Benin, Eswatini, Ghana, and Rwanda. Now, this highlights the increasing demand for high connectivity services across the region. However, not all African countries are readily adopting its services. In February of this year, Botswana denied approval for Starlink's internet bid, and that's because the company failed to furnish all the necessary details to the regulators. Last month, Cameroon also ordered the seizure of Starlink equipment at the country's ports of entry. Meanwhile, Starlink is yet to secure a license in South Africa. Now, while the red tape continues to impede Musk's plan to widen its services in the continent, problems related to affordability are also expected to pose a significant challenge. The two issues combined will determine Starlink's success in the African market. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid stories of coups and crises, we get you tales of hope and positivity that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In a world where the effects of climate change are felt in every corner, the fight for a sustainable future has many heroes. Countless young activists are working tirelessly under the radar. Among them is an inspiring 18-year-old from Zambia, Bridget Chanda. Now, she lost both her legs at the age of 7, but now she is on a mission to teach climate change to specially abled students in sign language. Here's our report.
When discussing young climate activists, Greta Thunberg's name stands out prominently. Her efforts in addressing the climate crisis have made her a global icon. Yet, different parts of the world have their own climate champions who are not as widely recognized as Thunberg. Meet Zambia's Bridget Chanda. She's an 18-year-old amputee dedicated to spreading climate change awareness. After developing gangrene at the age of 7, her legs were amputated. But that's no obstacle in her mission to spread awareness about climate change. Bridget uses sign language to educate deaf students at her school about the climate crisis facing all of us. Bridget joined this school, which has many special needs students, in 2022. This was after she experienced stigma and bullying at her previous school. Here, she found a more inclusive environment. At first, she learned sign language to communicate effectively with her peers. But this has also helped her in spreading awareness about climate change to her schoolmates. This has also coincided with the growing focus on climate change in Zambia.
When I came, it was challenging for me, yes, quite all right, because by then I never knew sign language. So like it was very difficult for me to communicate with them. But as time goes on, I discovered like I just have to know sign language so that I can be helping them in one or two things.
Zambia has been hit hard by climate change, with extreme weather causing significant disruption. It has faced droughts that have cracked the land and heavy rains that have disrupted many lives. In response, the Zambian government mandated climate change education in schools. Since sign language is not officially recognized in Zambia, advocates like Chanda provide crucial support for students with special needs. 18-year-old Bridget has worked as an interpreter in various schools and communities. She translates climate-smart techniques into sign language while experts speak aloud. These sessions cover a range of topics, from drip irrigation to empowering women in farming. Bridget tries her best to ensure that she conveys the message to the students effectively. But sometimes it's a challenge to teach new concepts. She says it's extremely difficult to explain certain words in sign language, like for example, mulching, which means to add organic material to the soil to help retain moisture. But Bridget is not one to give up. She has found hacks to get her message across, like spelling out the words.
Let's say, for instance, there are some words that I don't usually manage, like signing them. But if I don't know, I just spell them, because they know they are here to learn. So like if I spell the same thing, they'll understand. So there are some words that I do just signing, but there are other ways that are difficult that I can't manage signing them. So if like I can't manage, I just spell for them, then they'll know what I'm talking about.
Bridget aspires to join an agricultural guidance program after completing her education. Her efforts highlight the importance of inclusivity and the need for diverse approaches to address global hot-button issues. 18-year-old Bridget is a fine example of how we shouldn't let obstacles in life deter us from what we want to achieve. Because where there's a will, there's a way.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Tonight we start with a lesson, a simple one in analyzing satellite images. I'll show you a couple of pictures. Figure out what they show. All three of these are images from Gaza. Do you see those colored dots? Those are tents, places where Gazan refugees live. Anyone can spot them on these satellite images, but apparently Israel's military could not spot them. All those billions of dollars, all those cutting-edge devices, and for what? To mistakenly bomb a refugee camp. At least that's what Israel is saying. We told you about the attack yesterday. Hamas fired rockets at Tel Aviv, so Israel fired back. They bombed a refugee camp in Rafah. More than 45 people were killed in the attack. And the accounts are horrifying. Babies were decapitated, children were burnt alive, and families were destroyed. So Israel was forced to dial back. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted that a mistake was made. He called it a tragedy.
ברפיח כבר פינינו In Rafah, we already evacuated about 1 million non-combatants residents, and despite our utmost effort not to harm non-combatants, something unfortunately went tragically wrong. We are investigating the incident and will reach conclusions because this is our policy.
Nobody's buying this, especially after the events of last week. Israel was criticized by a United Nations court. It asked Israel to not attack Rafah. The court said that. And what did Israel do? The exact opposite. This defiance has triggered protests around the world, in France, in Tunisia, in the United States, and in Lebanon. Take a look at this. All this builds pressure on governments, and the result is this. The European Union held a key meeting on Monday. They discussed ways to rein in Israel to enforce the United Nations Court's verdict. Reports say most members are in agreement. They want Israel to not invade Rafah. But they're split on how to do it. Some members prefer radical options, like sanctions on Israeli officials or institutions. Ireland and Spain belong to this camp. Both countries officially recognized Palestinian statehood today. The other camp prefers an ultimatum, sort of like a threat to Netanyahu. Stop the invasion or else face consequences. That's what they want. Now, EU officials will prepare a list of possible measures. Then members will choose one, and it sends a very strong message to Israel. We're talking about Europe here. Jews faced maximum persecution in European countries. Even the Holocaust happened in Europe. So EU nations have traditionally stood by Israel. But the Gaza war is changing their attitude.
And these provisional measures of the ICJ, they are binding and of course they have to be followed. We are currently experiencing the opposite.
I have the impression that Israel with this choice is spreading hatred, rooting hatred that will involve their children and grandchildren.
All decisions of the International Court of Justice are mandatory for all parties. And that is, Israel must stop its offensive in Rafah.
So European leaders are very clear, enough is enough, Israel must stop this war. But can they force Israel to end the offensive? Do they have the leverage? Let's look at trade between Israel and the EU. It's worth almost $50 billion. Almost 32% of Israel's imports come from the European Union. 25% of their exports go to the EU. Then there are people-to-people ties. More than 344,000 Israelis are dual citizens in the EU. 344,000. Israelis can also visit most EU nations without a visa, so Brussels does have leverage. But a lot depends on political will. Some EU members are staunchly pro-Israel, like Austria and Hungary. If they want to, they can torpedo any sanctions. But let's hope it doesn't come to that, because this war is dangerously close to spreading. Two fronts are opening up. The first is Egypt to the south, and the second is Lebanon to the north. On Monday, Israeli and Egyptian soldiers clashed near Rafah. Reports say an Israeli team crossed the Gaza border, so an Egyptian soldier fired at them. In this exchange, the Egyptian soldier was killed. It's a very rare military skirmish, but a very consequential one. Egypt and Israel have fought multiple wars. They eventually signed a peace deal in 1979, but recent events have threatened that peace deal. Some Egyptian officials even talked about cancelling it. In that context, this skirmish is key. Egypt says it will not tolerate such incidents again. That's the story in the south. Then you have Lebanon to the north. On Monday, Israel bombed a city in southern Lebanon. They killed a Hezbollah leader, so Hezbollah hit back. They fired a rocket barrage at northern Israel. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, counted 25 rockets. Some of them were shot down. The rest crashed into Israeli buildings. Now, most residents have already been evacuated from this region, so no casualties. But Netanyahu is really pushing his luck. He's trading fire with Hezbollah, he's clashing with Egypt, enraging European allies, defying global courts and bombing refugee camps. If this is a winning strategy, the world will lose. Now let's talk about Ukraine. Bombs are raining on Ukrainian cities again. Russia has intensified its attacks. Guess what Zelensky is up to? The Ukrainian president. He's on the road again, looking for more weapon supplies. Apparently, the US supplies are not proving to be enough. So Zelensky wants Europe to step up.
Russia uses over 3,000 guided aerial bombs against people per month. We think it could be 3,500 next month, 3,200 this month. How do you fight it? We are constantly asking the world to help Ukraine with at least additional 7 Patriot systems. We need at least 2 for Kharkiv.
In the last 2 years, European states have given weapons to Kiev, but it's becoming a bottomless pit. And no one has an endless supply for Ukraine. To make matters worse, American weapons are failing. They're not working in the Ukrainian battlefield. The Excaliburs, these are GPS-guided artillery shells developed by 2 companies, Raytheon and BAE Systems. Its advocates call it the silver bullet because of its pinpoint accuracy. The Ukraine has fired thousands of these shells. One shell costs somewhere around $100,000. So this is not a cheap weapon. Initially, the Excalibur was successful. In January 2023, the bomb had a 55% accuracy rate, so you can say that 1 in 2 shells hit the target. It worked on every second attempt. But in a matter of months, there was a shift. The Excalibur's accuracy dropped drastically. In July last year, it fell to 7%. A month later, in August, it was hitting just 6% of all targets. So the weapon became almost useless. 6% accuracy is a very poor rate. How did this happen? From 55 to 6%. The Russians found a vulnerability. They figured out a way to make the Excalibur ineffective by deploying electronic warfare. The Russians installed jammers. They were used to disrupt the GPS signals of the bomb. So the weapon lost its biggest USP, that is the guidance system. Now, going by one claim, these shells were just falling out of the sky, and the Excalibur was not the only weapon that failed on the battlefield. Russians neutralized other American weapons too, like precision-guided bombs and guided rockets. These too failed because of Russian jammers. Same story. After an initial round of success, these weapons lost their edge. Clearly, the Russians have adapted on the battlefield better, and the Ukrainians feel helpless. They've been complaining to the Americans. In a few instances, they got a fix from the manufacturer. But with the Excalibur, it did not work. Washington did not have a solution, so they stopped supplying the bomb altogether. Now, both the US and Ukraine have tried to play down these events, but irrespective of what they say, this is a setback for Kiev. Militarily, they were never a match for Russia, so they relied on American weapons. But Moscow is still beating them. Now, Ukraine is looking for other weapons, better weapons, and it is making progress. Just today, Belgium agreed to give another 30 F-16 jets to Ukraine.
This agreement, we focus on what your military needs to defend its population. That means air defense, that means artillery, that means armored vehicles, and of course also the F-16s that we have talked about in the past. These F-16 jets will be provided to Ukraine as soon as possible. Our aim is to be able to provide first aircraft before the end of this year, 2024.
Zelensky is getting more help from Europe. France is sending some troops to Ukraine. These are military instructors. They will visit Ukrainian training centers and train Ukraine's soldiers. Now, we do not have specifics or details at this point, but we can tell you that this plan has left Europe divided. It had sparked a debate in February. That's when French President Emmanuel Macron spoke about sending troops. Both Germany and Britain had opposed the proposal. Now Macron is going ahead anyway with some support from Brussels.
Everybody knows what Ukraine needs. Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I suppose today Minister Umerov will remind us which are the critical needs for the Ukrainians. So we have to provide them. And we have the resources. That's the sad thing. that we have the cash, we have the capacity, but we are still pending decisions to implement the recently approved Ukraine assistance.
For now, Kiev has to live with just promises. Zelensky wants the West to force Putin to make peace, but without powerful and effective weapons, that would be a long shot. Zelensky has allies, but Putin has very few of those, which is why he's expanding his search. Next on his radar could be the Taliban, the terrorists/rulers of Afghanistan. Most countries do not recognize their regime, but Moscow could be poised to do it. Why do I say this? Because of three different moves. First, by Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he called Taliban the real power in Kabul. It sounds a lot like recognition. The second move, an invitation. Russia holds an economic forum in St. Petersburg every year. It is scheduled for the 5th of June. This forum is a key event on Russia's calendar. It brings together public officials, politicians, and business leaders. Guess who's invited this year? The Taliban. And finally, the third move, probably the most important one. Putin could soon delist Taliban as a terror group. Multiple ministries have asked Putin to do this. The final call will be taken by him. And this would be huge. Russia outlawed the Taliban back in 2003. They declared it a terrorist group. Such tags often come with multiple restrictions. You cannot get a visa, you cannot travel to Russia, and you cannot do business. If Putin delists the Taliban, it could open up many opportunities. More diplomatic engagement, more financial exchanges, and eventually, maybe recognition. Putin says Taliban is Afghanistan's new reality, so relations must be built accordingly.
There are problems in Afghanistan. They are evident and known to everybody. The question is, how do we build the relations with the current authorities? That's another question. But we need to build it somehow. Those are the people that control the country, its territory. As for today, they are in power in Afghanistan. We need to proceed from the realities and build the relations accordingly.
So the message is clear. Russia will work with the Taliban. But why is Putin doing this? First, let's look at the history. Russia and the Taliban have a complicated past. In the days of the Soviet Union, Moscow invaded Afghanistan. It was a bloody occupation. The Soviets lost around 15,000 soldiers. Afghanistan lost 1 million civilians. So eventually, the Afghans fought back. Multiple guerrilla groups began operating in the country. These groups evolved into the Taliban. So technically, they were enemies, the Taliban and Russia. But all that changed in the last decade. Russia was building an anti-West alliance, and the Taliban's ideology matched with that. We saw evidence of that in 2021 when the Taliban took over Kabul. Most embassies shut down, but the Russian embassy did not. Within 2 days, the Russian ambassador met the Taliban. He was the first foreign diplomat to do so. So this dynamic is not really sudden. It's been years in the making. Which brings us back to the why. What does Putin stand to gain? Why is he doing this? Broadly, three reasons. The first is resources. Afghanistan is sitting on resources worth $3 trillion. Western companies won't touch it, so it's a great opportunity for Russia. The second reason is connectivity. Take a look at Afghanistan's location. It can connect South Asia to Central Asia. In fact, plans are already in place. The Taliban is building a logistics hub in western Afghanistan. Their focus is on Russian oil. The third point is security. Russia was attacked by terrorists in March this year. They targeted a theater in Moscow. More than 140 people lost their lives. It was Russia's worst terror attack since 2004. And who was behind it? The Islamic State Khorasan province, ISKP. And where do they operate? In Afghanistan. So Putin is keen to avoid a repeat. He wants the Taliban to crack down on the ISKP, Islamic State Khorasan province. It's the same strategy as the West, using one terror group to tackle another. The question is, will it work? Well, the Taliban is desperate for help. Only one major power has recognized them, and that is China. But even Beijing is not pumping money into Afghanistan yet. So they need Russia's help, both for money and legitimacy. But if Russia does recognize them, it would trigger many questions. For example, will Moscow push for Taliban's participation at the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization? Afghanistan is not a member, but they do have observer status. Also, how will it change the equation with China? Because Beijing has big plans in Afghanistan. So will they approve of Russia's sudden interest? Will they agree to share the resources? These are all very important questions, but equally important is human rights. The Taliban treats women as second-class citizens. They cannot go to school. They cannot get a job, and they cannot step out alone. Should Russia really be rewarding such behavior? We're talking about a major power, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. So recognition from Russia is a political prize. But knowing Putin, human rights won't be on top of his mind. It would be strategy. Let's turn to India now. The general elections are almost over. Just one more phase remains. After that, it's all about the results. The campaign has been very energetic and vibrant. That too, despite the heat. But one topic has made temperatures rise even more, and that is Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi has himself raised the issue. He has repeatedly accused Pakistan of supporting the opposition parties. But this time, he went a step ahead. Prime Minister Modi said the matter should possibly be investigated.
कुछ ही लोग हैं जिनके समर्थन में आवाज वहां से क्यों उठती है? अब ये बहुत बड़ी जांच पड़ताल का या गंभीर विषय है.
Is there any evidence of this support from the Pakistan government? Not that we know of, but one man has stirred the pot, and that is Fawad Chaudhry. He was a cabinet minister under Imran Khan. Today he's in the opposition. Chaudhry kept praising India's opposition leaders like Rahul Gandhi and then Arvind Kejriwal. That's how this controversy erupted. The BJP picked up Fawad Chaudhry's statement. They said it was proof of Pakistan's support. So what did the opposition do? Arvind Kejriwal tried damage control. He posted a message to Fawad Chaudhry. This is what he said, I'm quoting, "We are fully capable of handling our issues. The situation of Pakistan is very poor now, so you should take care of your country." Kejriwal tried to shut him down, but the question is, has it worked? Not from the looks of it. The BJP has doubled down on its Pakistan rhetoric. Prime Minister Modi raised the issue again on Sunday. He said prayers are being read in Pakistan for the opposition. Listen to this.
पाकिस्तान में सपा कांग्रेस के इंडी गठबंधन के लिए दुआ पड़ी जा रही है. सीमा पार से जिहादी उन्हें समर्थन दे रहे हैं. यहां सपा कांग्रेस वाले वोट जिहाद की अपील कर रहे हैं.
The Congress hasn't helped its case. One of their leaders said that Pakistan should be respected. Why? Because they have nuclear weapons. Such statements are campaign fodder. It's like walking into a trap. So naturally, the BJP capitalized. Again, the Prime Minister led the charge. He said he visited Pakistan personally to check out how powerful the nukes are. Now, to give you some context, the Prime Minister was talking about his 2015 visit. He stopped in Lahore on the way back from Kabul. It remains his only trip to Pakistan as Prime Minister. But rhetoric aside, what does this controversy mean? What does it symbolize? A change in India's approach to Pakistan. We're not talking about peers anymore. India is now far ahead of Pakistan. The Indian economy is 10 times bigger than Pakistan's economy. It is also a key player in geopolitics. Whether it's G7 or BRICS or the G20, India's voice matters. Plus, New Delhi's orientation has changed. Pakistan is no longer the biggest strategic challenge. That would be China. India's political discourse also reflects that. Most parties have the same policy on Pakistan: no reset until terror stops. In simple words, Pakistan matters very little in India's elections. The Prime Minister himself said that. He said the Indian voter is very mature. They cannot be swayed by outside actors. Then what explains the rhetoric? Well, look at the global trend. Every democracy is wary of foreign intervention, especially by rivals. Plus, this is politics after all, so rhetoric is part of the business. Prime Minister Modi's suggestion of a probe is welcome. It would certainly set the record straight. Having said that, there is a broader point to be made here, a lack of substantial debate on foreign policy. Yes, there is broad agreement among parties, but there are small differences too, like on China or Palestine. We haven't seen those issues being discussed, nor have we seen informed decisions. It's mostly been campaign rhetoric. For a country as important as India, this needs to change. India's foreign policy matters to the world, so it should matter to Indians as well. Our next story is about a number, 315 trillion. This number has great significance for the global economy. 315 trillion is the combined value of all the loans in the world, the total global debt. This is money borrowed by governments, households and businesses. All of it put together is $315 trillion. Needless to say, it's massive. Let's put this number in context for you. What is the size of the global GDP? A little over $109 trillion. What is global GDP? If the global economy was a giant shop, the global GDP would be the value of all the goods and services produced and sold in the shop. It is the total value of every product or service sold in the world. That is the global GDP. As of today, it's worth $109 trillion. And what is the debt? $315 trillion. So the world's total loans are almost 3 times the global GDP. What does that mean? We owe a lot more than we earn. Now let's tell you who owes how much. Starting with household debt, the value of all your home loans and credit card balances, education loans and the rest. Together, they're worth over $59 trillion. Then we have business debt. That's around $164 trillion. Finally, government debt, which is worth $91.4 trillion. Now, whichever way you look at it, these numbers are too high. This kind of debt is unsustainable. Last month, the chief of the World Economic Forum drew attention to this. In an exclusive conversation with Firstpost, he said, global debt levels have not been this bad since the Napoleonic Wars. What sort of risk do you think this unsustainable debt poses to the global economy?
It's a risk also for the banks. We saw in the big financial crisis that solid banks is very important. But we will need in the coming decade to really work on how to reduce unsustainable debt. Interest rates has now become the largest budget cost in many developing countries. And this is very worrisome.
So there is cause for concern. Let me tell you why. When the global debt pile is large, there's a higher risk of large-scale defaults. And this can be fatal for the economy at every level. Some of you may remember the 2008 financial meltdown. It was triggered by a large number of mortgage defaults. 6 million American households lost their homes to foreclosures. Basically, they could not keep up with their loans. So they defaulted. And this led to multiple bank failures, finally a great recession. In 2022, we saw another collapse, this time in Sri Lanka. Colombo owed more than $46 billion. 52% of this debt was owed to China. Sri Lanka could not take the burden anymore. It defaulted on its debt. Sri Lanka had to be bailed out by the International Monetary Fund or the IMF. So whether it's a country, a company or an individual, a default is an unpleasant situation. Although it affects everyone differently. Countries can find ways to secure financing, they can find new lenders, they can also issue bonds to raise money from investors. They can even get bailouts. Even businesses can find ways to get out of debt. In 2008, America bailed out its entire banking sector. The package was worth $700 billion. When a bailout is not an option, companies sell equity to raise cash. They can also be bought out by investors. In the worst case scenario, companies do shut shop if they go bankrupt. But like I said, this is the worst case scenario. But for individuals, the consequences are far more severe. A default or a bankruptcy can uproot households. Families lose their hard-earned savings. Sometimes individuals are pushed to extremes like depression or even suicide. So households are the most vulnerable of the lot. And in the days ahead, their debt troubles may worsen. Experts say there is a $700 billion black hole. A $700 billion black hole in the global economy. They're calling it phantom debt. But these loans are being overlooked. Where do these loans come from? The buy now, pay later platforms, better known as BNPL, buy now, pay later. They give out easy loans to users. Their USP is flexibility. You can repay the loan as per your convenience, but these loans come with a catch. In many cases, these platforms charge a high interest rate. So for individuals, these loans can become a debt trap. But despite the risks, more and more people are turning to these BNPL platforms for loans, especially in India. Look at some numbers. In 2022, the Indian market for BNPL loans was valued at around $3 billion. $3 billion in 2022. By 2026, it could be worth at least $40 billion. This is a massive surge from 3 to 40. It will contribute to the global debt burden too. So it's time for economists and governments to pay attention to this, to find ways to reduce the world's large debt pile. Our next story is from Africa, from the continent's most populated country and the fourth largest African economy, Nigeria. Nigeria has been hit by a mass kidnapping again. This time, more than 150 people were abducted. They were taken from a village in the Niger state. Around 300 bike-borne assailants entered the village on Friday. They killed at least 6 people who tried to stop them, and then they made off with 150 others, 150 people, mostly women and children. These abductions took place over 2 days, starting on Friday night and going on till Saturday. Here's our report.
Another mass kidnapping has taken place in Nigeria. On Friday, a horde of raiders descended upon a village called Kuchi. Some reports say they were terrorists linked to the group Boko Haram. Others say they were bandits, not driven by ideology, just money. Where the reports agree is that there were about 300 raiders on 100 motorbikes. At first, they were held off. Local militias managed to keep them at bay for about 3 hours, but eventually the defenders fell, waiting for backup that never arrived. 6 people died defending the village. The raiders initially scattered, but then regrouped. Later that night, they returned to the village. The defenses had been overrun, so the raiders entered Kuchi village. And throughout the night, they rounded up their victims. This is how Amnesty International described the pillaging. The gunmen went from house to house, subjecting families to inhuman and degrading treatment. Reports say the raiders raped multiple women in the village. A district official described their impunity. He said the gunmen cooked and made tea. They made instant noodles and spaghetti. This is while they were raping and pillaging, while they were rounding up villagers to kidnap. Over the course of several hours, the raiders abducted more than 150 villagers from Kuchi. Kuchi village is located in the central state of Niger, which borders Nigeria's capital, Abuja. The village shouldn't be more than 3 to 4 hours away from the capital, but that didn't deter the raiders. And even though the local militia fought bravely, no reinforcements arrived. No one came to help the village as it was being attacked. The raiders had all the time in the world to kidnap their victims. They returned the following night as well. On Saturday, they even had the audacity to take the head of the village. Even an entire day after the first attack, the village received no protection. This isn't the first time Kuchi village was attacked. Amnesty says the raiders have consistently attacked Kuchi since 2021. A local official said that this was the 5th time that the village had been targeted. But despite the regular danger, it seems nothing is being done to fix the problem. Amnesty was direct in its criticism. The group said that the frequent mass abductions and killings are clear evidence of failure of authorities to protect the people. It also said that the Nigerian authorities have left the rural communities of Niger State at the mercy of gunmen who kill and abduct people daily. Reports have also found that in the last year, over 7,000 people have been abducted and more than 4,500 have been killed in Nigeria. That's more than 12 killed and about 20 abducted every single day. Starting from May 29, 2023, the date of Bola Tinubu's inauguration as president. He had vowed to put an end to terror and kidnappings, but on the contrary, mass abductions seem to be on the rise. There was the kidnapping of around 300 school children in March, and now over 150 this weekend. Clearly, Tinubu is failing, as mass abductions almost become the norm in Nigeria.
Our next story is from South Asia, from one of India's neighbours, Bangladesh, where Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has made an astounding claim. She says a plot is afoot to carve up her country, a plot to create a new Christian state from parts of Bangladesh and neighbouring Myanmar. Now, she did not mention who came up with this plot, but she dropped enough hints for the world to figure out. Sheikh Hasina mentioned the plot while discussing elections in her country. Bangladesh went to polls on January 7 this year. The elections took place amid heavy criticism from most of the West, but especially one country, the United States of America. Before the polls, throughout 2023, the US tried to throw its weight around in Bangladesh through their ambassador to Dhaka, Peter Haas. The ambassador was meeting with opposition parties. He was even accused of supporting the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or BNP, the chief rival to Sheikh Hasina's Awami League. Plus, American criticism over the election seemed unending even after the polls and Sheikh Hasina's sweeping victory. The criticism continued. Now, the Bangladeshi Prime Minister has made a stunning revelation about it. She says that she was given an offer by a quote-unquote foreign country, an offer for a hassle-free re-election, no constant badgering, no condemnation, just smooth sailing. But there was a condition. The unnamed foreign nation wanted something in return. They wanted to build an airbase in Bangladesh. Again, Sheikh Hasina did not take any names. She just said that the offer was made by, and I'm quoting again, a white man. Now, observers have added 2 and 2 together, and they're pointing fingers at the United States. So what are the clues that implicate Washington? We'll start with the obvious, the criticism. The US went out of its way to tarnish Sheikh Hasina's image. But was it the most unfair election this year? Think about some other polls, like the sham election in nearby Pakistan, where the main opposition leader Imran Khan was in jail. Do you remember the US condemning Pakistan, though? Do you remember them saying that the election wasn't free or fair? On the contrary, America called it, quote-unquote, competitive. They called the Pakistani election competitive. So they turned a blind eye to Pakistan, but kept going after Bangladesh. Was it because Sheikh Hasina refused to give them a base? That's one reason why people think that she is talking about the US. Another reason is the Christian state charge. Sheikh Hasina said that there is a plot to carve up Bangladesh, to create a Christian state like East Timor. And that is the hint. East Timor is a country in Southeast Asia. It's on the eastern side of the island of Timor that it shares with Indonesia. Indonesia had annexed East Timor in 1976. But in the year 2002, East Timor became an independent nation, an independent Christian majority nation, which now houses US military bases, including an airfield. And that is the second hint. Another sign that points to the US. So if we accept Sheikh Hasina's claims about the airbase offer, the next question is why? Why would the US want to build an airfield in Bangladesh? The most obvious reason would be to counter China. Beijing has been cozying up to Sheikh Hasina. It helped build a submarine base in Bangladesh, the country's first. China built it. The base is called the BNS Sheikh Hasina. Now, a new dry dock is being built there. Eventually, China may try and use the Bangladeshi base for its own ships and submarines, giving it a toehold in Bangladesh. So the US may be eyeing a base of its own to counter this. And the instinct may be correct, but the method was not. Bullying Bangladesh is not the way to go, and it seems Washington is learning it the hard way. They're now looking to reset ties with Dhaka. They've nominated a new ambassador to Bangladesh, which is a good start, but it may not be enough to undo the damage, to repair a relationship they ruined by trying to bully Sheikh Hasina. We'll be tracking this space. If you're in the Philippines, here's one thing that is illegal: divorce. You can annul your marriage, you can separate from your spouse, you can live in different houses, but you cannot end the marriage. Why is that? Because of the strong influence of the Catholic Church, the Philippines is one of the 2 countries in the world where divorce is still illegal. The other is the Vatican City, the seat of the Catholic Church. But now the island nation of the Philippines wants to change that. It has already taken the first step. The House of Representatives in Manila has passed a bill to legalize divorce. Next, it will head to the Senate. But will it pass? Our next report tells you.
Stunning beaches, rich biodiversity, natural wonders, diverse cultural heritage, and a delicious cuisine. The Philippines is known for a lot. But here's something that's not legal in the country. It's divorce. Yes, you heard that right. If you live in Philippines, marriages are forever, whether you like it or not. Why is that? It has to do with the country's colonial past. Before the 16th century, divorce was legal in the Philippines. Then came Spain. They colonized the island nation. The rule lasted for 3 centuries. During this time, Roman Catholicism was established as the dominant religion. The Church's doctrines impact its values. More importantly, it impacted the laws. Even after independence, that continued. Currently, nearly 79% of the population are Roman Catholics. It is among the highest in the world, which means the Church still holds a lot of influence. And they call the shots. Take the Philippines Constitution, for example. It recognizes family as the foundation of the nation, which means laws are made for 2 things: preservation of marriage and prohibition of divorce. For Catholics, marriage is a sacred commitment, not just to a spouse, but to God. So while couples can separate, divorce or remarriage is forbidden. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen in other Catholic countries. In the last few decades, the Church has relaxed its rules. Divorces are allowed in countries with large Catholic populations, like Spain, Ireland, and Argentina. Even in the Philippines, you may not be able to get a divorce, but legal separation is allowed. The couple can live separately, but there's a catch. They can't marry again. There's also the annulment of marriage, but the legal process is slow and very expensive. This means unhappy couples stay married. Women can't even leave violent spouses.
I filed a petition for a declaration of nullity of marriage so I could be free, so I could move on from the trauma that I suffered before. I need to be free so I won't be called immoral or a mistress.
Manila has long backed banning divorce, but the sentiment has shifted in recent years. Local surveys show half of the population wants to legalize divorce. Even President Marcos Jr. has offered his support, but there's also significant resistance, especially from the church and other groups. They say it will weaken the institution of marriage. That will lead to a breakdown in family values. So, will the Philippines legalize divorce? The House of Representatives has already passed the bill to do so. It will now move to the Senate. If the Senate too passes the bill, it will go to the President. Of course, it isn't a first for the Philippines. Previous such attempts have failed. But the recent passage of the bill reflects a shift in mindset, because many argue that while marriages may or may not be made in heaven, divorces should be allowed on earth.
Imagine a city at 50 degrees Celsius. Entire neighborhoods resemble ghost towns. Pavements are empty, parks are quiet, school playgrounds are silent. Nobody with a choice ventures outside. Sounds dystopian? Well, that's what life looks like in some parts of India. West Rajasthan has recorded 50 degrees Celsius. That's halfway to boiling temperatures. It is staggering, but not unusual. Across the state, temperatures are exceeding 46 degrees, much like Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab and Gujarat.
The way it has become extremely difficult for us to work on the border is enough to know about the scorching heat.
As the temperature rises, our primary work with iron rods becomes very challenging as they heat up, making it difficult for us to work. In order to fill our stomach, something must be done.
The problem is not limited to states on red alert. Other places which have cooler summers are recording all-time high temperatures. There's a heat wave in Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, temperatures are 7 degrees above normal. In some parts, they hit 34 degrees, breaking a 43-year-old record. So how is everyone coping? Well, some are beating the heat by getting creative. Others are going back to the basics, even if that means trespassing. But if you zoom out a little, you will see that intense heat is not limited to India. It is stifling the entire globe this year. In the southern hemisphere, there's an unusually warm winter. In the northern hemisphere, there is a record-breaking hot summer. Asia and Africa are the worst hit. Myanmar, Laos and Vietnam broke records for hot days. So did South Africa, Gabon, Kenya and South Sudan. The Philippines experienced its hottest night ever. In parts of Pakistan, temperatures are rising above 52 degrees. People are bathing in water tanks, deserting streets and closing shops at midday.
The customers are not coming because of extreme heat. I sit idly at the restaurant with these tables and chairs and without any customers. I take baths several times a day, which brings me a little relief. Also, there is no power. The heat has made us very uneasy.
The heat wave is roasting Cambodia. It has hit the famed Kampot pepper harvest.
I feel so sad, but I don't know what to do. It is a natural disaster. I don't know how to keep the plants alive.
We prepared. We know about climate change. We stored water. We built roofs to protect our peppers from the hot weather, but it was not enough.
In Thailand, corals are turning white. In Vietnam, hundreds of thousands of fish are dying. No matter how you look at it, it can feel like the world is on fire. This is the era of global boiling. So the obvious question is, how much heat can we stand? How hot is too hot for the human body? You see, humans are warm-blooded mammals. So we maintain a constant body temperature, that is 98 degrees Fahrenheit or 37 degrees Celsius. Our bodies are designed to work right at that temperature. If the temperature increases, the system begins to fail. But there is no singular heat threshold. It depends on humidity, wind, direct exposure to sunlight, a person's fitness levels, body size, and so on. Most people can bear body temperatures of 104 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 40 degrees Celsius, but only for a short time. After that, things get dicey because our bodies begin to cook in their own heat, and I mean it literally. For instance, let's consider living in 50 degrees Celsius, which is a new reality for many of us. This is more than 10 degrees above bearable body temperatures. It is toxic heat. So the body overheats, it works in overdrive to cool off, the heart kicks up its rate, the blood thickens, the water quotient reduces, the body begins to dry out, the organs start shutting down, the muscles lock around the lungs, and finally the brain is choked of oxygen. This is a heat stroke. Your body cooks to the point where you have multi-organ failure, and this is one of the many scenarios. Heat is a silent killer and a selective one. For some, 50-degree temperatures can cause nausea. For some, the same amount of heat can trigger a heat stroke, and for others, it could even mean death. So why do some people suffer more? The answer is tied to socioeconomic status and resources. Those who work outside or suffer from health conditions are the most vulnerable. But we all need to protect ourselves because extreme heat is creeping up fast and we cannot change our circumstances as rapidly. So we need to work with what we have. If you have air conditioning, your solution is the simplest. Stay inside as much as possible. It is not ideal, but that's where we're at. If you don't have those resources, hydrate. Drinking water is the best solution. It can ease the load of your organs. But most of all, listen to your body. If your appetite is fading, it's because your body wants to avoid the thermal effect of food. So try eating more fruit. If you're feeling lethargic, take a break. Even moderate physical exertion can greatly increase your body heat. The human body is remarkably strong. It is incredible at dealing with heat. It will work to defend its core temperature, but with extreme heat, you need to help your body help itself. For our last story, let's talk about social media. It comes with a set of rules like don't endorse violence or don't promote dangerous substances or fake news. But Chinese social media has some extra rules like don't show off your wealth. And this has landed two influencers in trouble. One of them is called China's Kim Kardashian. Their accounts have been taken down, their videos have been deleted. Basically, there is no trace of them on social media anymore. Their lavish display of wealth may have impressed their followers, but China's internet watchdog was not pleased. Our next report tells you why.
In the dazzling world of social media, influencers reign supreme. They often flaunt their opulent lifestyles, their branded bags, their luxury cars, their supercars. But how much is too much? Ask China and they will tell you that showing off is bad. So Beijing is doing what it does best. It's cracking down. Influencers who flaunt their wealth are public enemy number one. Like Wang Hongquan-Ching. He earned the moniker China's Kim Kardashian. Why? Because of his extravagant displays of wealth. Wang was a living embodiment of opulence. He once bragged that he never left home without wearing at least $1.4 million worth of jewelry and clothing. Plus, he's popular. Wang has around 4.4 million followers on platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Xiaohongshu. And they all watched as he paraded his riches. But Wang's ostentatious lifestyle didn't sit well with everyone, especially for China's internet watchdog. They decided he needed to take a back seat. And just like that, Wang Hongquan-Ching was abruptly taken off Weibo, Douyin, and Xiaohongshu. They have banned him from showcasing his lavish lifestyle. And it's not just him. Another influencer, Bayu Jiaji, called Sister Abalone, has also been taken off. Her Douyin account had 2.3 million followers. Now, censorship isn't new in China. Their social media has always had a lot of rules. You cannot insult the Communist Party. You cannot slam Chinese culture. You cannot promote rumors about Chinese businesses. You cannot promote wasteful eating. You must propagate positive social values. In 2016, authorities decided to clean up the internet. Anyone who didn't follow the rules was out. But in April this year, China's internet watchdog had a new diktat: no absurd displays of wealth. Of course, Beijing came up with its own reason to prevent adversely influencing teens. The state media called it a toxic influence. But, as with all things China, what you see is definitely not what you get. The real reason behind this crackdown is China's economy. It's slumping. Recovery after the pandemic has been slow. The real estate market has burst. Youth unemployment is at a record high. And such displays of wealth may sow anger and discontent among the public. So Beijing wants to avoid that scenario. But this is where the two influencers messed up. They didn't take the warning seriously. They continued with videos of their opulent mansions, of their luxury apartments, of their custom Rolls-Royce. That was the final straw for the authorities. They have removed their videos from all social media. The story serves as a cautionary tale. In the world of social media, the fall from grace is often swift and unceremonious. Fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. But in China, it can also change with a swift directive from the authorities.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Brussels, dairy farmers wheel plastic cows through the streets, demanding fair prices. In China, a rare cloud waterfall cascades over mountains in the Hubei province. And the US police have made an unusual arrest. They've captured and put an alligator at the back of a patrol car. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1998, Pakistan became a nuclear power. It conducted 5 simultaneous underground nuclear tests. Islamabad began developing nukes after the 1971 war with India. Their tests came a few weeks after India's Pokhran test. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Israel is staring at a severe border crisis. In the south, an Egyptian soldier was killed in a firing incident with the Israeli army on the Rafah border. Egypt's military intelligence says there was heavy fighting between Israeli troops and Hamas in Gaza on the other side of the Rafah border. And as the fighting escalated, Egyptian security personnel took protective countermeasures. And amid the firing, an Egyptian soldier was killed, reportedly by Israeli troops. Now, both Egypt and Israel have launched an investigation into the incident. However, some Israeli military personnel are reportedly blaming Egypt for the deadly exchange of fire. Israel has confirmed that none of its troops were either killed or injured. And now Israel and Egypt signed a peace treaty back in 1979, and the two nations have cooperated ever since. However, tensions have been escalating between Israel and Egypt since the war first began in October of last year. The Israeli military has been operating in Rafah and controlling the border crossing in Gaza since early May. And Egypt has shut down its side of the Rafah border crossing, preventing crucial humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. In fact, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has even accused Cairo of holding Gaza hostage. Now, as the situation intensifies on the Rafah border, Israel is facing heightened tensions to its north. Lebanon-based Hezbollah fired at least 50 rockets at 3 Israeli border towns, wounding several civilians. In retaliation, Israel launched airstrikes deep into Lebanon, killing at least 7 Hezbollah fighters. Israel claims that it dropped bombs on 3 Hezbollah locations and destroyed 1 command center of the Iran-backed group. And now Hezbollah says they will increase their attacks on Israel.
This Israeli attack will only make us more attached to the resistance, and it will persuade the people of this area not to leave. We are in a state of war with the Israelis. Of course, there will be sacrifices and losses, but at the same time, the resistance is also inflicting losses.
Now, in recent weeks, Hezbollah has stepped up its cross-border attacks on Israel to show their solidarity for Palestinians in Gaza. With a firing incident in Egypt and cross-border strikes with Hezbollah, Israel's war in Gaza is showing ominous signs of spreading throughout the region. And staying in the Middle East, the International Atomic Energy Agency, or the IAEA, has reported that Iran has further increased its stockpile of enriched uranium, taking it closer to weapons-grade levels. The United Nations nuclear watchdog says Tehran has 313 pounds or 142 kilograms of enriched uranium. The agency also adds that the uranium has been enriched to 60%, which is just one technical step away from reaching weapons-grade uranium levels of 90%. Now, the nuclear watchdog has also warned that Iran has the capability to use the 60% enriched uranium to make nuclear weapons. Though most nuclear bombs use uranium enriched to 90%, the IAEA says that the weapons could also be made using just the 60% enriched uranium. Now, the latest report highlights that Iran now has a total stockpile of over 1,300 pounds or 6,200 kilograms of enriched uranium. This is an increase of almost twice the enriched uranium stockpile that Tehran had just last year. Now, it takes just 92 pounds or 42 kilograms of the enriched uranium to make one nuclear bomb. Given Iran's current stockpile, the country could manufacture up to 14 atom bombs. Now, what's more alarming is that Iran has suspended talks with the nuclear watchdog after the death of President Ibrahim Raisi. The planned talks consisted of Tehran providing an update to the IAEA on the nuclear program, but now they've been put on hold by Iran indefinitely. A lack of trust between Iran and the nuclear watchdog have been rising since 2018, when then U.S. President Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew the United States from the Iran nuclear deal. Now, under the original deal, Iran was allowed to enrich uranium to only a little above 3%. Iran has repeatedly denied any ambition to develop nuclear weapons. However, the country's nuclear program remains under guidance and control of its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And moving to East Asia, North Korea's latest attempt to put a spy satellite into orbit was a failure. The rocket carrying the satellite exploded just 2 minutes after liftoff. Pyongyang's launch attempt drew criticism from Japan, South Korea, and the United States. They believe Russia is helping North Korea with its space mission in exchange for weapons that are being used against Ukraine. Our next report takes you inside the failed launch and what it means for the region.
North Korea's latest attempt to put a spy satellite into orbit has failed. Pyongyang says its rocket exploded mid-air just minutes after liftoff on Monday. The statement came after South Korea's military reported the launch of an unidentified projectile. Earlier on Monday, North Korea issued a warning that it would try to launch a satellite and its window would last until the 4th of June. This announcement prompted criticism from both Seoul and Tokyo as they urged Pyongyang to call off the launch. While Japan briefly issued an emergency alert ordering evacuations in the southern Okinawa prefecture, South Korea's military held fighter jet drills in a show of force.
Even if the purpose was to launch a satellite, it is a clear violation of the relevant UN Security Council resolutions, prohibiting any launches using ballistic missile technology by North Korea.
Our military is closely monitoring North Korea's possible provocations and activities and is prepared for them. So, even if they conduct missile provocations and launch of the reconnaissance satellite at the same time, I will tell you that we are fully ready for them.
The United States also condemned the launch, saying it took place in violation of multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. These resolutions ban Pyongyang's use of ballistic missile technology. Now, the attempted satellite launch followed a rare trilateral summit by Seoul, Beijing and Tokyo. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida denounced North Korea's launch plan. However, Chinese Premier Li Qiang did not mention the launch but called on all parties to lower tensions in the Korean peninsula. Now, putting a spy satellite into orbit has long been a top priority for North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The nuclear-armed nation claims it successfully placed its first spy satellite last November after 2 failed attempts. However, South Korea's intelligence agency has cast doubts on the claim of the satellite being fully functional. November's launch came 2 months after Kim Jong-un made a rare trip to Russia and toured its Space Launch Center, where President Vladimir Putin promised to help Pyongyang build satellites. At the end of last year, the North Korean leader said that Pyongyang would launch 3 more military spy satellites in 2024. These launches would be a continuation of his military modernization program, which saw a record number of weapon tests in 2023. Reports say some Russian engineers even visited North Korea to help with its latest launch preparations. South Korea and the US have alleged that North Korea is sending weapons to Moscow in return for the technical assistance. And Russia is reportedly using these weapons in the war against Ukraine. But all these allegations and criticism don't seem to affect Kim Jong-un, who wants to keep an eye on the world with his space missions.
And now to Russia, which is planning to remove Afghanistan's ruling Taliban from the list of terrorist organizations. The Russian envoy to Afghanistan says that the delisting would enable Moscow to decide whether to formally recognize the Taliban government. For years now, Russia has fostered relations with the Taliban by holding multiple rounds of talks and boosting trade despite international sanctions. Recently, Moscow invited the Taliban to attend its biggest annual economic forum. The event was once seen as the cornerstone of Russia's economic ties with the West before its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, Russia's foreign and justice ministries have reported to Vladimir Putin on the issue of removing the ban. Russia's foreign minister says the Taliban is the real power in Afghanistan, and its removal from the list of banned organizations reflects objective reality. In 2003, Russia recognized the Taliban movement as a terrorist organization when the radical group was waging a deadly insurgency against the United States and its allies in Afghanistan. The insurgents stormed back to power in August of 2021 as the U.S.-led forces withdrew from Afghanistan. Now, currently, no foreign country has formally recognized Taliban's government as legitimate. However, several regional countries, including China and Pakistan, have retained their embassies in Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover. In fact, last year, Kazakhstan removed the Taliban from its list of banned organizations. Now, if Russia moves to recognize the Taliban government, it would attract more criticism from Western nations who have repeatedly called Moscow a state sponsor of terrorism. And finally, in the United States, where in South Dakota, a 9-member family reunion caused a roundworm outbreak, forcing the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention to step in. It all started when the family members ate kebabs of black bear meat, and instead of leftovers, they went home with parasitic worms in their bodies. Our final report explains how this reunion party went horribly wrong.
Family reunions are rare these days, but when one does happen, it's all about fun, food and frolic. And usually the only takeaway is a few extra kilos, but not always. A 9-person family reunion in South Dakota turned into everyone's worst nightmare. Instead of taking home leftovers to enjoy later, they took home dozens of parasitic worms in their bodies. Here's what happened. One family member decided to spice things up with some black bear meat. Hunting black bears is legal in Canada and some US states. The meat had been frozen for 45 days, supposedly to kill any parasites. And when the meat finally made its grand entrance, it was grilled with vegetables and served as kebabs. A classic meal eaten at many family parties in the US. But that hearty meal turned into a horror show, because along with the scrumptious black bear kebabs, they had also consumed gooey worms. As gross as it may sound, this is the reality. 6 of the 9 family members were struck down by a rare parasitic disease. The details emerged after the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention released an investigative report. After this party ended, the party of the worms began. A week after the reunion, a 29-year-old man was hospitalized. He had a fever, severe muscle pain, and swelling around his eyes. He tested positive for Trichinella antibodies, a type of roundworm. 5 other family members had the same symptoms. They all had to be hospitalized as well. However, there were 3 lucky members who somehow escaped the wrath of the worms. Officials tested the leftover meat and found roundworm larvae. Looks like they were having their own kind of reunion. The agency determined that all 6 people had trichinellosis, a disease caused by eating undercooked meat contaminated with Trichinella larvae. According to the World Organization for Animal Health, some parasites can survive freezing. Hence, no amount of cold can kill them. Thus, officials advise that black bear meat needs to be cooked thoroughly. Smoking, salting, drying and microwaving just won't cut it. The hospitalized family members were given an anti-parasitic drug, while those without symptoms got supportive care. But in the end, everyone recovered. So in the end, all's well that ends well. But next time at reunions like these, people should maybe just stick to burgers and hot dogs. And remember, if you're grilling anything wilder than your usual barbecue fare, make sure it's cooked properly. No one wants a side of worms with their kebabs. So here's to more family reunions full of fun, laughter and parasite-free food.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. South Africa's May 29th elections.
There was a start of change in the country.
We are on the verge of history.
I am standing here at the forefront of change, where voices echo the call for action. The nation grapples with an unemployment crisis As South Africans prepare to cast their votes, the question looms, will the winds of change usher in a new era, or will the legacy of the past maintain its grip on the future? Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains the pivotal election in South Africa. Citizens in the country are just hours away from voting in a historic general election. The 2024 battle is expected to be the tightest since the end of apartheid in 1994. All eyes are on President Cyril Ramaphosa and the ruling African National Congress, who have been under immense pressure. And that is because in the last 5 years, South Africa has witnessed a widening gap between what the ANC promised and what it delivered. Critics say the ANC has failed to walk the talk on several crucial issues, from unemployment to crime rates to cost of living crisis and even power cuts. 27.79 million strong electorate is eligible to vote in the 29th of May election, the highest since the dawn of democracy in the Rainbow Nation. Of this, about 11.7 million, or 42% of voters, aged between 18 and 39 years old, which means that South Africa's political future could be decided by its youth. For them, the primary concern has been high unemployment rate, which had adversely impacted them the most.
I'm now for 4 years unemployed, and one son is at school, and my daughter, she's as well unemployed. So it's hard for us to come by just for that little money. I would like to have a job, any job, even if it's to clean someone's house. Anything, any job, I'll take it.
This year, the ANC has promised to create millions of jobs in the next 5 years, along with wiping out corruption, boosting investments and the private sector.
Next 5 years, working with all South Africans, we will implement a jobs plan to put more South Africans to work. We will build our industries and invest in an inclusive economy. We will tackle the high cost of living. We will invest in our people and provide services that our people need.
According to the World Bank, South Africa has the highest unemployment rate globally. During the first quarter of this year, more than 8.2 million South Africans remained without jobs. The unemployment rate surged by a whopping 32.9% from the previous quarter. Comparatively, back in 2019, this unemployment rate stood at 28.7%. Now, last year, close to half the citizens aged 15 to 34 were neither studying nor were they working or training for work. And the United Nations says this could be a quote-unquote ticking time bomb, which could further lead to political instability. Now, as the voting date draws closer, Ramaphosa's success hinges heavily on whether or not voters are convinced that the ANC's policies will reverse the worrying trend. For more on this, we are being joined by Musa Mdunge, a political analyst who is joining us live from Dundee in the UK. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me, and good afternoon to you and to your viewers.
Right. Now, with such large percentage of the voters between the ages of 18 and 34, South Africa's political future could very well be decided by its youth. Just how important is it for the youth of a nation to be involved in the democratic process of voting?
Well, Alison, it's a very, very important duty, civic duty that young people ought to undertake in these particular elections. As you put it so well, that, you have about 11 million voters, aged between that 18 to 39. So certainly young people will have a role to play in these elections. The question that we've got to ask ourselves is, will we see particularly those from 18 to 25 really join these elections And if that is the case, where will their vote turn? And what will it tell us about how young people are thinking about not only the political system, but also the kind of political ideology they believe is befitting for a country like South Africa to pursue as it grows. So the role of young people is quite important in these elections, but we know that young people tend not to go out in bulk to vote. And that's been really the challenge for political parties to really get that youth vote out in support for them.
Absolutely. And with unemployment at an impossibly high rate of 32.9%, with many of those being young people in the country, what do you think could be the impact of their votes on the election tomorrow?
Well, if we look at polling, polling just suggests that we are looking at a very consequential election where the African National Congress is unlikely to get a 50+1. And this has many implications in terms of the kind of partners they can then bed in order to enter power. Now, the challenge, as you've put it nicely, is that this issue around unemployment is such a big issue for young people because about 50% of these young people sit outside of education and outside of formal employment. The problem here, Alison, is this, is how do you then develop this economy? Because the challenge South Africa's economy has is you are dealing with an economy that is saturated, an overly developed economy whose current industries have no new space for growth. And the kind of growth that would really see job creation happening at a faster pace. So you would know this term, this idea of jobless growth that has often been lauded upon us as South Africans. And I would argue that it's not a matter of jobless growth. It is that the pace of the economy to grow in such a way that even those who sit outside of the labor market, in other words, those who have decided to give up on looking for a job, are then able, not one, to inspire to re-enter the labor market, but also the labor market's ability to even absorb them. And I would argue that what we have is a twin problem for the South African labor market. It's one about those who are active in the labor market but can't find jobs. That's what the 32.4% represents. But it's this other boogeyman, which are those who have been discouraged. But what will happen if growth starts to trickle in and jobs are created at a higher rate? What you're likely to see is more people re-entering the labor market. And I would argue for the medium term, you won't see those unemployment numbers drop. And that's how we tell the story. We need to tell the story in its totality. But I don't see political parties doing that. And that's where the problem and the crisis is.
Yeah. And Musa, the ANC had promised jobs in its 2019 manifesto. Now in 2024 as well, it has promised millions of jobs. Has the current ANC leadership jeopardized the party's political legacy by not fulfilling its promises? And do you think that the youth of South Africa will put their trust in the ANC again?
ANC's results, certainly from the last 5 years, of course, we know we had COVID-19, and that didn't help our economic plight. I think the ANC has not done itself well by not meeting its promises, or at the least being honest with the South African population about what it truly will take in order to deal with this unemployment crisis. The challenge for the ANC has been around the structural impediments that have shaped the South African economy, as I have laid out. And it is around the policies on industrialization, on trade, on how do you support small businesses. All of these things are areas in which I think the ANC has not been able to truly do well, and has impacted Cyril Ramaphosa's ability to almost turn this new dawn into a reality, as he had spoken about. And a second thing I would argue is it's important that we get our cause and effect analogy right here. Does the state truly create jobs? And if we truly believe that, then what are the kind of economic policies that need to take shape? And I think that there's a dishonesty here by the ANC, but even other political parties are doing it as well, to say that it is the state who will hold the full responsibility of creating jobs. And you and I both know that is not the case. It's the private sector whose duty is to do that. But what kind of economic conditions is the state setting up for the private sector to take that initiative? And I think the fact that the ANC have been both dishonest about this cause and effect as it relates to jobs, that has not done them right. But I see the same thing happening with other political parties, which then tells me that even after the 29 May election, we may just have more of the same as it comes from what shapes the political and economic understanding and ideology that political parties understand in terms of job creation. And that's the key here, is who creates jobs? Is it the state or the private sector?
Yeah.
Depending how we answer that question, then we can hold these public office bearers accountable to say, have you both understood the South African story in terms of its economy? But two, do you have then the solutions for it?
Absolutely. Musa, thank you very much for your time on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights.
Thank you so much for having me.
From the political battlefield to actual ones in Africa now, where China is making new forays. Chinese weapons are taking over Africa. Beijing is signing weapons deals with its existing allies in Africa and is also wooing potential partners with its supply of arms. China has already delivered warships to Djibouti and to Mauritania and drones to Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo. According to Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, at least 21 countries in sub-Saharan Africa received Chinese arms between the years 2019 and 2023. Sale of weapons in Africa is much more than just a source of revenue for China. It wants to be the preferred partner for African nations. With the sale of weapons, Beijing aims to extend its influence across the continent. But this is because Africa is fast becoming a playing field for geopolitical rivalry between the US, Russia, China, and some medium-sized powers too, such as Turkey. Now, Beijing also intends to establish a naval base on Africa's Atlantic coast, and this has been a cause of worry for Washington. China is even expanding modernizing its own armed forces to challenge the US and its allies. But how is China capturing the African weapons market? Well, Beijing's strategy is the same that it uses for the trade of other goods. China sells its arms at cut prices. It bundles weapons with flexible financing arrangements, military cooperation, and training for officers. And this makes an attractive proposition for armies of African nations. Officers from 50 countries in Africa take military education courses offered by China. Among the graduates of these courses are 8 defense ministers and 10 defense chiefs. Now, China is already a major investor in Africa. It made significant inroads into Africa under President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. At a bilateral level, it has invested in 52 out of 54 African countries and is poised to enter the 53rd market in Sao Tome and Principe. Now, China has even dethroned Russia to become the largest arms supplier to sub-Saharan Africa. Moscow's arms exports to the region between 2019 and 2023 were 44% lower than previously in the 4 years. Now, it's not just Russia that is feeling the heat. France used to be a major supplier of weapons in French-speaking West Africa, where governments are fighting Islamist insurgents. But China, the UAE and Turkey are capturing that market from France. Senegal, the Ivory Coast and Benin recently paraded Chinese armored vehicles, and China has delivered almost 300 armored vehicles, tanks and drones to Nigeria since 2020. But China's arms business could also land it in a tight spot. In the 1990s, Eritrea cut off ties with China after it emerged that its adversary, Ethiopia, was also being supplied with weapons from Beijing. Now, China's supply of drones to the Democratic Republic of Congo have heightened tensions with its neighbor Rwanda, which has been accused of firing a Chinese-made missile at a UN surveillance drone. So while Chinese weapons may be modernizing African militaries, Beijing's business of arms could also make existing conflicts worse, with concerns about potential implications for Africa's peace and security. Moving to Nigeria now, 10 people were killed and 160 others, including women and children, have been kidnapped. From July of 2022 to July of 2023, more than 3,000 people were abducted in Nigeria, with more than half of them concentrated in Northwest region. Now that's according to an analysis published by SBM Intelligence, an Africa-focused consulting company. In March this year, nearly 300 school children were kidnapped in the Kaduna state, and they demanded a ransom payment of 1 billion naira, or more than $600,000. The gunmen threatened to kill the children if their demands were not met. However, nearly 130 of them were rescued by the army days before the deadline for the payment expired.
Honestly speaking, we were in such a terrible situation that can only be imagined. Even the food we were given to eat is better imagined and not something a human being should be given to eat.
When someone among us offended them, they dealt severely with everyone, but especially those who caused the problem. Part of the punishment given to us was asking us to carry sandbags into the corners reserved for sleeping.
For years now, Nigeria's security forces have struggled to control insurgent groups in the north of the country. This has left the human security in the country in a shambles. Now, many of these kidnappings are driven by economic desperation. They are used as a means to get money. However, at times, kidnappers have also demanded food, motorcycles, and even petrol as ransom. Meanwhile, some abductions are politically motivated. Villagers see the abductions carried out by Boko Haram as a way of asserting its strength both to the government and the civilians. And it's time now for our special segment, Resurgent Africa. With the coups and the crises dominating the headlines, on this show we get you stories of hope and positivity from across Africa that often get overlooked. Our report today is from the West African nation of Burkina Faso, where despite the extreme weather conditions and a severe water crisis, the country has adopted a sport that requires a lot of water, golf. But the Burkina Faso people have found a way to enjoy the sport without exacerbating the water crisis. Now, their version of golf has brown courses instead of green. Wondering how? Watch our next report.
Burkina Faso, a landlocked country in Western Africa that has often been in the headlines for violence, coups and insurgencies, is in the news once again, but this time for all the right reasons. The Sahel country has managed to pioneer water conservation efforts in golf, a sport that requires acres of luscious lawns and a lot of water to keep them green. But the country has been reeling under a severe water crisis. So, they found a way to enjoy the sport without exacerbating this problem. The country's sole golf club is in the outskirts of the capital Ouagadougou. It boasts of an 18-hole course and 2 9-hole courses. But these courses are not green, they're brown. Instead of manicured lawns, the players here find sand, stones and sinewy shrubs. The sand in these courses are bonded with old motor oil, which helps in levelling and settling the crumbly surface. These courses are certified by the French Golf Federation.
Often there are these unexpected things there. You can hit your ball and then it hits a rock. It changes the trajectory of the ball, but it's also part of the game. This is also what makes the Ouagadougou route a bit atypical, which cannot be compared to any other route. In fact, it has its own peculiarities.
It takes an average of 5,000 cubic meters of water per day to maintain a top-class 18-hole golf course. The same amount of water could be used to meet the daily water consumption of a town of 12,000 people. Experts warn that climate change is likely to accelerate drought and desertification in Burkina Faso and other parts of West Africa.
Burkina is a country where we need water. Water is a very expensive commodity, so we can't afford to drill in here and cultivate a green grass, while the population needs water to drink. So we can't afford to come in here and say, we are going to play golf. And already golf is a sport that is criticized. It is said that it is a sport of the bourgeois. So if we still allow ourselves to pour water here to say that we will grow the grass, I think they would not let us play here.
The origin of golf in Burkina Faso dates more than half a century. It was founded in 1975. The club's sports director, Abdou Tapsoba, says it was his father who introduced golf to Ouagadougou. His father took up the sport while in the French army following World War II. Tapsoba explains that the club is not a mere sports facility, it even provided jobs to those whose land was taken over by the club. Some people found jobs tending the courses, while others became caddies. And quite often, the workers themselves turned into exceptional golfers.
Most of the caddies here are Balkoi kids, because you can't work in golf until you start caddying. And I admit that the best players are also among the young people of Balkoi. Most of them, if you look, the best players here are young people who started here, who started off caddying and then became members of the club itself.
For the world, Burkina Faso has set an example of being a pioneer in bringing water conservation to the thirstiest of sports. Burkinabes have certainly changed the game.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
As a result of this strike on Sunday, I have no policy changes to speak to.
It's a rallying call, it's a slogan, and it's a political reality, all of it rolled into one. Social media has been flooded with a picture. Let me pull it up for you. It shows a massive refugee camp in the desert. Look at how the tents have been arranged. It reads, "All eyes on Rafah." And if you're wondering, yes, this image was generated by artificial intelligence. It was not clicked in Rafah. but it is going viral. This picture has been shared millions of times by movie stars, by athletes and by politicians. Look at some of the prominent names: pop star Dua Lipa, model Bella Hadid, cricketer Travis Head, and a long list of Bollywood stars like Alia Bhatt, Varun Dhawan and Kareena Kapoor. Now, this trend raises a couple of questions. 1, where did it come from? 2, how did it spread? And 3, why now? The slogan itself came from the WHO, the World Health Organization. One of their officials made this comment in February. He was speaking after Israel ordered Rafah's evacuation. He said, "All eyes are on Rafah." But how did the image spread? It's not clear who made this picture, but rights groups picked it up, like Save the Children, Oxfam and Justice in Palestine. All of them shared this picture on social media. Then celebrities picked it up, or maybe their PR teams did. And that's how it blew up. Right now, it's almost everywhere. The picture was shared more than 37 million times by Wednesday morning. It's among the first uses of AI in activism, which brings us to the final question: why now? Because of what happened on Sunday. Israel bombed a refugee camp in Rafah. They killed around 45 Palestinian civilians, all of them inside tents. Now, most countries have criticized Israel's attack. The European Union is actually discussing sanctions on Israel. But guess who is not moved? The United States of America.
Can you explain how the strike in Rafah does not cross the lines that the president has set?
We still don't believe that a major ground operation in Rafah is warranted. We still don't want to see the Israelis, as we say, smash into Rafah with large units over large pieces of territory. We still believe that, and we haven't seen that at this point.
So bombing a refugee camp is not a red line. Then what is? Apparently a full-scale operation. Honestly, we understand the sentiment. We're talking about the United States here, a country that has bombed 30 other countries, 30 countries, a country whose wars have killed 400,000 civilians. So clearly a refugee camp is nothing for them. But where does that leave accountability? Who will investigate this attack? Israel themselves. Their military is probing Sunday's bombing. You can guess what they will find. Maybe an accuracy issue or a problem with the camp structure. But the world may not buy it. United Nations agencies have already questioned Israel's excuses. They don't think this was a mishap. They think it was deliberate. Same with eyewitnesses. They say the refugee camps were housing wounded children.
We heard this called a tragic mishap, a mistake. I guess the question is, what then to call the ferocious attacks that have killed thousands and thousands of children? How do we describe the actions that have pushed an entire population to starvation?
I heard a strong sound and found smoke rising from the tent. I went into the tent and found the woman was bleeding and the children were bleeding. All the children that were in the tent were wounded. Not one of them came out in one piece.
Could this be a turning point? The point where the world says no more? It certainly looks like it. Sunday's strike has re-energized the protests. We've seen demonstrations across the world in Western cities, in Arab capitals, and on social media. Will this translate into political action? That depends on world leaders. The UN Security Council will discuss a new resolution. It was proposed by Algeria. It calls for a truce in Gaza. The question is, will the UNSC members support it? All eyes are on the US now. They have blocked multiple resolutions in the past. Only one has been allowed to pass, a Ramzan ceasefire call in the month of March. Back then, the US abstained from voting, so it passed. Now, we'll have to wait and see what they do this time. Abstain, support or veto. Of course, the final decision is up to Israel. They've already made their position clear. We do not care about the UNSC. So resolution or not, the attack will continue. Israeli tanks have already reached the center of Rafah. Many of the residents have started fleeing. Some to refugee camps on the outskirts, others to Khan Yunis, which is a city in the north of Rafah. A city north of Rafah, Khan Yunis. So Netanyahu's plan is pretty clear. He knows that the US will not support an all-out assault, so he's bleeding Rafah. He's using airstrikes to drive people out, and the civilian casualties, as Netanyahu said, a tragic mistake, but not tragic enough to make him stop the war. So America will keep supporting Israel, which means a steady flow of weapons, more firepower, and possibly more bloodshed. Israel too is boosting its firepower. It is deploying new and modern weapons. Let me show you a sample. This is an Israeli armored personnel carrier, better known as Zelda. This video is old, but here's what's new. This weapon has been spotted near Rafah. And what makes it unique is the fact that it is unmanned. It works just like a self-driving car. You do not need a soldier to drive this carrier. Looks like Gaza is not just a battleground for Israel, it's also a place for them to experiment, to try out new and more sophisticated weapons. I'll show you another example. A smart gun system called Arbel. It's high-tech. This system is mounted on existing guns. It comes with an electronic trigger and sensors. And what does it do? It improves a soldier's shooting accuracy. It can track a target's movement. So once a target is locked and the soldier fires the first shot, this system takes over. It can then release multiple bullets at once with better precision. So with this system, you have a better chance of taking out the target. Now ask any soldier and they will tell you that a moving target is the most difficult to hit. It can evade bullets. So they end up firing multiple times. Also, there are other factors like fatigue. If a soldier is too tired, it can affect their ability to shoot. It can affect their accuracy. Now with this system, they can be more accurate. And this is ideal for the war in Gaza, where Israeli soldiers are engaging in urban warfare. Going by one claim, soldiers using the Arbel system are 3 times more likely to hit the target. Israel has deployed all kinds of intelligent weapons. One of them is called the Blue 109 bomb. It's commonly known as the bunker buster bomb. Now, this bomb is made in the US. It is not a lightweight weapon. The warhead on the bomb weighs more than 900 kilograms. And what is it used for? It can penetrate hardened structures without exploding. This bomb goes off only after it has made its way inside the structure. Now, the Americans deployed these bombs in Afghanistan, and now they're being used to destroy Gaza. Then we have something called the JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munitions. This is basically a guidance kit. In the past, most bombs were simply dropped from the sky. There was no guarantee of accuracy. That's why they were called dumb bombs. This guidance kit makes the same bombs smart. It converts a bomb into a precision-guided munition, which can hit targets with great accuracy. Does that mean that Israeli soldiers can never go wrong? Well, the answer is no. They will go wrong when they act on the wrong intelligence, and unfortunately, that too has happened. For the mass bombing campaign in Gaza, Israel turned to artificial intelligence, or AI. They relied on AI to hunt down targets. The system is called Lavender. It is basically a database, and here's how it works. Israeli forces fed a large amount of data about potential targets in Gaza. Then they asked Lavender, this AI system, to identify these suspects, to pinpoint members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The AI tool gave them 37,000 names, 37,000 people. All of them were labeled as suspects. But the system got it wrong. In many cases, these so-called suspects turned out to be just civilians. Now, in an ideal scenario, this intelligence would have been vetted, preferably by a real intelligence officer. But when this war began, Israel removed a lot of the checks. If Lavender tagged someone as a target, they were treated as a target, they were bombed, no questions asked. until the matter reached the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, where South Africa questioned Israel's actions. They said that Israel was committing a genocide using high-tech weapons.
It pretends that the civilians it ruthlessly kills through its 2,000-pound bombs, through its targeted airstrikes, through its artificial intelligence systems, through its executions, are human shields. This whitewashing of Israel's genocide misses the key and fundamental element, that of the massive and still mounting evidence of Israel's genocidal intent.
Last week, the ICJ ruled in South Africa's favor. The court did not declare Israel's war a genocide, but it asked Israel to stop the offensive in Rafah. Now, so far, Israel has refused to pay heed, and from the looks of it, the war will continue with deadlier weapons. What skills define a negotiator? Maybe patience, or problem solving, or adaptability. Which of these skills would you associate with China? Probably none. But tell that to Xi Jinping. His new mission is to become a negotiator to solve complicated conflicts. His latest focus is on Palestine. On Thursday, China will host an important forum, the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum. Now, most Arab countries will be attending this event. 4 of them will be represented by heads of state. Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Bahrain's King Hamad, Tunisia's President Kais Saied, and the UAE's President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, all of them will be present in China. This is the 10th meeting of the forum. Normally, the focus is on economic affairs like energy or investments. But this time, the focus is on Palestine, on ending the war. The Egyptian leader, el-Sisi, was the first to arrive in Beijing. He's on a state visit to China. So Xi Jinping rolled out the red carpet. Take a look at this. What makes Xi so confident? The US has failed to mediate a ceasefire. The United Nations has failed. So why would China be successful? Now, Xi Jinping is probably betting on 2 factors. The first is track record. The second is leverage. China has been working hard on its negotiating skills. Last year, they pulled off a miracle. Beijing mediated a normalization deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. These were 2 sworn enemies, and surprisingly, that deal still stands. Iran and Saudi Arabia. Then Xi Jinping focused on Ukraine and Russia. He sent a special peace envoy to Europe. He also proposed a peace plan. It is yet to gain traction on either side, but both Kiev and Moscow have welcomed it. And that's more than what any other party has managed so far. Then last month came another effort. China hosted the 2 factions of Palestine, Hamas, which rules Gaza, or used to rule Gaza, and the PA, or the Palestinian Authority, the group that controls the West Bank. Now, this was very significant because Hamas and the PA are rivals. They fought bitterly in the 2000s. Their rivalry divided and weakened the Palestinian movement. Yet China brought them together. Now, maybe all of this has boosted China's confidence. Maybe they think that they're ready for the mother of all conflicts, Israel-Palestine. Which brings us to the second factor, leverage. China has a huge economic presence in the Arab world. Just look at their bilateral trade. It was $36 billion in 2004, $36 billion. It now stands at $398 billion. All 22 Arab nations are part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. Beijing has 200 projects in these countries. So Thursday's summit is all about driving home this point, that China is reliable enough to mediate.
China has established comprehensive strategic partnerships or strategic partnerships with 14 Arab countries and the League of Arab States. China has facilitated the historic reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Iran. It has supported Syria's return to the League of Arab States and supported Arab countries in strengthening strategic autonomy and seeking strength through unity.
But effort does not equal success. For starters, China has very little influence over Israel. Their policy has largely been pro-Palestine, so Netanyahu will be wary. Secondly, China's leverage has a blind spot: weapons. Now, most Arab nations get weapons from the US or Russia. So what will Arab rulers prioritize? Weapons or Chinese mobile phones? I guess the answer is obvious. Equally obvious is China's intention. Their objective is not world peace or security. If that was the case, they wouldn't be bullying their neighbors or threatening Taiwan. Their intention is to weaken the US. Let me explain how. The US has long been West Asia's security guard. They armed Arab nations, they kept Iran in check, and they brokered Arab-Israel normalization. America did all of it. But now their grip is loosening. The US has not been able to stop Israel's war in Gaza, nor was it able to stop Iran's attack on Israel. So China senses an opportunity, a chance to make strategic inroads into West Asia. And this is a wake-up call for the world. We have specialized and seemingly unbiased agencies to settle conflicts like the United Nations. They're not perfect, but that's why we created them. Then why is the world going to China, to an undemocratic country that bullies its neighbors? Is there a lack of political will among other players, like India or Europe? The global community needs to address these questions because, yes, war is bad, but a peace brokered by China could be equally bad.
आज हिंदुस्तान चांद पे चला गया है। G20 की मीटिंग्स वहां होती हैं।
हमारे दौर में इंडिया के 2 वजीर आज़म यहाँ पाकिस्तान तशरीफ लाए। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
That was Nawaz Sharif, former Prime Minister of Pakistan. It looks like he swallowed a truth pill because Sharif is dropping truth bombs every month. You just heard some of them. He praised India for landing on the moon, for hosting the G20 summit, and even said, "Do not blame India for Pakistan's troubles." Forget a pill. Looks like Sharif had the whole bottle. But his latest truth bomb is possibly the most important one. Nawaz Sharif has taken over as president of his party again. That's the PMLN, the Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz. He's the party president now. Listen to what he said in his first speech.
वाजपेयी साहब लाहौर तशरीफ लाए। याद है या नहीं याद है? याददाश्त कमजोर है ना आपकी? तो तशरीफ लाए और हमसे आके यहाँ पे मुआहदा किया। ये अलग बात है कि हमने मुआहदे की खिलाफ वर्जी की, उसमें हमारा कसूर है।
Now, first, some context. In 1998, tensions were running high between India and Pakistan. Both countries had tested nuclear bombs, so the focus was on de-escalation. In 1999, India's then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee travelled to Lahore. No flights, though. In a big gesture, Vajpayee took a bus. Nawaz Sharif was Prime Minister of Pakistan then. Both leaders held bilateral talks. Their discussions led to a new agreement, the Lahore Declaration of 1999. It talked about multiple issues like resolving the Kashmir dispute, avoiding nuclear mishaps, containing terrorism, and focusing on dialogue. So simply put, things were looking up. But Pakistan's army chief had other plans. That's Pervez Musharraf. He was army chief then. He hatched a plan to infiltrate India. Pakistani soldiers were dressed up as Kashmiri militants. They went on to occupy positions in Kargil. It's a mountainous region in Ladakh. India took a while to realize what was happening. But when they did, fighting broke out. The Pakistani soldiers were eventually driven out. But the hopes of peace were dashed. And that is what Nawaz Sharif was talking about. He says Pakistan broke the Lahore Declaration, and he's right. Pakistan did break the deal. But Sharif is not taking responsibility for it. He's blaming Pervez Musharraf. He says he was not even aware of the plan. Now, Musharraf, we know, died last year. Plus, Pakistan's army does not really care about his legacy. His name is quite toxic in Pakistan at the moment. And yet, by blaming him, Nawaz Sharif is taking a big risk. Because effectively, he's blaming the army for what happened in Kargil, for the defeat and the incursion. And it's not just Nawaz Sharif. His rival Imran Khan is doing the same. Look at one of his messages on social media. This is what Imran Khan said. Every Pakistani should study the Hamoud-ur-Rahman Commission report and get to know who was the true traitor, General Yahya Khan or Sheikh Mujibur-Rahman. Again, time for some context. Yahya Khan was a Pakistani dictator. He ruled from 1969 to 1971. Mujibur-Rahman was the founder of Bangladesh, the father of Sheikh Hasina. He led the campaign to split Bangladesh from Pakistan. So Mujibur-Rahman broke up Pakistan. Yahya Khan tried to stop him. He even unleashed a genocide in Bangladesh. Yet Imran Khan says, Mujibur is not the traitor, Yahya Khan is. What explains this position? Again, Yahya Khan is long dead. Nobody is fighting for his tainted legacy. But still Imran Khan is taking a risk. He's already in jail for taking on the Pakistani army, yet he's criticizing them more. Imran Khan posted another message justifying his position. Let me quote again. This is what he said. The armed forces must stay within their constitutional bounds. Whenever they have chosen to go beyond and act against their own people, the country has paid a heavy price. So Nawaz Sharif is blaming the army. Imran Khan is also blaming the army, which makes you wonder what is happening in Pakistan. Well, their army is weaker than ever. We saw that during the recent general election. They tried to prop up the Sharifs, but the people rejected them. It took a lot of rigging to change the outcome. So maybe the politicians sense an opportunity. Imran Khan started this trend. He became popular by taking on the military elite in Pakistan. Maybe Nawaz Sharif is following his lead. But don't mistake this for a rebellion. The army still holds all the cards in Pakistan. Such statements may get some claps, but they may also land you in jail. Just ask Imran Khan. Now to the war in Ukraine. For the past few days, Zelensky has been traveling around Europe. The Ukrainian president, he's been traveling. He's visited 3 countries, Spain, Belgium and Portugal. As Russia intensifies its assault on Ukraine, Zelensky is trying to add to Ukraine's arsenal. But where will he deploy these weapons? French President Emmanuel Macron has some ideas. He says Ukraine could launch attacks deep inside Russia. Germany too has given the green light, and this is a very significant shift. Because until now, European powers had drawn a red line. Ukraine could not use Western weapons to strike inside Russia. They were meant only for defense, not offense. So what has changed now? And will this shift help Ukraine's prospects in the battlefield? Our next report explores.
It's rare for world leaders to turn to visual aids when they speak to the press. But yesterday, Emmanuel Macron had come prepared. He appeared before journalists with a map of Ukraine.
So how do we explain to the Ukrainians that we're going to have to protect these towns and basically everything we want around Kharkiv at the moment, if we tell them you're not allowed to reach the point where the missiles are fired from?
Macron was referring to the recent Russian attacks on Kharkiv. That's Ukraine's second largest city. Missiles dropped on defenseless Ukrainians. At least 18 people died in the bombing. Macron wants to help Ukraine retaliate. He thinks there's only one option left.
We think that we should allow them to neutralize the military sites from which the missiles are fired.
He's talking about the Russian military bases where the missiles were launched from. This has been a long-standing demand from Kyiv. But the French president has defined clear red lines for Ukraine. Ukrainian forces can strike only military targets, like the Russian base in Belgorod. It's barely 12 kilometers away from Ukraine's border with Russia. The attack in Kharkiv was launched from there. In the past, Ukraine's forces have tried to neutralize the Russian military presence in Belgorod. But now they have the license to use French long-range missiles like the Scalp. They have a range of 155 kilometers and they can carry a 400-kilogram warhead. France has supplied an unknown number of Scalp missiles to Ukraine. Germany, on the other hand, has not given any such weapon to Kyiv. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz still remains wary, but he seems prepared to offer a compromise.
Ukraine has every possibility under international law for what it is doing. That has to be said explicitly. It was attacked and may defend itself.
Europe is reacting to recent events on the battlefield. It's trying to restore the balance. The delay in military aid from America gave an opening to the Russians. Ukraine no longer has the same combat power as it did last summer when it launched a counter-offensive against Russia. Russian forces are in a stronger position. They have intensified their attacks with an aim to secure more gains on the battlefield. So, Ukraine's counterattacks could make them weaker, but it's a risky gamble. Already, the Russian president is issuing fresh threats.
The representatives of countries that are NATO members, particularly in Europe, particularly in small countries, should be aware of what they are playing with. They should remember that these are primarily countries with small territory and dense population. And this factor they should take into account before they speak about strikes deep into the Russian territory.
Next month, Switzerland is hosting a peace summit for Ukraine. But with both Ukraine and Russia facing off on the battlefield, the war in Ukraine is only heading one way, and that's escalation.
Now let's turn to South Africa. The country is holding elections today, their most competitive election in 30 years. As we speak, the last few votes are being cast. All day, millions of people lined up to cast their ballots. Almost 28 million people were registered to vote, and they came out to decide the future of the country. The final results will be out in a few days from now, likely by this weekend. But we'll get an idea before that. Partial results will start trickling in later tonight. Everyone in South Africa will be watching with bated breath to see one thing. Will the ruling party, the ANC, still be in charge?
This is the day when South Africa decides on the future of our country, who should lead the government of South Africa. And I have no doubt whatsoever in my heart of hearts that the people will once again invest confidence in the African National Congress to continue to lead this country.
President Cyril Ramaphosa certainly thinks so. He's trying to secure a second and final term in office, and he's projecting an air of confidence. But it may not be that simple. The ANC, the African National Congress, has been in charge since 1994, since the end of apartheid, the institutionalized racism that had plagued the country for generations. Apartheid ended thanks to the efforts of the ANC and their leader, Nelson Mandela. As a reward, the party has won every election since, because of the goodwill that their struggle earned them. But 30 years is a long time. The younger generation may not remember the old struggle. They're more concerned about today's problems, like shockingly high unemployment. It is the worst in the world in South Africa. 33% of South Africans are unemployed. That is 1 in every 3. It's worse when you look at youth unemployment. It's at 46%. So will young South Africans still vote for the ANC to reward the party for its struggle against apartheid, or will they punish the party for failing to provide them jobs?
I grew up loving the ANC because of how they fought for the freedom we have today. They fought, and in 1994, we were able to vote when we couldn't before. That is why I voted for them all these years. But this year, I've changed because of the problems with the ruling party. And so, I have since become a member of the MK party.
Unemployment is not the only issue. Crime is also skyrocketing. The rate of murder is at a 20-year high. Someone is killed every 20 minutes in South Africa. The dire situation has put a dent on the ANC's popularity, so for the first time ever, it's expected to get less than 50% of the vote. And this was an opinion poll from a week ago. It showed the ANC winning 43.4% of the vote. That is still higher than everyone else, but it's still a massive fall from grace. In the last election, the ANC won about 58% of the vote. If it wins just 43% this time, it means the party is losing a quarter of its voting base. And it would put the ANC in uncharted territory because for the first time, it would then have less than half of the vote. It would not be able to form a government on its own. Instead, the ANC will have to look for partners, which means any one of the major opposition parties could become kingmakers. The ANC's biggest rival is the Democratic Alliance, or DA, the party that has been coming second since they were formed in the year 2000. The DA is expected to come second this time as well, with about 19% of the vote. Not enough to topple the ANC, but enough to become a key coalition partner.
If we don't get to the 50% plus one mark, we will obviously look at the lie of the land, but I don't believe that keeping the same bad people who've got us into the situation, that have pushed 42% of our country into the unemployment queue, that have led to 30 million people living in poverty.
That is some tough talk by the DA leader, but we'll see if their tune changes after the results come out. If not, they aren't the only ones that the ANC could partner with. There's also the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the party that is led by Julius Malema, a former ANC youth leader who was expelled in 2012 over disciplinary issues. So he went on to form his own party. Malema might be willing to let bygones be bygones, but his support won't come cheap. He will want important government portfolios. The third option is almost an impossibility. For President Cyril Ramaphosa at least, it seems impossible. It's the MK party, led by former President Jacob Zuma. Now, to put it mildly, Zuma and Ramaphosa do not see eye to eye. They've been rivals since the 90s. And Ramaphosa rose to power at Zuma's expense. So Zuma is not likely to prop up his greatest foe. But Zuma's MK party is currently polling at third place. So a desperate ANC might be willing to tie up with their former president. All that the party would have to do is throw Ramaphosa under the bus. All these parties are potential kingmakers if the election goes as opinion polls have predicted. But there are two other scenarios. If the ANC loses more votes than expected, then the kingmakers could decide to usurp the throne. An alliance of opposition parties may be able to oust the ANC, but it would be a coalition of fundamentally different parties. And that would likely lead to chaos. The last scenario is that the ANC does better than expected. It manages to hold on to power, either on its own or with the help of smaller parties, who won't be able to push the ANC around. If that happens, then Ramaphosa will have dodged a bullet. But he will understand that things need to change. The ANC will have to overhaul itself, bring in jobs, stamp out crime, end corruption and inefficiency. That's the only way for the party to survive. If not, this election will mark the beginning of the end of the ANC. And we've been tracking this election very closely. For more on this, stay tuned to Firstpost for our continuing coverage with my colleague Alison Lagrange.
South Africa's May 29th elections. Millions are voting today to choose the next National Assembly.
There was a start of change in the country.
Now, I have just voted at this polling booth right here in Durban.
Wars, elections, diplomacy. The world is busy with a lot right now. But trust North Korea to always mix things up. It has launched an attack on the south, but before you imagine missiles, let me stop you. This attack involves balloons, and not just any balloons, balloons full of feces. So is North Korea trying to go green? Or has their waste management system failed? And while this whole story may sound absurd, Kim Jong-un says there's a reason for this trashy attack. Our next report explains.
Look at a gunnery school in Fort Monroe.
In the annals of history, wars have been fought in multiple ways, with weapons, with resources, with ideology. But North Korea is fighting a conflict in a new way, with feces. Yes, you heard that right. It's a trash war, and South Korea is bearing the brunt of it. On Wednesday morning, Seoul had a warning for its residents. They talked about an air raid from the north. Now, when you hear that, you would expect missiles or rockets. But what they saw were balloons, over 260 of them. They were found in 8 provinces of South Korea. And once opened, they were filled with trash, waste, feces and more.
It was so creepy and scary. That balloon could have fallen down because North Korea designated a specific target. Everyone was so scared at that moment. I wondered what would have happened to us if there were not just rubbish, but virus or chemicals.
Now, the exchange of balloons is not new between the two Koreas. It was used in the Korean War, especially for propaganda. In 2016, North Korea launched balloons with material that attacked Seoul's leaders. In one launch, the balloons contained toilet paper and cigarette butts. South Korea, too, did not hold back. It responded by sending balloons that contained cash, banned K-pop music, media content and choco pies, because the snack is also prohibited in the north. So what did the balloons that Pyongyang sent today carry? Well, most of it was rubbish, like plastic bottles, batteries, soil, shoe parts, and even feces. South Korea asked its residents to not touch them and even report any suspicious objects.
I heard a loud sound of something huge falling down. Then something started flying around the road and police officers set up the police line right away. The investigation team came to the field and began the probe.
But what explains this trashy move from Pyongyang? The trigger was a balloon attack last month. A South Korean activist sent banned content across the border, like leaflets condemning Kim Jong-un, and it looks like the North had had enough. So they hit back. Pyongyang called it a tit-for-tat action. Imagine the work it would have taken. It's a feat that combines the precision of a military operation with the creativity of a middle school prank. Meanwhile, South Korea's military condemned the act, calling it a clear violation of international law. In many ways, this rubbish war is a fitting metaphor for the state of international relations today. Amid wars, climate change and economic crisis, we find ourselves dealing with poop balloons. It's a reminder that sometimes the pettiness of politics can overshadow the pressing needs of humanity.
Now let's turn to Europe, to the country of Georgia, which is located in the Caucasus region and home to about 4 million people. But those people are angry and divided. They've been protesting for weeks. Thousands have taken to the streets to protest against a controversial law. It is dubbed the Foreign Agent Bill, or even the Russian law. Despite the public opposition, Georgia's ruling party has gone ahead with the bill. They passed it on the 14th of May, and yesterday they went a step further. Georgia's president was against the bill. She had vetoed it, but instead of respecting her decision, Georgia's parliament overruled her veto, which means the bill is back and it should come into force in the next 2 months. The people of Georgia were enraged again. Once again, they came out to protest in the thousands. And as you can imagine, the president was not happy either.
Are you angry today? Did today's events anger you? Let's get to work. The work ahead involves preparing for the real referendum. Use the energy you feel today to gather signatures. Bring those signatures to me and I will sign this referendum. Do we want a European future or do we want Russian slavery? This decision cannot be made by 84 people. We will decide together.
The 84 people she mentions are members of the ruling party. It's called the Georgian Dream, the party. But the next few months may become a nightmare for this regime because of their foreign agents bill. So what is this law and why are so many people against it? Well, the law seeks to shine a light on foreign funding, specifically your NGOs and media outlets. If these groups get 20% or more of their funding from abroad, they will have to follow new rules. The ruling party says the rules are about transparency. The NGOs will have to give detailed reports of their financing, where the money is coming from and who it's going to. They will also face more inspections. Now, all this seems normal enough, as though it's about financial transparency. But you see, NGOs already did this, in Georgia at least. They already reported all of this to Georgia's tax agencies, and the information was in the public domain. Now, under the new Foreign Agents Bill, it's not the tax authorities who will get this information. It is the Justice Ministry of the country. Under the new law, NGOs will have to register themselves at the Justice Ministry as organizations serving the interests of a foreign power. That is the official designation, which is why this law is called the Foreign Agents Bill. So basically, Georgia's government wants NGOs to call themselves foreign agents and give all their details. What happens to NGOs who do not do all of this? Well, they will face fines worth almost $10,000. Now, on the one hand, it is important to know where the money is coming from, to see what foreign nations are spending their money on. But that information was already available. The new law is different. It adds another layer of checks and gives the information directly to the government instead of just the tax authorities. The fear is that the government will misuse this information. That is what the critics are saying. And the foreign agent tag, it will be misused to discredit these media outlets and agencies that work against the ruling party. So the people of Georgia are protesting against the foreign agent law. Not necessarily because they want to protect foreign-funded NGOs, but also because the law impacts a long-held dream.
We always had questions about their intentions, but now it's so clear. So all masks are off. We know where they take our country. It's not about the law anymore. It's about their decision to distance Georgia from the West, from the EU, from the NATO, and take Georgia to the direction of Russia and make Georgia the ally of Russia.
About 80% of Georgia's population wants to join the EU. The country was even granted EU candidate status last December. But with this foreign agent law, Georgians can feel their European dream slipping away. They feel that the EU and the West will not accept them with a law like this, and that is the reason for their anger, essentially. The protests are unlikely to end soon, and Georgia will be going to polls this October. Their president has called for a united front, a coalition to take on the ruling Georgian Dream Party. And now let's talk about cyclones. They're not uncommon in the Bay of Bengal. Since 1965, the Bangladesh coastline has seen 12 major cyclones. They've killed at least 500,000 people, but on Sunday, the country was taken by shock. Cyclone Remal made landfall. It caused widespread destruction. 65 people were killed, but what Bangladesh did not understand is the duration of the storm. This cyclone went on for 36 hours. It was one of the longest cyclones the country has seen. The reason? Climate change. It is turbocharging storms in the region. But there's still a silver lining here. Our next report tells you about it.
This is the Sundarbans, straddling Bangladesh and India. It is the largest mangrove forest in the world, a dynamic ecosystem and home to the Bengal tiger. On Sunday evening, Cyclone Remal made landfall close to the Sundarbans. For 3 days, the forest was underwater, and it has worried many. Bangladesh is no stranger to cyclones, but this was one of the longest in the country's history. Why? Because of climate change. Cyclone Remal was one of the quickest forming and long-lasting cyclones in the region. It brought with it strong gales and crashing waves. 65 people were killed. Thousands of homes destroyed, seawalls smashed, cities flooded, and millions left without power across India and Bangladesh.
I'm 90 years old. In my lifetime, I've never seen a cyclone or floods lasting 3 to 4 days. Storm usually lasts for 1 day and sunny weather will come the next day. I've never seen anything like this cyclone in my lifetime before.
This cyclone is more dangerous than the previous ones. There was rain and the wind speed was 120 to 130 kilometers per hour. We struggled to even go to the shelter center with my family. I've never seen something like this cyclone before.
Cyclones have killed millions in Bangladesh, but climate change is turbocharging them. Earlier, there was one superstorm a year, Now there are close to 3. Cyclone Remal started as a low-pressure formation in the Bay of Bengal. Within 3 days, it turned into a severe cyclone. Usually this process takes over a week. Plus, it lasted longer. Cyclone Remal continued for 36 hours. Compare that to the disastrous cyclone Aila in 2009 that lasted for around 34 hours. All of this means more damage and destruction.
The sides of the river are broken and water entered through this side of the village. Many people are marooned. The loss is immense.
Most of my new stock of clothing is either damaged or blown away by the storm. And the corrugated sheet made the roof toppled from this side to the other.
So, will storms only get worse in the future? Well, that is the prediction. Climate change is fueling more intense storms. But there is a silver lining here. It's better forecasting. With modern technology, it is easier to predict these events. That, coupled with efficient evacuation, means death tolls have dramatically reduced. Bangladesh and India both evacuated around 1 million people. Of course, there were deaths, but the number was negligible compared to the previous cyclones. The Sundarbans also helped in mitigating the cyclone's ferocity. The mangrove forest took the brunt, shielding the region from its full force. But the question is, for how much longer? How long can the Sundarbans protect the region? If you believe scientists, the answer is not encouraging. Climate change is affecting this mangrove forest too, and if it is not saved, it won't be long before the region loses its protective barrier.
Our last story tonight comes from Djibouti, a tiny country in East Africa. It is home to just over 1 million people, and they are at war with mosquitoes. They are witnessing an unprecedented surge in malaria cases. And malaria, as you would know, can be a deadly disease. It kills at least 600,000 people every year the world over. And it is spread by mosquitoes. Now, Djibouti has been grappling with this disease for decades. In 2012, it was on the verge of eliminating malaria. At least that was the hope. But cut to today, and the cases have only skyrocketed. More than 70,000 cases were recorded in 2020. That's roughly 1 in 15 people. It's a dramatic rise, and Djibouti has tried to fight it. But this nation is up against a mosquito superspecies. These insects thrive in urban areas. They bite both during the day and night. They have outsmarted most methods of control. They're resistant to chemical insecticides. Fighting them has been a costly and complicated endeavor, yet Djibouti has been on the losing end of this war. So now they're bringing out the big guns, or shall I say, tiny, buzzing guns. I'm talking about mosquitoes. Djibouti is using mosquitoes to fight mosquitoes. But here's the twist. They're using bioengineered mosquitoes. In other words, genetically modified mosquitoes. They come with a self-limiting gene. Let me explain how this works. Only female mosquitoes bite. They cause malaria. They transmit malaria and other viral diseases. So Djibouti has taken male mosquitoes and tweaked their genes. Recently, tens of thousands of these mosquitoes were released into the wild, where they will mate with females and introduce a gene in female offspring, a gene that will not let them survive into adulthood. It would reduce the population of mosquitoes. In short, Djibouti has released mosquitoes that are genetically engineered to kill their own children. Now, this is a first in East Africa, and only the second case in the continent. Burkina Faso used this technique in 2019. Now, other African nations like Uganda are also keen, and it makes sense for them. Africa bears the brunt of the global malaria burden. It accounts for 96% of malaria deaths worldwide. These countries want to fight the disease. They want a solution that is permanent, that does not require continuous investment. And genetic modification promises just that. Plus, it proposes equality. Once the mosquitoes are released, they can benefit everyone equally, regardless of income levels, which is not the case with bed nets or vaccines or insecticides. And African nations are not the only ones exploring such solutions. Similar technology has been used in Brazil, the Cayman Islands, Panama, and India. Since 2019, more than 1 billion such mosquitoes have been released the world over. But here's the catch. Genetic modification is controversial, most governments are hesitant, and people are scared.
You're going to risk our community. You're going to ask the people in our community to be sacrificial lambs. Really, that's the whole point of the experiment, is to take a for-profit company and give them a means to run a test that, hey, they make money on technically.
This technology could be life-saving, but its risks are still unknown. The technique is in its early stages. There are few laws to regulate it. Mosquitoes can cross boundaries. Who will stop them at national borders? What if mosquitoes are released inadvertently? What if modification changes their behavior? What if they build resistance to lethal genes? What if someone uses this technology to create bioweapons? Who controls all of this? More importantly, even if this entire process can be regulated, how should it happen? What level of oversight is required? It could be necessary, but it could also stifle innovation. So how much is too much and how safe is safe enough? Lots of questions. And history is filled with stories of pest control gone wrong. You can fantasize about every possible fate in a laboratory. You can hope that meddling in genetic code will save lives. But what about the catastrophic consequences that no one anticipates? Essentially, this is a Jurassic Park question, and we all know how that turned out. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the Sudan, the Indian army beats Chinese troops in a tug of war. In Iceland, a volcano erupts again, spewing smoke and lava. And a giant crocodile tries to climb over a railing, causing panic in India's Uttar Pradesh. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay reached the summit of the Mount Everest. They were the first people to achieve this feat. They took around 7 weeks to reach the top. Before this, many believed it was impossible to climb the world's highest mountain. But since then, at least 6,700 people have climbed Mount Everest. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Israel continues with its Rafah operation despite international outcry. Israeli tanks were seen operating on the ground in the Gaza city, and the armored vehicles were seen near the downtown area in the heart of the city, as well as on the border with Egypt. Now, tensions between Israel and Cairo remain tense after an Egyptian soldier was killed by Israeli troops late Monday. Israel continues to face diplomatic heat after an airstrike killed at least 45 Palestinians in Rafah. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has launched an investigation into the airstrike, calling it a tragic mishap.
On Sunday night, we eliminated senior Hamas terrorists in a targeted strike on a compound used by Hamas in Rafah. Despite our efforts to minimize civilian casualties during the strike, the fire that broke out was unexpected and unintended. This is a devastating incident which we did not expect. We are investigating what caused the fire that resulted in this tragic loss of life.
Israel says its fighter jets did not use heavy bombs that could have caused widespread fire and blamed Hamas for storing weapons and ammunition in civilian facilities.
The strike was conducted using 2 munitions with small warheads suited for this targeted strike. We're talking about munition with 17 kilos of explosive material. This is the smallest munition that our jets can use. Following this strike, a large fire ignited for reasons that are still being investigated. Our munition alone could not have ignited a fire of this size. I want to repeat it. Our munition alone could not have ignited a fire of this size. Our investigation seeks to determine what may have caused such a large fire to ignite. We are looking into all possibilities, including the option that weapons stored in a compound next to our target, which we did not know of, may have ignited as a result of the strike.
Meanwhile, Israel's biggest ally, the United States, has condemned the Israeli airstrike that killed civilian Palestinians in Rafah. However, the White House says it'll continue to support Prime Minister Netanyahu as Washington calls on Israel to limit the Rafah offensive.
We still don't believe that a major ground operation in Rafah is warranted. We still don't want to see the Israelis, as we say, smash into Rafah with large units over large pieces of territory. We still believe that, and we haven't seen that at this point. But we're going to be watching this, of course, very, very closely. As a result of this strike on Sunday, I have no policy changes to speak to. It just happened.
Now, Palestinian authorities claim that Israel carried out another strike west of Rafah, killing at least 21 on Tuesday night. However, Israel's military has denied the allegations and clarified that it has not, in fact, carried out strikes in the region since Sunday. Still, Netanyahu's operation in Rafah is only getting bigger and bolder just days after the International Court of Justice demanded an end to the Israeli onslaught. However, the international outrage over Israel's actions seems to be falling on deaf ears, as Prime Minister Netanyahu appears bent on inflicting maximum casualties regardless of the collateral damage. And staying in the Middle East, a social media campaign has picked up steam in Western Europe, Australia, and India, urging the world to pay attention to Israel's offensive in Rafah. Several celebrities have shared a now viral image with the slogan that says, "All eyes on Rafah," In fact, it's been shared almost 30 million times on Instagram. However, not everyone is pleased with the celebrity speaking up. Our latest report tells you more about the viral campaign.
It seems like the world is finally speaking up against the war in the Middle East. Millions are taking part in a social media campaign that reflects the global outrage against Israel's offensive in Gaza. A viral image with the slogan "All Eyes on Rafah" is trending everywhere, from TikTok to Instagram and X, formerly known as Twitter. As Israeli strikes killed at least 45 Palestinians in Rafah's safe zone on Tuesday, and visuals of charred bodies surfaced on the internet, the months-long campaign picked up steam, especially in India, Australia and Western Europe. Activists, celebrities, athletes and influencers all came together to share the viral picture on their social media handles to condemn Israel's ground and air offensive. Reportedly, nearly 100 Indian film personalities participated in the social media campaign, including actors Priyanka Chopra, Alia Bhatt, Kareena Kapoor and Varun Dhawan. Indian cricketer Rohit Sharma's wife also added the story to her Instagram, and all the celebrities were subjected to massive trolling as social media users accused them of not speaking up against other atrocities. Meanwhile, a number of celebrities in other countries, including Australian cricketer Travis Head, model Bella Hadid and British actor Nicola Coughlan, shared the trending picture on Instagram. Not just celebrities, but Iran's consulates also posted the viral picture on X, as the country remains a regional rival of Israel and has always condemned its war on Gaza. The viral slogan seems to have stemmed from a comment by Rick Peepercorn, who's the director of the World Health Organization's Office of the Occupied Palestinian Territories. In February, he said, "All eyes on Rafah," days after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered an evacuation plan be created for the war-torn city. The orders came ahead of planned attacks to eliminate the Palestine-based armed group Hamas. The phrase was meant to draw attention to the 1.4 million people who are sheltering in Rafah after fleeing from violent fighting elsewhere in Gaza. Since then, All Eyes on Rafah has been used by organizations and solidarity campaigns for Palestine, as well as in protest rallies in Paris, London, New York, Amsterdam and beyond. Now, the image that's being used by celebrities seems to be generated by artificial intelligence. Experts say that it might be one of the first pieces of viral activist iconography created by AI. The photo includes unusual shadows, with tent camps being unnaturally symmetrical. Nevertheless, the viral photo has drawn almost 30 million shares on Instagram in less than 24 hours. And All Eyes on Rafah was one of the top trending hashtags on X in countries like India and Australia. Now it remains to be seen if this large-scale international outcry will affect Netanyahu, who called the recent killings a tragic mishap as he continues pounding Gaza.
And here in the United States, severe storms with damaging winds and baseball-sized hail battered central and northern Texas. The storms knocked out power for more than 1 million homes and businesses. All of this comes less than a week after deadly tornadoes ripped across northern Texas, killing at least 7 people.
Texas is one strange though. You know, it could be hot, 100 degrees, and in 20 minutes it could be 70 degrees. It changes like that. It's like it did yesterday. It was like 60 degrees, then went up about 100 and it came back down with the rain.
Tuesday's catastrophic weather led to nearly 14,000 flights being delayed and over 500 cancellations in the cities of Dallas and Houston. Meanwhile, videos captured the scenes of disaster, heavy rain and flooding. In the Houston area, one person died and cars were seen crawling through flooded highways. And in Dallas, voters in the state's runoff elections found about 100 polling stations without power. Now, the National Weather Service says that May is typically the most active month for tornadoes. However, the count this year has been astounding, with almost 1,000 twisters and over 4,200 thunderstorms.
It has been a very active start to 2024. Now, even though May is typically the most active month for tornadoes, the numbers that we've seen this year, and really going back to the last week of April, have been astounding. only equaled one other time, and that was during the historic tornado season of 2011. So over 1,000 preliminary reports of tornadoes, over 4,200 reports of damaging thunderstorm winds, large hail, and tornadoes. So just a very active start.
And Texas is not alone, as deadly storms have already caused more than a dozen deaths in Arkansas, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Missouri, North Carolina, and Virginia. Texas has also faced intense heat across the holiday weekend, with several parts hitting 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 49 degrees Celsius. Now, weather forecasters say summer-like heat will ease in Texas this week, but those left without power could still face the risk of dangerous heat stroke or heat exhaustion. And staying in the United States, Larry Connor, a billionaire from Ohio, wants to take the plunge into the deep seas to explore the Titanic shipwreck in the North Atlantic Ocean. Now, the real estate tycoon will partner with deep sea explorer Patrick Leahy for the journey. Now, Leahy is the co-founder of the Triton Submarines Company, a private American firm that manufactures luxury submersibles for research, filming, and sea exploration. Connor will spend $20 million on Triton submarines to take the billionaire almost 12,500 feet or 3,800 meters under sea level. Connor and Leahy plan to embark on an audacious journey on a brand new submersible dubbed the Triton 4000 Abyssal Explorer. The 4000 refers to the depth in meters to which the craft will be deployed. Now, Triton Submarines claims that the Abyssal Explorer will be able to make repeated trips to the Titanic shipwreck. However, the duo says they will only undertake the journey once the submersible has been fully certified by a verified organization that oversees deep sea exploration. The concern arises because the private submarine industry has been rocked after 5 people were killed while attempting to explore the Titanic shipwreck just last year. The June 2023 accident involved OceanGate submersible Titan with 5 billionaires on board, which imploded en route to the Titanic. Now, after the vessel was recovered from the depths of the ocean, engineers and scientists said the submersible was like a mousetrap for billionaires. Connor and Leahy are hoping to learn from the previous tragedy to reshape the private submersible industry's image with another boisterous appeal for another voyage. The Ohio-based billionaire is known for being an adrenaline junkie as a professional race car driver and private astronaut. Connor is seeking a new adventure and adrenaline rush as he sets his eyes on the voyage to explore the Titanic shipwreck, knowing very well the fate of the previous attempt. Reaching billionaire status certainly comes with its level of risk, and now it appears the only risk left after making enormous sums of money is the risk to defy death. And finally, from Nigeria, the nation's First Lady Olorunmi Tinubu has slammed Meghan Markle for her outfit choice. This just weeks after the American actress visited the African nation with her husband, British Royal Prince Harry. Nigeria's First Lady didn't mince words as she publicly criticized Markle for showing quote-unquote nakedness during her trip. Tinubu has warned Nigerian women against copying American celebrities and asked them to preserve Nigeria's cultural practices. Our final report unpacks the criticism lobbed at the Duchess of Sussex.
Former British royal family members Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's recent trip to Nigeria caused a stir for all the right and wrong reasons. It was their first official foreign tour since ditching their royal titles, so everyone was watching to see how it would go. And oh, did things go awry, especially with Meghan Markle's outfit choices. While many might have moved on, Nigeria's First Lady Olorunmi Tinubu definitely hasn't. Tinubu took a not-so-subtle jab at Meghan Markle recently. Speaking at an event marking her husband's first year in office, she implied that nakedness is a no-go in Nigeria. She slammed the skimpy outfits often donned by American film stars. And who could she be talking about but the suit star who just spent 3 days in Nigeria? Tinubu turned her speech into a stern warning to Nigerian women. She declared that they shouldn't lose themselves by imitating American celebrities, taking aim at Hollywood's racy fashion influence. The First Lady encouraged teenagers to dress modestly and to ignore the barely there styles made popular by US stars. This was probably a dig at the sleeveless dress that Meghan wore to a Muslim school, which many found inappropriate. Tinubu even went on to say that Nigeria was not hosting the Met Gala, pointing out the double standard where men are well dressed while women show too much skin. The First Lady made it clear that nakedness was not part of Nigeria's culture. However, Tinubu later confirmed she was indeed referring to Meghan Markle. Markle had claimed during her visit that she's 43% Nigerian, to which Tinubu questioned, and I quote, "Why did Meghan come here looking for Africa? That is something we have to take home with us. We know who we are. Don't lose who you are." Social media lit up with criticism after seeing Meghan Markle's outfits in Nigeria. Some said her choice of expensive and revealing clothes was inappropriate, while others called for more modesty. Fashion experts said Markle showed too much skin in a country where over half the population is Muslim. As of now, neither Meghan Markle nor her representatives have commented on this.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
It's a decisive day for the people of South Africa and for its political leaders. People across the country are voting in provincial and national elections today, which are being touted as historic for more than one reason. President Cyril Ramaphosa is eyeing a second term, but the African National Congress, which has remained a dominant political force since the anti-apartheid struggle, has witnessed a fall in support. What are the reasons for this anti-incumbency wave in South Africa? Which way will the country's political landscape shift? South Africans have to decide today. Here's our report.
I should have brought hand warmers or gloves at least. It's my first time voting, yes, and I'm feeling very excited but nervous.
Historic day. It's everyone's constitutional right to vote.
I understand that it's a very important decision to make.
I hope to see something different in the future.
I'm just really interested on where this country is going to go now from this election because it's really a critical point right now.
May 29th. It is D-Day for South Africa. The country is holding its 7th democratic general election since the end of apartheid in 1994. Over 27 million eligible voters, 9 provinces and 257 municipalities, more than 23,000 polling stations, a new National Assembly and a new president for the next 5 years. South Africa votes. First things first. How does South Africa's election work? The country has a proportional voting system. Parties and candidates compete for 400 seats in the National Assembly. For the first time, independent candidates are also competing. So this year, voters received 3 ballots, instead of 2, each required a choice of one party or candidate. 2 ballots for electing National Assembly, and 3rd for provincial legislature in each of South Africa's 9 provinces.
The first is the national ballot, or the blue ballot. Now this remains the same across the country. Using this, the voters elect one of 52 political parties. This is for the 200 seats in the National Assembly. Next is the orange ballot for the Regional National Assembly. Now this is unique to each province. With this, voters elect either a political party or an independent candidate. And this is for the remaining 200 seats in the National Assembly. The third is the pink ballot for provincial legislature. Now this also is unique to each province. Voters elect political parties and independent candidates with this, and the number of seats is determined by the population size in each province.
South Africans do not vote directly for the president. Instead, they elect 400 members of National Assembly, who then select the president by a simple majority. This is how South Africa's current National Assembly looks like. The African National Congress has 230 seats, Democratic Alliance, 84 seats, Economic Freedom Fighters or the EFF, 44 seats, and Inkatha Freedom Party or the IFP, 14 seats. Other parties take up the remaining 28 seats. The ANC has been dominant for 30 years, but this year the party faces its toughest election yet. Opinion polls say it may not get a majority and may drop below 50% for the first time. And if these polls are correct, then today's ballot could herald a new phase in South African politics, that of a coalition government. The drop in the ANC's popularity can be attributed to several factors. The country has been grappling with high cost of living. Rising crime rate has plagued South Africa for years. Unemployment has hit young people particularly hard. And there has been no respite from regular power cuts.
South Africa, we are facing with high rates of unemployment. Things are very tough in this country.
The infrastructure is crumbling. Water's, of course, going downhill, but it's going down the wrong drain.
I'm now for 4 years unemployed, and one son is at school, and my daughter, she's as well unemployed. So it's hard for us to come by just for that little of money. I would like to have a job, any job.
If we can look at the South Africa at the state right now, look at the rape. It's going up. Look at the electricity. Look at the crime. Like the crime is it's getting up. It's getting higher. And even us as black women, we are not safe. And let's check at the unemployment. It's just a lot.
Among all these concerns, corruption remained on top of the list. Many voters say the ANC has not done justice to the country. They call President Ramaphosa's term disastrous.
My God, it's been a disaster. We trusted them. We trusted them and we gave them many chances.
I can imagine our freedom fighters fighting so much for freedom, and this is how it ends up. I feel like it's disappointing.
We thought the economy is going to get better, our jobs, unemployment, and everything that's related to the economy would get better. But he's failed so badly in that.
After his fallout with the ANC, former President Jacob Zuma put his weight behind the MK party and had been campaigning relentlessly to dent support for his former party. While he may be able to do so, many voters do not see a comeback this year for corruption-charged Zuma.
I personally feel President Jacob Zuma had his chance, and I feel like we should give someone else a chance to show and prove themselves.
They'll get 10 to 15%. It's not going to give them enough to have power over this country. But what it'll do then, it'll give them, they become like a kingmaker, where they can choose whether to go back or to do a coalition with the ANC, to stick on their own, or to join the multi-party charter.
Will President Cyril Ramaphosa and the African National Congress witness a historic wave of anti-incumbency? If there is a swing, could it bring greater political power and influence for Zuma? Or will it open doors for other opposition parties like the Democratic Alliance? South Africa has made its decision, and the results shall be announced on June 2nd.
I am currently at a polling station in Durban, South Africa, and we are bringing you all the live events from the ground. I have cast my vote. I have also been interacting with South African voters who have come out in huge numbers today to exercise their franchise in the democratic process. Let's take a look.
We're full of hope for today. Lots and lots of prayers have gone into this. A lot of work has gone into this. So we just hope that ultimately the right results will come through and we'll be able to fix this country.
It's good to see the people out voting. I think the polls will be one of the biggest polls I think we've had in a long time, probably since '94. So I'm excited to see what changes will come about.
What I'd hope to see is just that there's a lot of integrity that's introduced into the government and a lot more transparency and accountability, that they completely rethink some of their fundamental economic policies.
Let's put an end to corruption.
and hopefully to fix the infrastructure of South Africa and put a final end to load shedding.
We do know that the elections are neck and neck and nobody's going to have an outright majority.
We made a major decision because our country has been falling down and it needs to be resurrected again.
I've got a heart for the older people. I would really like to see the older people taken care of in this country in terms of that grant that they get. I mean, it's such a measly little amount of money.
Less corruption, more schools, better healthcare systems publicly for the people. The list is endless, honestly.
I mean, the vibe has been absolutely amazing at all 5 of our voting stations here in Ward 35. There's a lot of positivity. And obviously, yes, I am the DA, so I'm quite excited to see a lot of our folk coming out in the colour blue. So yeah, there's a lot of support, which is amazing.
I'm coming to you from a polling station in Durban, South Africa. I've been here throughout the day and the turnout has been incredible, with streams of voters flowing in throughout the day, queuing up around the block, excited to exercise their franchise and make their voice heard for the future of our country. Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Professor William Gumede, who is the founder of Democracy WF, joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
No, I'm very happy to be with you.
Right, let's jump right in. The voter turnout has already exceeded the previous election. There are queues of people here. What was the mood on the ground like where you cast your ballot, and what was the voter turnout there?
I mean, I think it's very, very exciting. It's very optimistic. I mean, I remember 1994, which ended a party death election. You know, it's getting close to that. I think there's an air of expectation that there's going to be change. Actually, you know, in the queues where I was this morning, I'm in a suburb here in Johannesburg, in Greenside. So leafy suburb. It was all good natured. Very, you know, people very excited. People came with small children, the prams. It really was an optimistic mood and a hopeful mood.
Absolutely. And Professor, what issues do you think are the most important for the voters in this election?
Yes, I mean, first, just, you know, the turnout is going to be key, and I didn't respond to that. I mean, a high turnout really will take the ANC to that 40% floor and will make it very difficult for it to put a government together. A lower turnout will favor the ANC, which means that, you know, they could get to sort of 49, 48, 47, and then they will be able to put together a government with some of the smaller parties. I think the big thing for South Africans now, that people are really worried about, is, you know, starting with crime. I mean, 80 murders a day, and according to the World Bank, 10% of South Africa's GDP is being eaten away by crime, and I think that's very conservative. I would think actually it's most probably a double that figure. Then unemployment. I mean, we're sitting at 42% unemployment. I mean, that's the world's highest unemployment in Africa. The only other country with a higher unemployment is Sudan, and Sudan is a war-torn country. And if you look at young people who are unemployed, we've got 60% unemployed among young people. And then there's also the high living costs. It really, I mean, the costs of living, and people are struggling. Families are really struggling to make ends meet. And then the total failure in some parts of the state to deliver services.
Yeah, right. And Professor, how do you see the possibility of coalition shaping the landscape of our future, especially considering this might very well be the first election where the ANC does not garner the 50+1% support?
Yeah, no, I think it's very likely we are going to get a coalition for the first time in our post-1994 history at a national level, and possibly some of the provinces. I mean, KwaZulu-Natal province, for example, Gauteng, we may see a coalition. And these days, it may even look like Mpumalanga, that used to be a stronghold of the ANC. There may be a coalition there also. First thing, just about coalitions actually, the model of coalition is actually the best model for diverse countries like South Africa. And in Africa, incidentally, since, you know, the end of colonialism, it has been the most successful model of government, not like dominant party governments or even dictatorships and so on. We are entering the era now of coalitions. I think because the ANC has failed so badly the last 30 years, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to get dominant parties like the ANC again after this election. I think people will be very reluctant to give one party overall support going forward. And I think we now are going to have to prepare ourselves either for an ANC coalition with parties or for a multi-party charter coalition with smaller parties.
Yeah. Absolutely, Professor. Thank you very much for joining us on First Post Africa for the special edition and all the election coverage. Your valued insights appreciated.
Thank you.
For 3 decades now, the African National Congress has been the dominant political party in South Africa. The ANC started as a liberation movement, a movement to free black people from the oppression of a white minority rule. It was a symbol of equality, democracy, and a better life. And under the leadership of Nelson Mandela, the ANC was revered as a force of good. It is Mandela's legacy that has shaped South Africa's democracy into what it is today. But critics say the once revered ANC has lost its way. Have Mandela's political heirs failed to protect this legacy? Our next report explains.
Three decades ago, as South Africa triumphed over apartheid, the African National Congress rose as a beacon of hope for its people. Back then, the ANC was beyond politics. It was a movement dedicated to freeing black people from the clutches of white minority rule. And in 1994, as the country woke up to the dawn of freedom, the ANC transformed from a liberation movement to the party forming the government, with Nelson Mandela at its helm.
The time has come to say, we are one country.
Under Mandela's leadership, the party shaped up on one pledge: building a better life for all. It was dedicated to the principles of democracy, equality, and a brighter future for all South Africans. The ANC swept the elections with almost 63% of the votes under Mandela, who spent 27 years fighting against the apartheid system of racial segregation. But now, 30 years later, the ANC is on the verge of losing majority for the first time since coming to power. The party is marred by corruption, infighting, and a slew of undelivered promises.
The first time I voted, I thought the first time was for the ANC because I thought they're going to make a difference. Mandela's dream is not their dream. He had a dream and they came to mess up the dream. If he was still alive, maybe things could have been better.
The list of problems that the ANC has failed to solve is quite long. There are frequent power cuts across South Africa. The water and sewage systems are broken in several cities. There's garbage piling up on streets. And shortage of proper housing. The poor state of living conditions has left people losing faith in the ANC.
We would say for the past 2 years, we've been lacking service delivery. Not just water, to be quite honest, yet that is the most important. Infrastructure in terms of sewers. Our sewers are boiling over. The storm water, electricity, all of these things combined is making our lives miserable.
The thing that we must do there right now is to give other parties a chance. So voting it's important because your vote is a perfect selection because we need to do a change.
A stable economy, proper jobs, and a decent standard of living are still a distant dream for many. In fact, South Africa today has the highest unemployment rate globally. It is also ranked as one of the most unequal countries in the world. An unequal distribution of wealth disproportionately affects black people in the country. Mandela's ANC spent years reversing the racist laws. And yet today, it has failed the very principles that it was founded on. Many say Mandela's dream is not the ANC's dream anymore. While around half of South Africa's population reels under poverty, the African National Congress leaders have been accused of illegally enriching themselves. Mandela's political heirs have allegedly siphoned off billions of dollars through government contracts. ANC leaders have been accused of receiving bribes to buy expensive suits, throw lavish parties or renovate their homes. Levels of corruption worsened under former President Jacob Zuma, who is currently being tried for graft charges. While President Cyril Ramaphosa vowed to clean up the party, he too has a scandal of his own to deal with. Cracks within the African National Congress began emerging after Mandela stepped down in 1999. Since then, the rift in the party has only been widening. Mandela's successor Thabo Mbeki was forced out by Jacob Zuma. Then Zuma himself was suspended by the party over alleged insubordination. So the infighting is spiraling. The African National Congress has been in dire straits. Many say, with its foundation completely shaken over the years, the party's future looks bleak. Can the ANC pull itself together to protect Nelson Mandela's legacy?
South Africa's political landscape is bracing for a seismic shift, and one leader who analysts say could influence this change is former South African President Jacob Zuma. Now, he has survived multiple political and legal challenges to return to the limelight time and again. This year, despite a court setback that blocks him from contesting this election, the 82-year-old has been campaigning hard against the African National Congress, a party that he had been associated with for over 6 decades. Will Jacob Zuma be the wild card this election? Will he emerge as a kingmaker? Our next report answers these critical questions.
He's a former anti-apartheid activist. He was jailed for a decade with Nelson Mandela for attempting to overthrow the apartheid government. And for years, he had been a pillar of strength for the African National Congress, the party that has governed South Africa since 1994. Come 2024, Jacob Zuma is campaigning against the African National Congress, a party that he headed for a decade from 2007 to 2017, and a party that made him a two-time president between 2009 and 2018.
I, Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other law.
We have to do things differently now that we are...
Amid multiple charges of corruption and state capture, Zuma had an ugly political fallout with the ANC. In December 2023, he threw his weight behind the newly formed MK party, accusing his former party, the ANC, and President Cyril Ramaphosa of betrayal. Multiple polls have predicted the ANC is set to lose its parliamentary majority for the first time since the fall of apartheid in 1994, which would force it to form a coalition government. Opinion polls also suggest Zuma's party is making a huge impact. They say it is gaining around 13% of the national vote and 25% in Zuma's political heartland of KwaZulu-Natal, making the 82-year-old a political wildcard. Some analysts say the former president could also be in a position to be kingmaker.
There are many parties that are there that will be voting with us, because as the black nation that has been struggling, we are saying that it's D-Day. This day that is coming, we say it is D-Day. We are going to take the win by 2/3 majority and change it to become a country that is better than what it is now. Those who say with their mouths that we are free, but are basically gatekeeping for the oppressors, we are going to remove them from the position they are holding.
If the ANC does not get a majority as predicted, it may have to form a coalition with the Radical Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, and the MK party, which could lead Zuma to once again take on an influential role in the government. Earlier this month, South Africa's highest court barred Zuma from becoming a member of the parliament. His 15-month jail sentence for a contempt of court in 2021 became a roadblock for him in 2024. But he has still been using his mass popularity to win more voters for the MK party and dense support for the African National Congress. MK's growth has also eaten into support for other opposition parties like the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Fighters. If Zuma cannot contest to be a member of the parliament, he cannot be president. So what is Jacob Zuma seeking if not another term as the head of the state? Several analysts say, with the leverage in the coalition, Zuma wants to dethrone Ramaphosa for a more pliable leader. He may also be seeking to protect his legacy and ensure his continued political influence. But Jacob Zuma has been a divisive figure. For some, he's a liberator and a savior for the poor. For others, he's a corrupt leader who has been at the forefront of some of the worst scandals that South Africa has seen. Despite this, Zuma has returned to the political spotlight time and again. And now, as the political landscape in South Africa undergoes significant shifts, what Zuma is aiming for is a fierce comeback.
The polling booths are open for a few more hours. Usually, the Election Commission in South Africa begins releasing partial results within hours of the polls closing. So early trends could begin trickling in soon. Results will be declared by this Sunday. Stay tuned to our special coverage as we continue to track South Africa's historic election and what lies ahead for the country's political future. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. South Africa is pushing to develop a vaccine for tuberculosis, the world's second deadliest disease after COVID-19 that affects millions of lives every year. The clinical trials for a newly developed M72 vaccine could prove to be a game changer. If researchers succeed, this would be the first vaccine against tuberculosis to be rolled out in almost a century. Our next report will tell you more.
Hundreds of thousands of people die because of tuberculosis each year. Millions suffer because of it. It's the second deadliest infection after COVID-19. The disease is caused by a type of bacteria that most often affects the lungs. It spreads through the air when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or spits. Despite being curable, tuberculosis claimed more than 1 million lives in 2022 alone. Health experts say that's because many don't get the treatment in time, while others don't have access to proper medication. And yet, in a century's time, the world hasn't got a new vaccine to fight tuberculosis. But this can change soon. Trials for a new vaccine are underway in South Africa. It's a collaborative effort by the Gates Medical Research Institute and the Wellcome Trust. They are holding clinical trials of new M72 vaccines. The jab works for people with latent TB. This is when the affected person doesn't show symptoms. It aims to protect older adolescents and adults from pulmonary tuberculosis that affects the lungs. The vaccine that is currently available does not prevent primary infection. It doesn't even prevent reactivation of latent pulmonary infection. The study for the new vaccine involves up to 20,000 patients across 60 sites globally, out of which 32 sites are in South Africa. The first set of the vaccine jabs were administered in Johannesburg in March. This was the third phase of the clinical trials aimed at evaluating the efficacy of the vaccine. Experts found that the vaccine was able to protect 1 out of 2 people from the disease. According to the World Health Organization, a 50% efficacy rate could save 8.5 million lives and prevent 76 million new cases. The results of these trials will be out in 5 years. and rollout is possible as early as 2030. The M72 vaccine could become the first new TB vaccine in almost a century. It could be a game changer in the global health sector, offering a beacon of hope in the battle against tuberculosis.
And that's all we have on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Our focus remains on Rafah, probably the most dangerous place on earth right now. If the famine doesn't get you, Israel will. If Israel doesn't get you, the lack of aid will. There is simply no escaping it. And Israel is not slowing down. They've taken total control of Gaza's land border. Let me show you the map. Gaza borders two countries, Israel and Egypt. The Egypt border has a demilitarized buffer zone. It is called the Philadelphia Corridor. A demilitarized buffer zone. It's around 300 feet wide, and Israel has taken control of it. The question is why? This is what Israel's army says.
The Philadelphia Corridor served as Hamas's pipeline through which Hamas engaged in smuggling in Gaza Strip on regular basis.
So that's why Israel says Hamas is using this corridor mainly to smuggle weapons. But Egypt has denied this. They say that there were no tunnels between Gaza and Egypt. And this will complicate matters because Egypt and Israel signed a peace deal back in 1979. They agreed to, on a crucial point here, that the border will remain demilitarized, meaning few or no soldiers will be deployed here. But Israel is risking that peace. They have put tanks and soldiers in the Philadelphia corridor. So will Egypt respond in kind, or do they have patience left? That is the big question at the moment. Meanwhile, in Rafah, the attacks continue. Israel is pursuing two strategies. The first is airstrikes. The second is street fighting. On Wednesday, around 50 strikes were reported in Gaza. Many of them were on Rafah. Israeli aircraft swooped in. They dropped the payload and flew off. Take a look at this. Israel's goal is to eliminate the Hamas, but most of their fighters are inside Rafah's tunnels. So how do these strikes help? Well, that's the thing. The strikes are not just meant for Hamas, they're meant to scare Rafah residents too, to make them flee. Just consider the airstrike on Sunday, the one that killed 45 Palestinian civilians. That strike led to an exodus of Gazans. Now look at the difference in the satellite pictures. You can see the camps empty out.
The situation is scary. With all the shelling,
The children are scared. We have no place left to stay.
So the strikes drive people out, which brings us to Israel's second strategy, street fighting. It's pretty intense stuff. Israeli tanks and soldiers have reached central Rafah. They're fighting with Hamas operatives. But how long will this continue? Israel's national security advisor gave a grim timeline. He says another 7 months. That's how long it will continue. That's the whole of 2024. Another 7 months. Now, this timeline raises several questions. Number one, what kind of casualties are we looking at? The war in Gaza has been on for almost 8 months already. It has killed more than 36,000 people in this time. Now add another 7 months to it. How many more people will die? And question number two, why will it take 7 months? Rafah is the only city still standing. Netanyahu himself called it the last phase of the war. Why would this last phase take 7 more months? And what comes after that? Will it be a civilian alternative to Hamas or an Israeli military occupation? Prime Minister Netanyahu is yet to answer any of these questions. His officials are basically winging the war. The US is not too happy about this. Apparently, that's where Washington draws the line. Bombing refugees, no problem. Post-war plan, big problem. But others are sharper in their criticism, like Turkish President Erdogan. He's calling Netanyahu a blood-sucking vampire.
And I think this underscores the imperative of having a plan for the day after. Because in the absence of a plan for the day after, there won't be a day after. And this is where we need to go. And we need to get as quickly as possible.
The world is watching the barbarism of a sick man, a maniac, a psychopath, and a blood-feeding vampire called Netanyahu, and they are watching it on live broadcasts.
India too has expressed concern. Remember, New Delhi was among the first to condemn Hamas, but Netanyahu's war has forced a rethink. India has reiterated its recognition for the Palestinian state. It has also expressed concern about the airstrikes on Rafah. Listen to this.
The heartbreaking loss of civilian lives in the displacement camp in Rafah is a matter of deep concern for us. We have consistently called for protection of civilian population, that these European countries have now come up and recognized Palestine. As to how we look at it, let me tell you that, India recognized Palestine way back in the 1980s.
Street protests also continue. The US city of Chicago saw major demonstrations. Hundreds of people protested Israel's war. They called for a ceasefire in Gaza. And guess who's advising these protesters? Iran's supreme leader. Talk about an unexpected crossover. The Ayatollah has written a letter to American protesters, especially to those in college. Listen to what he wrote. You are standing on the right side of history. You have now formed a branch of the resistance front and have begun an honorable struggle. My advice to you is to become familiar with the Quran. You can imagine the response. American politicians have slammed the Ayatollah. They've also sent a message to the college protesters. If Iran's supreme leader is supporting you, you are probably wrong. And it's hard to argue with that. Also, I wonder where this advice was for Iran's anti-hijab protesters. They got tear gas and jail cells. I guess that wasn't a resistance front. But all this pressure does matter, because that's the only way to stop the war. As long as holdouts remain, Israel will push on. And right now, that holdout is the United States of America. A ceasefire resolution will soon be tabled at the United Nations Security Council. Guess who is opposing it? The United States. So Israel's isolation is not complete, and that is Netanyahu's signal to go on.
Представители стран НАТО, особенно в Европе, особенно в малых странах, они должны вообще отдавать себе отчет.
Europe is worried about its security. The skies over Eastern Europe are exposed. They have virtually no air defense. And this is a security assessment by NATO. Here's what their latest report says. Its focus is on NATO's capabilities to protect its eastern flank. Now, these are countries in Central and Eastern Europe, that is NATO's eastern flank. The report says NATO has less than 5% of the capability that it needs. Less than 5%. What are we talking about here? What kind of capability? Defense systems, rockets, troops. Whatever Europe needs to protect itself from an airstrike, they don't have it. The region is woefully under-equipped. In fact, let me quote from what a NATO diplomat said. Air defense is one of the biggest holes we have. We cannot deny it. Since the war in Ukraine broke out, NATO has not been able to do very much about it. It hasn't been able to boost its security in Eastern Europe. Just one American Patriot system has been deployed, and this is in southern Poland. It protects an airport. It's an important hub for the West. This airport in southern Poland is used to send Western military aid to Ukraine. And the bloc is also under pressure from Kiev, from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's been asking for more air defense systems.
GS has already used more than 9,000 guided aerial bombs against Ukraine. And we need the ability to shoot down their combat aircraft so that they do not approach our positions and borders. It is possible. It is just as possible as giving protection to the cities of Ukraine from Russian rockets. We urgently need Patriot systems and missiles for them. This is what can and should save lives right now.
Clearly, Europe needs more air defense systems. So what are they doing about it? Talking for now. Hectic deliberations are on, plans are being discussed. This week, NATO leaders are meeting in Prague. Later in July, there are plans for a summit in Washington, D.C. Both discussions will center around Europe's air defenses and how to improve them. NATO and Europe need to step up because the Russian president is pressing on their vulnerability.
The representatives of countries that are NATO members, particularly in Europe, particularly in small countries, should be aware of what they are playing with. They should remember that these are primarily countries with small territory and dense population.
Putin said that 2 days ago. He was referring to the statements from Macron and Scholz, the leaders of France and Germany. They said Ukraine should strike deep inside Russia, France and Germany. In response, Putin highlighted Europe's greatest weakness right now, the eastern flank of NATO. And he was referring to the same region that we just spoke about. Apparently, some of his advisors want him to go a step further. They want the Russian military to, quote-unquote, demonstrate its nuclear power in Ukraine. Does that mean a nuclear attack? Well, Putin's advisors did not spell it out, but they do want him to consider, and I'm quoting again, a demonstrative strike, something that can send a message to the West. So Brussels has been cautioned. Europe is in Russia's sights. If Moscow decides to strike, how will Europe protect itself? This is where Europe's internal rifts begin to surface. The bloc cannot agree on a single strategy. So far, their approach has been fragmented. Germany is pushing for the Sky Shield initiative. It was launched last year. The plan is to develop a shared air defense system using American and Israeli technology. More than a dozen countries have signed up for the Sky Shield. But France has taken a different path. They, along with Italy, have developed a system called Mamba. Then we have Ursula von der Leyen, who is going in a third direction. She is the European Commission's president. She wants an EU-funded air defense shield, and Poland and Greece support her. So there are three different plans, three different approaches being proposed to achieve the same goal, securing Europe's skies. But none will deliver unless Europe can tide over its divisions. And it's not like they've not tried, but the outcome has not been favorable. The longer they remain at odds, the more they strengthen Putin's hand and expose themselves to potential threats. Speaking of divisions, it's not just limited to Western countries. I could say the same about Western companies. Remember what they said in 2022? We will leave Russia. We will not support Putin's invasion. That's what Western companies said in 2022. Well, it's 2024, and guess what? Most of them are still operating in Russia. A new report has the numbers. Less than 400 companies have exited Russia, around 1,200 scaled back operations, and more than 2,000 companies still remain. So much for boycotting the Russian economy. Out of these, 3 names stand out. Avon Products, which is a cosmetics company, Air Liquide, the French gas company, and Reckitt, a UK consumer group. All 3 of them promised to leave Russia after the war broke out, but none of them have. I have more examples for you. Pepsi stopped its Russia operations in March 2022, but they still run a dairy business. It employs around 20,000 people. Same with Coca-Cola. Their drinks are made with a special syrup. After 2022, they stopped sending that syrup to Russia. So another company stepped up. Coca-Cola Hellenic. And guess who owns a 21% stake in that company? The parent MNC, Coca-Cola. So long story short, no one wants to leave. All their moral outrage has been shelved. The question is why? Because Russia made some shrewd moves. For starters, they imposed a sort of exit tax, a tax for companies wanting to wind up. It was around 15% of the sale amount. Another move was creating a 50% discount on asset sales. Let me explain that. Suppose you're a Western company in Russia, you have buildings or factories there, you have assets there. But after the invasion, you wanted to leave. So naturally, you will need buyers. If they are Russian buyers, you can only sell them at a discount, and that discount is 50%. So your asset value just halved. Would you like to take a loss in revenue like that? Or would you continue operations in Russia? Well, that was the question that they faced, and if money is on your mind, you would choose option 2, continue your operations. And that's what most Western firms have done. But forget the companies, let's look at Russia's economy as well, as a whole. There are more than 14,000 sanctions on Russia. They were supposed to cripple the economy, but the opposite is happening. Russia is projected to grow by 3.2% this year. That's faster than France, Germany, Britain, and the US. Again, the question is how? What explains this resilience? Broadly, 3 factors. Number 1, Russia's energy sales. The West may have stopped buying gas and oil, but India and China have stepped up. In April, Russia's energy revenue was $14 billion. It nearly doubled from last year, $14 billion. What's more, the West has not touched this trade. You can buy Russian oil without violating Western sanctions. Reason number 2 why they're thriving is wartime spending. The fighting can indirectly drain your resources, but it also helps some industries like those making fighter jets or bullets or radar equipment or even army uniforms or food packets. Russia is expected to spend $140 billion on defense this year. That's 7.1% of their GDP. In fact, military spending makes up 35% of all government spending. And finally, reason number 3, preparation. It started in 2014. Putin ordered the invasion of Ukraine's Crimea. The West responded with sanctions. And since then, he's been on a mission to make Russia sanctions-proof. Just look at foreign exchange reserves. Russia has around $631 billion in the bank. That's about the same as India. But don't forget, Russia's population is just 1/10 of India's. Such huge reserves keep their currency stable. Putin has also worked to de-dollarize. His biggest trading partner is China, but 90% of that trade happens in local currencies, the yuan and the ruble, which is why Putin is sitting comfortably. But the West did the exact opposite. They were gorging on Russian oil and gas. They never had a plan B. Putin probably had a plan B, C, and D. So the moral of the story is quite clear. Sanctions are not a silver bullet. You can beat them with proper preparation. Also, their effectiveness depends on one major factor: how many countries are imposing them. If it's just one group, like the West in this case, then good luck. It won't work. But if it is imposed globally, you may have a better chance. Now let's talk about the heat wave. Every day the temperature is rising, the summer sun is unbearable. Yesterday, this extreme heat sparked a debate. Did the temperature in Delhi really cross 52 degrees Celsius? Because that's what reports said, 52 degrees. That Delhi had reported India's highest ever temperature, the highest on record, more than 52 degrees Celsius. That's around 127 degrees Fahrenheit. The news spread like fire. But now the weather department has clarified. It says the reading was inaccurate. So what happened here? Let me explain. There are 20 weather stations in Delhi. One of them is Mungeshpur. Now this is in northwest Delhi and the reading came from here. Mungeshpur reported a temperature of 52.9 degrees Celsius, which is a record high, not just for the national capital, but for the whole country. The previous record for Delhi was 49.2 degrees Celsius or 120 degrees Fahrenheit. It was lodged in 2022. Yesterday's reading was well above that, 52.9. So the weather officials rushed to Mungeshpur, they checked the readings again and they found an inaccuracy. Later in the day, they issued a statement. The 52.9 degree reading was withdrawn. It's still not clear how they got it wrong in the first place. The statement suggested two possible reasons, an error with the sensor or local factors. It could be either of the two. They did not bother to specify, but they did share an updated set of readings. They gave a range of the temperature, the maximum temperature, in and around Delhi. Yesterday, it was between 45.2 degrees and 49.1 degrees Celsius. So it wasn't a record, just shy of the 2022 reading. And that comes as a relief, although it's only psychological, the relief, because the readings are just a technicality. The heat does feel unbearable. India's capital is experiencing an extreme heat wave. There are no two ways about it. And what is a heat wave? When the maximum temperature exceeds 45 degrees, that's the threshold, 45 degrees. That's a heat wave. And Delhi crossed it a while ago. It is raining fire every day and it's leading to multiple problems, compounded by power cuts and water shortages. The heat wave is even sparking fires. Yesterday, the Delhi Fire Department received the maximum number of phone calls. They got a total of 220 calls, out of which 183 were fire-related incidents. Today, New Delhi also reported its first death due to the heat wave. It was a labourer. And it's not just Delhi. There's extreme heat across India. Today, the Met Department has issued fresh alerts covering 4 states, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. It said these states could experience a severe heat wave. So it's become a game of adjectives now, extreme, severe. The heat wave is also triggering forest fires. Today, there was one in Jammu. Thankfully, it was contained quickly, but forest fires used to be a rare phenomenon in India. You hear about them in countries like Russia, Canada, Australia and the US, but India too is reporting the same now. The frequency is alarming, in fact. This year, the northern state of Himachal Pradesh reported more than 1,000 forest fires. The reason? Heat waves. And experts fear they could get worse in the coming years.
Well, of course, we know that heat waves have always happened and will always occur, also in the future. But what we also see is that heat waves all around the globe are becoming hotter, more intense, and also more frequent due to climate change. For instance, the heat wave across Asia in April and May, or in the Sahel and also south of the Sahel, have been really intense and have been made a lot more intense due to climate change.
So India needs to brace itself for more extreme weather. As for the current heat wave, the weather officials predict some relief over the weekend. We hope their prediction is right this time. Now let's talk about a new study, a study on gold smuggling from Africa. It was released earlier today. It says that in 2022, at least 435 tons of gold was smuggled out of Africa. 435 tons. That's more than 1 ton of gold every day. Do you know how much 435 tons of gold are worth? About $31 billion at today's rates. It's enough to wipe out the national debt of some of these African countries, but that much gold was illegally smuggled out of the continent in 2022. And this has been a growing trend. The amount of gold smuggled out of Africa doubled between 2012 and 2022. And where was it smuggled to? Reports say that the lion's share of the gold, about 47% of it, made its way to the United Arab Emirates, where it was reprocessed, rebranded and reintroduced into the global gold supply. Our next report has the details.
In 2022, the UAE was the world's third largest exporter of gold. The country exported gold worth $32.8 billion. All this without a single gold mine in the Emirati territory. So how did they export so much? Well, because they imported a lot more. Officially, $57.1 billion worth of gold. So it's a massive operation, where gold worth billions is imported, processed and then exported. The operation is so big that tracing some smuggled gold in that mix would be almost impossible. But the group called Swissaid has done just that. They went through the numbers and made an astonishing claim that the UAE has been buying gold smuggled from Africa. So how does this work? The gold is smuggled. It gets refined and then the UAE exports it in Emirati packaging. The global gold market doesn't care about where the gold is from as far as importers are concerned. The gold has become Emirati. Its backstory is of no interest to the market. In 2022, about 435 tons of gold were smuggled out of Africa. That is gold worth about $35 billion today. Smuggled gold means no taxes or tariffs, so it doesn't benefit the African nation's development. Most of the smuggled gold came from artisanal mining, where people mine the gold instead of corporations. Now you could think artisanal mining sounds like a good thing. A way for the average person to benefit from a nation's resources. But it's not that ideal. These are small-scale, unregulated mines prone to accidents and deaths, and you also have artisanal mines operated by militant groups. They enslave innocents, force them to work in the artisanal gold mines. Then they sell the gold to buy weapons, and use those weapons to perpetuate the vicious cycle. This is prevalent in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the war-torn East, where numerous groups vie for control. It's also common in Sudan, the country currently being torn apart by civil war. One of the warring factions is a paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces. For all intents and purposes, the RSF is a private army, controlled by this man, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, also known as Hemedti. How does Hemedti pay his private army? With the proceeds from the gold mines he controls. All this gold could have been used to fuel Africa's growth, help the world's youngest continent progress. But instead, it is getting smuggled away. The common people aren't benefiting from Africa's vast resources. They are being used by warlords and militant groups to fund their own agendas. Africa deserves better.
Our next story is also from Africa. It's about Nigeria, the fourth largest economy on the continent. Yesterday was a momentous occasion. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu celebrated 1 year in office. Well, that is not the momentous part though. It's how he chose to celebrate that raised eyebrows. Yesterday, Tinubu changed Nigeria's national anthem. Or he changed it back to the original, depending on how you want to look at things. Nigeria gained independence from the British in 1960. At the time, they had a contest to decide the new national anthem, and the winner was Nigeria, We Hail Thee. It became the country's first anthem, but there was a small problem with it. The song was actually written by a British expatriate. So Nigeria's first anthem was created by a colonizer, which does seem a bit odd, but they kept it anyway. For 18 years. After that, the anthem was changed to Arise, O Compatriots. This change happened during a military dictatorship. So the second anthem was questioned as well, but it managed to survive the scrutiny for about 46 years. Until yesterday, when Tinubu and his government dropped it and brought back the colonizer's creation. Look at the timing now. The change coincides with Tinubu's first anniversary as president. Maybe he thought it was the best time to regress, or perhaps he needed a talking point, something controversial enough to distract the public. And if that was his plan, he seems to have succeeded. Some opposition politicians are outraged. This is Nigeria's former education minister. She criticized the inclusion of terms like native land and tribe. She feels they are pejoratives in 21st century Nigeria. A former senator put this up to highlight the government's misplaced priorities. He says, "We have a bacterial infection, but we opted for Prada fragrance instead of penicillin." Strong words. He said that Nigeria needs to focus on its economic and security issues. We highlighted a major security breach a few days ago when more than 150 people were abducted from a village in Nigeria. The kidnappers hit the same village twice in 2 days, and the authorities did nothing to prevent that. That's the sort of security issue that plagues the country. Earlier this year, about 300 school children were kidnapped in northwest Nigeria. The northern part of the country is home to terror groups like Boko Haram and also bandit gangs who kidnap people for ransom. Tinubu swore to protect the country if he was elected. But 1 year into his presidency, the mass kidnappings continue. The president says he's doing the best that he can. His defense minister says that more than 9,000 terrorists and bandits were killed over the last year, but that has not stopped the kidnappings and killings. On average, more than 20 people are kidnapped in Nigeria every day, but Tinubu doesn't want to talk about that. So a new anthem seems like a good way to distract people. Then there's the other big problem, Nigeria's faltering economy. The last year has been tough on the people. They've suffered a cost of living crisis. Inflation has risen to around 34%, and again the president must take some of the blame. The day he came to power, he announced an end to a fuel subsidy. The subsidy was draining money from the state coffers. Tinubu said it had to go for the greater good. But the sudden end of the subsidy caused an upheaval. Fuel prices rose sharply, followed by everything else. Meanwhile, Tinubu devalued Nigeria's currency, the naira. Its value crashed. So exports became expensive. Imports, rather, became expensive. Now, both these policies have hurt the common people and brought about economic turmoil. Another thing Tinubu would like the people to forget. So again, the anthem debate may help him turn attention away from the state of the economy and instead have them debating about which anthem has better lyrics. You see, a national anthem is an important part of a country's identity, so of course people will get emotional about it, but sometimes this passion can be used cynically to distract people from ground realities. We hope the people of Nigeria do not forget about the bigger picture. It was a big day in the world of chess. A young Indian prodigy beat a seasoned world number one. I'm talking about Praggnanandhaa. He beat Magnus Carlsen in a classical chess match, that too for the first time. It sums up where Indian chess is at, on the verge of a golden age. India now has more grandmasters than ever before. One of them is challenging for the world title. It's even sneaking into India's union budget. That's right, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman mentioned chess in her budget speech. But how did we reach this point? In 1988, India had just one grandmaster. Today, there are 84. What explains this sudden interest in chess? Our next report tells you.
You could sense the end was near. Magnus Carlsen had his hands on his chin. He was as fidgety as ever.
There will be another check, a second check from
Then, with a push of the chair, he did it. The world number one in chess had resigned.
On G2, and there you go. Magnus Carlsen has resigned.
Across the table was Praggnanandhaa, an 18-year-old Indian chess prodigy. Most people would crack a smile after such a victory, but not Prag's. His style is more composed.
Youngest player in the field.
This is Prag's first win against Carlsen in classical chess. It's like test cricket for chess. The games are usually longer. You get around 1 hour to make your moves. This format is the real deal. But Prag's had never beaten Carlsen in this format, not until Wednesday. Both players were part of the Norway chess tournament. Carlsen tried a risky opening move, but it backfired. Prag's slowly took the advantage and forced Carlsen to resign. Any more details and you'll probably switch off. After all, the 64 squares are not as exciting as a cricket pitch or a boxing ring. But this story isn't about Prague's triumph, it's about the rise of Indian chess. The game originated right here in India. That was almost 1500 years ago. By the 20th century, Europeans dominated it. India got its first grandmaster only in 1988, the lightning kid Vishwanathan Anand. But he was a one-man army. In India, chess meant Anand and Anand meant chess. But not anymore. India now has 84 grandmasters, up from 20 in 2010. Only 2 countries have more grandmasters. That's Russia and the United States. It's the same with the rankings. Around a dozen Indians consistently rank in the top 100. One of them is Gukesh. The 18-year-old from Chennai is poised to make history. He won the candidates tournament last year. He's the youngest challenger for the World Chess Championship. Gukesh will take on Ding Liren of China. That match could end with a new Indian world champion. Makes you wonder, how is this happening? How is Indian chess suddenly growing? Well, it's not sudden. India has 50,000 registered chess players. Many states have included chess in the syllabus like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. The Indian Chess Federation also deserves credit. They organize around 20 national events and the prize money is good too. It was around $264,000 in 2022. The federation is run mostly by former chess players, which means less politics. All of this has ushered in the golden age of chess in India. But let's not forget the lightning kid. Vishy Anand did play a key role here. He first became world champion in 2000, so young Indians grew up idolizing him. His triumphs gave Indians an important arsenal: self-belief. Former champion Garry Kasparov summed it up best. He said the children of Vishy Anand are on the loose. Yes, they are indeed. In any sport, success is the key to popularity, whether it was cricket in 1983 or chess in 2000. The question is, what should India do with this success? The answer is channel it. The first priority is to produce world champions, but grassroots problems remain, like parents' attitudes towards kids playing chess, or the lack of trainers or coaches, or even gender inequality. India may have 84 grandmasters, but only 3 of them are women. Now is the time to course correct to make sure the golden age is for everyone.
Do you know which is the most searched Indian dish globally? It's butter chicken, a dish that the world associates with India. Tender chicken cooked in thick tomato yogurt gravy with mild spices and loads of butter. What's not to like? A distinctive taste, subtle flavors and enough spice to soothe the global palate. This is what makes butter chicken unique. From the streets of Delhi to Michelin star restaurants, this dish is everywhere, even in courts, by the way, caught in a legal battle between 2 restaurant chains, Moti Mahal and Daryaganj. They're battling over who invented butter chicken, and now a fresh petition has been filed. We've discussed this case before. Tonight we'll tell you why it's generating so much buzz and how food wars are a global thing. At stake is cultural pride and money. In this particular case, it's around $240,000, which is almost 2 crore rupees, which makes it a pretty serious question. Who really invented butter chicken? The story begins in the 1930s. You could say it is as layered as butter chicken gravy. When India was still undivided, 3 men worked at an eatery in Peshawar: Kundan Lal Gujral, Kundan Lal Jaggi and Thakur Das. They worked at a restaurant called Moti Mahal. It specialized in tandoori cuisine. During partition, these men fled to India. Cooking was all they knew, so they opened a restaurant in Delhi's Daryaganj and they called it Moti Mahal, an ode to their Peshawar restaurant. Soon Moti Mahal became famous. The public loved it, as did world leaders. Now it's a restaurant chain with global franchisees. And what is their claim to fame? Butter chicken. Moti Mahal claims that Kundan Lal Gujral invented it. One day he had leftover tandoori chicken. He put it in a simple gravy with a lot of butter, and the result was butter chicken. But there's another claim. It says that Kundan Lal Jaggi invented butter chicken. He was once working at the eatery when a truck of refugees came in. They wanted food. So Jaggi whipped up a quick curry, and that became the famous butter chicken. Now, it's hard to verify which claim is true. But the trouble began in 2019 when Jaggi's grandson opened a different restaurant called Daryaganj. Its tagline said, "Inventors of butter chicken." So Moti Mahal went to court against it. Now both are making the same claim that they invented the dish. First, the fight was over the trademark. Now a fresh petition has been filed over the tagline, inventors of butter chicken. Moti Mahal says Daryaganj should remove it. But why is this tag important? Because it translates into money. The tag draws customers, it builds your brand, and people come for it. So both restaurants want it. Take champagne, for example. Technically, champagne is sparkling wine. But not all sparkling wine is champagne. Only the wine that comes from the Champagne region of France can be called champagne. And that is what makes it more expensive. People pay for originality. They pay for the tag of original creators. And this has led to many such disputes. In 2018, the Delhi High Court heard another such food fight over kebabs. Two shops were vying for the name Tunde Kebabi, a famous kebab shop in the city of Lucknow. In 2016, there was a trademark battle over the name of Khan Chacha, a shop that is home to some of the best rolls in Delhi. Then there's the iconic Rasgulla, a syrup-soaked Indian dessert. Two Indian states stake claim to it, West Bengal and Odisha. And such food battles are a global affair. Take hummus, for example. A dip made of chickpeas, tahini and other ingredients. It's a West Asian staple. Most countries in the region stake claim to it. From the Lebanese to the Syrians to the Turks, they all say they invented it. Israel says it was the food of biblical Jews. Same for jollof rice, a West African staple. Senegal, Nigeria and Ghana all claim to have invented the dish. In the East, it's kimchi, a fermented cabbage dish. It is a South Korean staple, but China claims kimchi is theirs, so much so that they made an international standard for it. Trust Beijing to do that. They go too far. But my point here is quite simple. Food is not just about taste and nourishment. It's also a powerful symbol of culture, identity and national pride. And that is what makes food battles so fierce. As for butter chicken, the world may not know who invented it, but that has not stopped them from enjoying it. Robots in Hollywood have quite a bad image. They either kill you, or steal your data, or leave you heartbroken. But what if that's not all? Can artificial intelligence become a companion? Can it cure loneliness? Research says it can. It can help humans deal with social isolation. It can prevent them from withdrawing from society. But there's a catch. As they say, too much of something is not good. And it holds true for companionship with AI. Our next report tells you.
Imagine this. You're sitting at home alone. You ask your AI assistant a question. It turns into a long conversation. You talk to it for hours. You feel good after that. If you think I'm narrating the script of some dystopian TV series, you're not wrong. Hollywood has long taught us two things. You will either fall in love with robots, or they'll try to kill you. But is there no other option, like companionship? Can artificial intelligence give you company? Can it cure loneliness? To understand that, let's look at loneliness first. It's a feeling of social isolation. It knows no age, or gender, or borders. Loneliness can affect anyone and everyone. So much so that the WHO calls it a global health threat. Apparently, it's as bad as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And it is a global phenomenon. Across the globe, 1.2 billion people felt that they were lonely or very lonely in 2023. Around 10% of all adolescents are lonely. 25% of older people are lonely. In the UK, 7% of the population experiences loneliness. More than a third of Americans experience serious loneliness. So it's like a silent epidemic that's sweeping the world. Of course, the best solution is often talking to people. A friend, a therapist, anyone at all. But what happens when you can't? You can get a pet. Meaningful bonds like that always help. For children, it can be something as simple as a toy. Playing with it reduces loneliness. But what about artificial intelligence? Scientists believe that it can cure loneliness. The question is, how? Artificial intelligence can emerge as a valuable tool. You can practice conversation. You can have interactions. And all of this can help you avoid social isolation. Scientists believe that it could reduce the risk of people completely withdrawing from society. Of course, there is a downside. Relationships with machines are not as easy as they sound, and that's because of algorithms.
Yes, I can speak multiple languages including English, French, German.
AI will often tell you what you want to hear, or even give wrong advice. Sometimes that can be fatal. Also, it could lead to lonely people seeking less human connections. It's already happening. People are getting virtual valentines. AI girlfriends are all the rage. A Spanish woman even married an AI-generated hologram. So the key here is balance. Having a human best friend to talk to is obviously the best cure for loneliness. There is no replacement for that. But in case you can't find someone to lend their ear,
hello there.
It's not a bad thing to turn to artificial intelligence.
You're sitting in an exam hall. There's a question paper in front of you. In a cruel twist, you prepared for the wrong test. You don't know a single answer, so the horror sets in, the anxiety grows. But just as the hysteria reaches a crescendo, you wake up, sweaty and relieved. It was just a dream. The same horrifying dream yet again. Unless you're among the lucky few, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Dreams about exams. They're like monsters under your bed. And they take many forms. Like being late for a test or getting lost while finding the exam hall. No matter the shape they take, these dreams span generations. Even ancient Chinese had nightmares about the imperial exam, a civil service exam that decided people's fate. Even so, there is no way of knowing how common exam dreams are because not everyone remembers them. But research says they happen to almost everyone. They haunt students, they torment grown-ups. Even those who last took a test decades ago, dreamers of all ages are dragged back into the classroom. But why school and why exams? We have a lot of things going on, impending deadlines, important meetings, in some cases even unwashed laundry. So why do exams stand out in our dreams? To understand that, let's answer a basic question first. What are dreams? While we sleep, our brains are awake. They're building on our memories, solidifying the things that we learned and processing our emotions. Brains are hard at work and their work produces an output. We call it a dream. We dream 4 to 6 times in a night. And if you have exams coming up in real life, if they have been on your mind while you're awake, they will feature in your sleep. And if the dream is bizarre or anxiety-inducing, this is your brain's way of training you for the unexpected. That is what research says. But if you haven't seen the inside of a classroom in years, then the dream points to a challenge in real life. It's not about exams, really. It's about your real-life challenges. It's about the feeling of being tested or the anxiety of not measuring up. You see, our brains categorize things, especially emotions. Similar emotions trigger similar dreams. For instance, a dream about driving a car with failed brakes is not about being a bad driver. It's about losing control of something. So when people come across difficult situations, when they feel that they're being tested, the brain reflects. But why does it jump to school exams and not, let's say, your first job interview? Because emotional memories are strong. Memories made during high-stress experiences are even stronger, and tests are some of the highest stressors. Plus, the more a memory is repeated, the stronger it gets. It stays with us. Meanwhile, our daily stressors are new. They don't have strong memory circuits. The brain cannot hook them into a dream. So instead of, if the brain panics about something in the now, it will go back to the old threatening memory of an exam. And that says a lot about how we feel about exams. But just because these dreams threaten you does not mean that they're all bad. In fact, research shows that they may be good for you. Students who dream of an exam are more likely to perform better. Science says that exam dreams are reassuring. They're a means for your brain to say, I know that there are things to do and I'm working on it. I am processing information. In simpler terms, scientists call it cognitive gain, which is said to be good for you. It is part of evolution. But if you would like to defy it and graduate from your dream school, then take the hint. Connect the events in your dream to the recent events in your life, learn about what you're feeling, and better prepare yourself in real life. But generally speaking, whether you forget the answers or show up in the wrong building, you don't need to overcorrect your dreams. After all, no matter what happens, you will always wake up. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Iceland evacuates the Blue Lagoon, its biggest tourist attraction after a volcanic eruption. In Pompeii, archaeologists discover 2,000-year-old children's drawing depicting gladiator fights. And the Madrid Zoo reveals a new giant panda couple. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1987, Goa became a state of the Indian Union. In the 1500s, it was conquered or colonized by the Portuguese. It remained under their control for 400 years. But in 1961, India launched an operation to retake Goa, and in 1987, it became a full-fledged state. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Children, 6-year-old or 7-year-old children, as is evident both from the human figures drawn as cephalopods. In Naples, we concluded that these drawings of gladiators and to compare the two drawings. And we understand that here in Pompeii, even children directly from the head. Even today, small children draw.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that? If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Israeli army expands its operations in Gaza. Israel says it now has complete operational control over the entire Egyptian border with Gaza and the southern city of Rafah. Israel also claims to have discovered 20 tunnels going from Gaza into Egypt. The Israeli army added that Hamas uses the tunnels for smuggling weapons and personnel.
Hamas took advantage of the Philadelphia corridor and built these infrastructures few meters away from the border with Egypt so that we would not attack them. It was in the vicinity of between 10 to 40 meters from the border. So Israel in such way would not attack near the border with Egypt.
Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's national security advisor says that the operation in Gaza will continue through the end of 2024. And Israel still remains at the center of global condemnation for its attacks on Palestinian civilians in Rafah. Turkey's President Erdogan has lashed out at Netanyahu, calling him a psychopath and a blood-sucking vampire.
The world is watching the barbarism of a sick man, a maniac, a psychopath, and a blood-feeding vampire called Netanyahu, and they are watching it on live broadcasts.
The Turkish president didn't stop at just criticizing Israel. He also accused the United States and Europe for enabling a genocide in Gaza.
Oh, the American state, this blood is on your hands also. You are responsible for this genocide at least as much as Israel. Oh, the heads of state and government of Europe, you have also participated in Israel's genocide, barbarism, and vampire-like act.
Now Erdogan, who has himself been accused of killing hundreds of ethnic Kurds, had some harsh words for Arab and Muslim nations for not taking action against Israel.
I have a few words to say to the Islamic world. What are you waiting for to make a joint decision? What more needs to happen to react? Dogs eat the bodies of martyrs on the streets of Gaza. Israeli terrorists enter the homes of Muslims and share photos from their bedrooms. Muslim children are murdered in hospitals. Babies' necks are torn off. People are burned in tents. When will you see these? When will you react? When will you come together and take a determined stance?
And now joining Erdogan in slamming Israel is Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who is now backing South Africa's complaint against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Brazil has also recalled its ambassador from Israel over Netanyahu's offensive in Rafah. With more than 36,000 Palestinians dead, hundreds of thousands wounded, and over 1 million displaced, Gaza remains the biggest flashpoint between Israel and other nations. In Europe, intelligence officials have warned that the continent is facing a growing threat from Russia's sabotage operations. They say Russia is behind arson and vandalism attacks on infrastructure, and Europe is calling it a new weapon of war. In recent weeks, a spate of mystery fires and attacks on public infrastructure were reported in European nations. Now the intelligence officials believe this to be the early stage of a systematic activation of Russian sleeper cells worldwide. Last month, 2 flights from Finland could not land in Estonia due to jammed GPS. The Finnish transport agency later blamed Moscow for the incident. Meanwhile, Germany arrested 2 dual nationals on suspicion of planning to plant bombs at U.S. military bases in the state of Bavaria. And just last week, Polish authorities arrested 9 people in connection with acts of sabotage allegedly committed on the orders of Russian services. Also in France, investigators are considering whether graffiti recently painted on the Holocaust Memorial in Paris has a Russian link. Meanwhile, fire incidents at an IKEA store in Lithuania and a warehouse in East London were also linked to Moscow. Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Sweden have all reported Russia-backed cyber attacks. Now it's being said the reason for the uptick in sabotage throughout Europe is because these nations are the most dedicated allies of Ukraine. And intelligence officials say Russia's sabotage operations are aimed at shutting down travel, power, and telecommunications, as well as stopping the flow of weapons or destroying the weapons themselves, which will ultimately paralyze Ukraine's military campaign. Now, earlier this year, NATO military chiefs, in fact, warned that a direct war with Russia was likely to erupt in the next 5 to 8 years. And as tensions increase in Ukraine and throughout Europe, all fingers remain pointed directly at Moscow. And here in the United States, former President Donald Trump is reportedly considering tapping billionaire Elon Musk to join his team if the Republican is elected in November. Both Donald Trump and Musk have been in touch with each other since the Republican Party's presumptive presidential candidate launched his 2024 campaign. In fact, reports suggest that the Republican has offered Musk the role of a policy advisor in a Trump administration. The ex-president says he's impressed by Musk's work ethic and would like his input on America's economic and border policies. Now, as jury deliberations continue in the former president's hush money trial, Donald Trump continues his verbal attacks on President Biden. The former president accused President Biden of a political witch hunt, saying even Mother Teresa could not have beaten the charges.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. The whole country's a mess between the borders and fake elections, and you have a trial like this where the judge is so conflicted he can't breathe. It's a weaponized deal for the Democrats to hit their political opponent. For Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States. He's destroying our country. He's letting millions of people from jails, from prisons, from insane asylums, from mental institutions, drug dealers pour in. We're going to take back our country from these fascists and these thugs that are destroying us with inflation and with everything they do, how stupid they are, allowing 15, 16, 17 million people into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked.
Now, Elon Musk has also been a vocal critic of the Biden administration's border management, and Musk has repeatedly accused President Biden of allowing illegal immigrants into the country without providing any evidence to back these accusations. In recent years, Musk has been growing closer to the grand old party and to Donald Trump himself. In fact, Musk and Donald Trump met in March at the former president's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. And it was at that meeting where Musk informed Trump about his ongoing campaign to influence American entrepreneurs and business leaders to vote against President Biden. Now, Elon Musk was, in fact, a longtime supporter of the Democratic Party and openly backed former President Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and even President Biden in 2020. However, things changed in 2021 when the Tesla CEO had a major falling out with the Biden administration after not being invited to the White House for a summit hosting America's top EV manufacturers. The billionaire entrepreneur now openly backs the Republican Party, and in a race that's expected to have a razor-thin finish, one has to wonder, does Elon Musk support or hurt Trump's chances in November? And speaking of problematic men, the Australian state of Victoria has found a unique way to tackle them. It's appointed a minister to improve men's behavior, which is the country's first ever such position. But not many Australians are happy with the announcement, as they believe this new position actually demonizes men. Australia is currently struggling, however, with an epidemic of gender-based violence, with 31 women being killed since the beginning of this year. Our next report goes inside the creation of this new ministry and how the nation is in fact responding.
With incidents of violence against women increasing day by day, Australia has found a unique way to tackle the crisis. In the country's first, the state of Victoria has appointed a special official who will be responsible with improving men's behaviour. Victoria Premier Jacinta Allen has announced that a local member of Parliament, Tim Richardson, would hold the role of Parliamentary Secretary for Men's Behaviour Change. The state is governed by the Australian Labor Party, which deems itself a progressive force for women. Now, Richardson has acknowledged that the work will not be easy. He says he will focus largely on how the internet affects men's attitudes towards women and how they can build respectful relationships. Richardson adds, and I quote, "We know that the time to act on men's violence against women is now, and it starts with us men and boys. We must make Victoria a safer place for women and children and work to end the tragedy of deaths of Victorian women at the hands of men." Australia has been struggling with an epidemic of gender-based violence. According to the Counting Dead Women project, 31 women have been killed throughout the country since the beginning of this year. Last year, a total of 64 women were murdered. And individual stories that have emerged in recent months have been horrific. Last month, 5 women were murdered by a man armed with a knife at a shopping centre in Sydney. Last weekend, a mother and her daughter fell victim to gun violence in Perth. In another case, a woman was killed by her partner, who was already facing charges of raping and stalking her, but had been released on bail. Now, Richardson's new role has given a glimpse of hope to many, but not all Australians are happy with the announcement. The opposition Liberal Party's Jane Hume has expressed scepticism about its effectiveness, saying the move looked like window dressing. Meanwhile, critics on social media say that Richardson's job would be to demonize men and feminize the culture. Some users have also accused the Victoria State Government of blaming all men for crimes against women and called for reforms to fix bail laws to keep the offenders locked up. Now, while the new position only exists at a state level, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese believes men across Australia have to take responsibility. Earlier this month, he called the growing violence a national crisis.
This is indeed a national crisis, and it's a national challenge. And we're facing this with a spirit of national unity. Today is about who we are as a nation and as a society. We recognise that governments need to act, but we also recognise that this is an issue for the whole of society, not just for governments. We want to change this in a way in which we all have to take responsibility, because violence against women is not a women's problem to solve. It is a whole of society problem to solve, and men in particular have to take responsibility.
His government has pledged almost $1 billion to help women leave abusive relationships. It has also announced a ban on deepfake pornography to combat violence against women and age verification to protect children from harmful online content. The measures came after tens of thousands protested in cities across Australia to draw attention to the rising deaths of women caused by gender-based violence.
And finally to Italy. After centuries of playing gracious host, Italy is saying enough is enough. The land of pizza and picture-perfect scenery is breaking up with tourists. Italy and its locals are clamping down on the tourist influx, and authorities are imposing bans on fines on just about everything they can think of, from taking selfies to wearing flip-flops. Here's our Italy travel advisory report.
How does a perfect vacation look like? Snapping endless selfies. Taking a dip or a daring hike. Trading your suit and tie for flip-flops. And most importantly, meandering without a care in the world. But if you're in the beautiful landscapes of Italy, things might be a bit different. The land of mouth-watering cuisine and picture-perfect destinations draws millions of tourists every year. However, it seems the charm of visitors is starting to wear thin on local Italians. Authorities are rolling out bans on just about everything. Italy's bond with tourists dates back centuries. Recently, though, the surge in visitors is straining its picturesque neighborhoods and people, and Italy wants to redefine its relationship with tourists. Is Italy thinking about a breakup? Just like in any healthy relationship, boundaries are key, and Italy, a country that adores its visitors, wants to keep things smooth. To do that, they have set some ground rules. Italy has started to crack down on certain tourist behaviors that irk the locals. Here are some examples. In Portofino, forget about posing for selfies, it's a finable offense. They've created no waiting zones to manage the crowds. Venice has waved goodbye to giant cruise ships, keeping its historic heart safe from oversized vessels. Even day trippers now have to pay a fee to visit Venice.
This system is very important because we are finding a new balance between the residents, the community, and the day trippers. So we are just trying to discourage the arriving on day trippers in 29 particular days and finding a new way to know in advance how many people will arrive in Venice the day after.
Rome's iconic Spanish Steps. Don't even think about sitting there, it's illegal. And in Cinque Terre, ditch those flip-flops. If you're planning on hiking cliffs, get a pair of hiking shoes or pay a fine amounting to thousands of dollars. It is to reduce the strain on mountain rescue teams. Locals argue for a harmony between nature and humanity. Italian residents believe that a balance between nature and tourism is essential. They acknowledge that while tourism boosts the economy, it can also harm the environment. So what's the way forward? Italians do have suggestions. Some want regulating the flow of visitors and redirecting them to less crowded areas. Others want the government to tax tourists more and enforce more regulations, like banning swimming in Venice's canals. Because Venice is an art city, not a beach resort. Despite these measures, Italy isn't shutting the door on tourism. Minister for Tourism Daniela Santanchè feels there aren't too many tourists. She wants to improve the country's organization and management of visitors, so that the country can welcome more tourists profitably. After all, tourism accounts for over 10% of Italy's GDP. So, while Italy still welcomes tourists with open arms, it's also laying down the law to ensure that its love affair with visitors doesn't turn into a burden. The country is striving for a sustainable and respectful relationship that benefits everyone. So if tourists respect the rules, Italy will love them right back.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Polling stations across South Africa closed after a day of long queues as voters turned out in huge numbers for a watershed election, which is being called the most competitive since the end of apartheid. Now counting is underway in each polling station. Partial results are expected over the next 3 days, with final results likely on Sunday. So far, the counting has been completed in around 4,900 districts out of over 23,000. Now, according to the results from 21% of polling stations, the ANC has gathered around 43% of votes, the DA has 24.7%, the EFF has 8.9%, and the MK party is with 8%. Please note that these numbers are just early trends that are trickling in. Now, South Africa's Election Commission says the final voter turnout would be well beyond 66%, recorded in the last general election in 2019.
Voted for ANC, and I expect any changes.
I voted for the EFF, and that's because I need fresh minds.
I just want to be the first one who would keep ANC. I'm sick and tired.
It's my first time voting, yes, and I'm feeling very excited but nervous.
I have hope. That's what I can say.
South Africans queued long into the night in a watershed election. In some cities, voting continued long after the planned 9 p.m. shutdown. This was due to a number of reasons and a large number of voters arriving later in the evening hours, and the queues were snaking into the night. The Election Commission said there was a last-minute rush in urban voting. due to which the turnout is likely to be higher than what it was in 2019. But many voters did complain at the polling stations that the three-ballot system was too complex. Though the results will not be known before the weekend, we could expect partial results to predict who could be in majority in the National Assembly. Partial results in the next couple of days will predict whether the ruling African National Congress has lost its overall parliamentary majority or not. Casting his ballot on Wednesday, President Ramaphosa said he had no doubt that the people of South Africa would back the ANC once again.
When South Africa decides on the future of our country, who should lead the government of South Africa, and I have no doubt whatsoever in my heart of hearts that the people will once again invest confidence in the African National Congress to continue to lead this country.
Let's take a look at the possible scenarios in South Africa's election outcome. Now, the first is if the African National Congress outperforms the predictions by a huge margin and gets above 50% of the votes. Opinion polls say, considering the mounting issues South Africa has been dealing with, this seems highly unlikely. But in this case, President Ramaphosa will comfortably get a second term. Now, scenario 2, if the African National Congress fails to cross the 50% mark, but manages to get close to the number, it could then shore up a majority by allying itself with some 4 dozen smaller parties and also regional parties contesting the election. Now, if President Cyril Ramaphosa's party gets close to 40%, as opinion polls predicted, this would be a first since Nelson Mandela's party came to power in 1994. It would force Ramaphosa to seek coalition partners if he is to be re-elected by Parliament to form a new government. The ANC could then patch up ties with one or both of the radical left parties led by former ANC figures, firebrand Julius Malema's Economic Freedom Fighters, or former President Jacob Zuma's MK Party.
It's a turning point. It's a point where our country will make a serious inroads and a country where the voter will decide at which direction we are going. For now, we are on a road to victory. We are in an election to remove the ANC. So we don't talk about opposition parties.
If the ANC does drop below 50%, which party will be kingmaker? Depends on both how many extra seats it needs and which opposition parties it dislikes the least. Now, the fourth scenario, which is highly unlikely as per opinion polls, is if the Democratic Alliance, which pledged to rescue South Africa, gets 50% of the votes with a broader alliance of smaller parties, the multi-party charter. Now, the DA is calling Ramaphosa's possible alliance with Zuma or Malema a doomsday coalition.
Don't get to the 50% plus one mark. We will obviously look at the lie of the land. There may be parties that are elected into parliament that are outside of the charter that may want to then make a decision to work with us, and we would welcome that. But I don't believe that keeping the same bad people who've got us into the situation, that have pushed 42% of our country into the unemployment queue, that have led to 30 million people living in poverty.
Yesterday, while polling was underway, I spoke to the Democratic Alliance candidate for KwaZulu-Natal, Chris Pappas. He spoke to us about voter turnout and sentiment, about poll predictions, and how the Democratic Alliance sees its place in the provincial and general election. Here's that exclusive conversation.
I mean, you can see the queues here, you can see the people that have turned out. I know it's a little bit frustrating for people to wait in the lines, but this is what democracy is about. I mean, people spoke about 1994, that lines that snaked around the block, and this is what we're seeing today. And this is everywhere, which is really, really encouraging for our democracy. It gives credibility to the vote, it gives credibility to the outcome, and I'm excited. I'm excited for what the hope, I think, that people actually believe out there. The polls are only a snap in time, and there's those who are for and against them. But I think what it does do, it shows trends over time. And in KwaZulu-Natal, the trend trend has been upwards, which really excites me. I think the story of this election in the province is going to be how well the Democratic Alliance does. There's been a lot of talk around the MK and the ANC and the IFP, but when you go from 11% in a vote, and I think we'll get around 18, 19, 20%, that is an incredible growth for a political party like the DA in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm confident that some of those polls are showing roughly where we will be. But at the end of the day, the only poll that counts is the one in the box. Well, here in KZN, there's going to be no party that gets 50%. So there is going to be some sort of coalition government here. What that looks like, the voters will determine that. But we will have to go into a coalition to form a government in this province. Our aim is to obviously be the biggest partner in that coalition, or the driver of that coalition, and that's what we've been doing consistently throughout the election. But people have got options. There's similar-minded parties, whether it's the ANC, EFF, MK sort of parties, or DA, IFP type parties who are already forging relationships in municipalities across the province.
For more on the South Africa elections and early trends, we have with us political commentator Ayanda Sishu-Excel, who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Hello to you, Ayanda. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, Ayanda, what are your views when looking at these early indications?
I think that it's too early to make strong predictions, but what we can see already is that the South African electorate has given the African National Congress not much of a mandate to go on. What we are seeing is numbers that have not happened actually since the advent of apartheid. You are correct to say that for the first time in a very long time, that the African National Congress is going to be polling below 50%. And for the first time in a really long time, I think that they are really running scared in the results center when they are looking at the figures that are coming out from the early predictions, because the IEC is right to say that for the first time in a really long time, the voter turnout will be over 66%. And we saw the long queues from the voting stations yesterday. And what that indicates is that people are really willing and are looking for change right now. And what the numbers that we are seeing is that change will really be coming after these 30 years of democracy.
Absolutely. What are the implications if the African National Congress loses its majority in Parliament for the first time?
I think that coalitions are definitely going to be the name of the game moving forward. If you look at the local elections from 2016 and in 2021, that really has been the way that our local governments have been governed, and our municipalities and our cities and towns have been governed through coalitions. And so it's going to be interesting to see how coalitions are going to work moving forward, because of the chaos that has come from our local governments as a result of that coalition. If you look at the voter turnout from 2021 in the local government elections, it was around 45%. And so that number in and of itself is also an indictment on political parties to say that the electorate here in South Africa has truly had enough of the empty promises that they've been getting. So now they're officially forcing these political organizations to work together in order to form governments, because clearly they cannot do it on their own.
Yeah, and considering the socio-economic context, including the high unemployment rates and the service delivery failures, do you think that this will influence the election results?
Absolutely. If we saw the lines at certain voting stations outside the university campuses in the Northwest, in Kimberley, Palki University, in KZN, UKZN, the voting station that was nearest to Howard College actually closed after midnight. Here, the same thing as well with Wits University. We saw a high number of young people in this country turning out for the first time, which really we can actually see the change in tide when it comes to that. And a lot of analysts are actually saying that they need to actually change the way it is that they describe young people, because usually the notion is that young people are very, very apathetic. But as you can see, you mentioned the high levels of unemployment, the lack of access to higher education. And if I could just give you a couple of statistics as well. According to Stats SA, youth unemployment currently sits at 45.5%. That is high above the national average rate, which is 32.9%. We know that young Black women actually have a harder time being retained and entering into the labor system than men are. And so we know that here in South Africa, the number of women who have registered is higher than men. And so we are starting to see that many people are using their vote in order to change their circumstances and to change the socioeconomic circumstances that they are living in. And so the high cost of living, the lack of access to education, the lack of access to housing has started to affect a lot of young people. And now we are seeing that tide changing and people standing up and saying enough is enough and showing up to the polls and making sure that their voices are heard. So I do believe that the high cost of living, the lack of unemployment, and the fact that these issues are being scapegoated to the migrant population has also played a huge role in the number of voter turnout, because people are really tired of hearing the empty promises that they get from politicians, and they are now starting to realize that we can actually make a difference using our votes. This was the same thing that happened in 1994 after apartheid, when people realized that we can actually use our voice for the first time in order to vote in the African National Congress and usher in change. And so that's 30 years later, these young people are actually doing the same thing and making sure that they are voting in change. Now, what that change is going to look like, we still do not know yet, because it's still early predictions right now. But we can clearly see that there's been a mandate that has been given to political parties, and I say all political parties, not just the ruling party, to say that unfortunately now they're going to have to work together and form a government to make sure that the socioeconomic issues are solved for young people moving forward.
Absolutely. Ayanda, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis.
Thank you very much for having me.
Moving to West Africa now, Nigeria has reverted to a national anthem it dropped almost half a century ago. President Bola Tinubu has signed into law a bill replacing the current national anthem a day after the bill was approved by the lawmakers. Now, the federal lawmakers introduced and passed the bill in less than a week. That is unusually fast-paced for Nigeria, where bills usually take weeks or even months to be considered. Now, this has prompted widespread criticism over the hasty process and the lack of public consultation on the decision. Now, the reintroduced anthem titled Nigeria We Hail Thee was introduced in 1960 when the country gained independence from Britain. It was composed by Lillian Jean Williams, a British expatriate who was living in Nigeria at the time. However, in 1978, the anthem was replaced by Arise, O Compatriots. The anthem was introduced by Nigeria's then military government under Olusegun Obasanjo. At the time, the country was reeling from a deadly civil war. And with the anthem, the military rulers called on Nigerians to, quote unquote, serve our fatherland with love and strength. Now, the new law is being denounced for adapting a colonial anthem. But that's not all. The law is also being dismissed by some as a distraction from an escalating economic and security crisis. President Tinubu's first year in office, which he completed on the 29th of May, has been marred by a spiraling economic downfall. Now, the West African nation's inflation rate has reached an almost three-decade high of 33%. Prices of daily essentials like food and fuel have doubled. Meanwhile, the country's currency, the naira, has been in free fall. Nigeria's naira has lost about 60% of its value, following two devaluations in June of 2023 and January in 2024.
This government has been one that did not make the citizens happy over the last year. It did not excite us. It placed us all in a state of worry regarding food, money, and other aspects. It's been a government that brought untold hardship.
Nigeria is also grappling with security issues, including a long-running insurgency and kidnapping attacks by armed gangs. According to data from the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, more than 7,000 people were kidnapped in Tinubu's first year in office, and that is more than double the number during the previous year.
In office, we are still hoping that maybe there's something that will change in Nigeria. But with the trend of the things that has been going on in Nigeria and with each president that enters, I have noticed that it gets worse and worse.
Now, despite the mounting issues, Nigeria's president hailed the country's new law. Speaking on his first anniversary in office, President Tinubu said the anthem symbolized Nigeria's diversity. However, many Nigerians have said they won't be singing the new national anthem. Moving on to our next story now. A media investigation has found luxury beauty brands to be associated with child labor in Africa. The two luxury brands in question here are Estee Lauder and L'Oreal. An investigation by the BBC found that ingredients used by suppliers to these two luxury brands for their perfumes were picked by minors. Lancome's Idole L'Intense and Erin's Ikat Jasmine and Le Monde de Cilia contain jasmine sourced from Egypt, which is a key ingredient in these fragrances. Now, the country produces about half of the world's supply of these flowers, and the report alleges that jasmine used for these high-end perfumes was picked by children in Egypt. Now, the report records the plight of jasmine pluckers. It said that children as young as 5 years old are involved in the process. One of the pickers said that she is helped by her 4 children, aged between 5 to 15 years. They accompany her to the plucking site at 3 in the morning, and that is despite Egypt's labor policies, which bars anyone under the age of 15 to work between the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, the report says that the companies that own these luxury brands are squeezing budgets, and this results in very low pay. And Egyptian jasmine pickers say that this forces them to involve their children. The more jasmine they pick, the more they earn. However, that too does not ensure a decent wage. Many of these pickers are forced to give away a part of their salary to the plantation owners, which leaves them with about $1.50 for a day's worth of work. When the report's findings were presented to the companies, they were met with ensuring statements and a little negation. Now, Lancome's owner, L'Oreal, said that it never asks fragrance houses to go lower than the market price. The company said, and I quote, "We are actively committed to respecting the most protective, internationally recognized human rights standards." L'Oreal is seeking to ensure that decent wages are paid to the farmers, that their children have access to education, and human rights laws, policies, and practices are in place to stop children from working. Meanwhile, Estee Lauder, the parent firm of Erin's, said, and I quote, "We believe the rights of all children should be protected, and we have contacted our suppliers to investigate this very serious matter." Now, these firms earn massive profits off of these products. One bottle of Erin's Ikat Jasmine can cost somewhere between $150 to $210, whereas the prices of Lancome's Idole L'Intense starts at $118. Moreover, these beauty brands paint a picture of ethical sourcing practices. The third-party employers have also reportedly signed a letter of commitment to the UN, pledging to abide by its safe working practices. However, the investigation puts all of that into question. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. With the T20 Cricket World Cup just days away, emotions are running high, particularly for Uganda. This year marks a monumental milestone for the nation as it prepares for its inaugural appearance on the cricket's grand stage. The cricket cranes, named after Uganda's national bird, are set to make history. Our report talks about their journey.
Cricket, a sport for some, a passion for many, and an emotion for billions around the world. And with the T20 Cricket World Cup here, emotions are definitely running high. This year holds particular significance for African nation Uganda as it prepares for its first ever Cricket World Cup starting on June 1st. The team, known as the Cricket Cranes, takes its name from Uganda's national bird. For the players, this is a dream realized. In a country where cricket takes a backseat to football, these athletes, adorned in vibrant red, are training relentlessly. Uganda's path to this World Cup has been challenging. The head cricket coach was appointed just a month ago. The Uganda Cricket Association enlisted former Indian cricketer Palki Sharma to lead and train the team. He affectionately refers to the Ugandan team as the infant of global cricket.
You have to be realistic with the young team. You know, it's a baby of the world, global cricket. So we have to understand that it's a baby of the team. And the baby cannot run with, Usain Bolt, right? So we have to be realistic.
Coach Sharma brings his vast international experience to the team, having coached top Indian players, the Indian women's cricket team, and the Delhi Ranji Trophy team. He is focusing on enhancing both the skill set and the mindset of the players. Sharma believes the team is well prepared and expectations are high. The team is eager and in high spirits. While winning the tournament is a key goal, the experience and representation of their country is equally important.
If we can pick up a couple of wins at a World Cup, that would be a huge bonus for us. But more importantly for me is the platform the World Cup gives Uganda as a country. So it's important for us as ambassadors of the game to portray the country in a good light.
Some players hope this will pave the way for newer opportunities.
We're expecting very many things from the World Cup, mostly playing at your best and winning a few games and probably getting picked to play in one of the franchise leagues.
Uganda's connection to cricket dates back to the 19th century. Introduced by British colonial settlers, Uganda played its first one-day international in 1975, participating as part of a combined East African team with Kenya, Tanzania and Zambia. The Cricket Cranes stand at the cusp of making history. This World Cup will be a springboard for future success and a testament to their determination and spirit.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye. South Africa's May 29th elections.
It was the start of change in the country.
We are on the verge of history.
I am standing here at the forefront of change where voices echo the call for action. The nation grapples with an unemployment crisis. As South Africans prepare to cast their votes, the question looms, will the winds of change usher in a new era, or will the legacy of the past maintain its grip on the future?
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
a very innocent man.
I think it's all a sham.
Justice been served. Justice been served.
It's a historic day in the United States, but not in a good way. A New York court has convicted Donald Trump. Nothing like this has ever happened before. No former president had ever been tried or convicted in America, so Trump is the first. And it's a lot more than just a legal case. It's a politically charged controversy, one that could determine America's political future. So let's break it down for you. First of all, 3 important questions. What is the case about? Will Trump go to jail? And can he still run for president? Trump was facing 34 charges in New York, 34. All of them were linked to the same case of paying hush money. In 2006, Donald Trump had a sexual encounter outside marriage. The woman was a porn star named Stormy Daniels. No one knew about this for a long time, but in 2016, Trump ran for president. And he feared that news of that encounter would leak. So what did he do? He paid hush money to the woman, basically paid her to be quiet, which is not illegal. It is how he paid her this money that landed him in trouble. Trump falsified business documents, and that was the charge against him. The prosecution built quite a strong case. They called 20 witnesses in total. One of them was Trump's fixer, the man who paid this hush money in 2016. So the case ended in conviction. Trump was found guilty, which brings us to question number 2. Will Donald Trump go to jail? Highly unlikely. The maximum punishment is 4 years in jail, but that's pretty rare. Judges often give a few months or even a fine. And in this case, it's not just any convict we're talking about, it's Donald Trump. He's a senior citizen and a former president, so putting him in jail is a tough call. Also, Trump can appeal this verdict. His team has already signaled that they will do it. And if they do, things will get delayed. Trump's sentencing is slated for July 11th, but an appeal could push that back. Which brings us to the final question. Can he still run for president? Surprisingly, yes, he can. Being convicted or jailed does not disqualify you. It's quite different from India's system. Here, a conviction does disqualify you. You cannot run for office then. But that's not the case in America, so that's not a worry for Donald Trump. In fact, he's trying to weaponize this conviction. Trump has always pitched himself as a political outsider, as a man persecuted by the deep state. So this plays right into his narrative.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. And this was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace.
Classic Trump, defiant as always. But how will this affect his election chances? Well, among his supporters, it's a boost. Many of them see this as a witch hunt. So the conviction will not move them. If anything, it will solidify their perception that this whole thing was rigged by Joe Biden. That's what Trump supporters believe. And we are already seeing evidence of that. After the verdict, people rushed to Trump's campaign website. They wanted to donate money. The traffic was so much that the website crashed. Eventually, the donations resumed, and guess how much the Trump campaign has raised? Almost $35 million. After the conviction, $35 million. Even on the streets, it's the same sentiment. Trump supporters are refusing to accept that he is guilty.
I think it's all a sham. I think they shouldn't be able to run election interference the way they are.
At the end of the day, it's only going to increase his support like every other time they indicted him.
He's actually going to win because it's in the public's eye how they're using this judicial system just to penalize him, to get him away from running for president again.
So Trump voters are unmoved. But what about the rest of America? Opinion polls show a tough fight between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. So the focus is on swing states. You can't just depend on your core vote bank anymore. You need to get the fence sitters. Among them, this conviction could be a deal breaker. Let's look at some of the polls. YouGov has just published one. It says 50% Americans agree with Trump's conviction. They agree with the conviction, only 30% disagree. The other poll is from January this year. It covers America's 7 swing states. And what did it find? 53% voters said they would not vote for Trump if he was convicted, and that number rose to 55% if he was jailed. So the big takeaway is this: Trump voters do not care about the conviction, but the swing voters do. The question is, how will these sentiments play out in the days ahead? A lot depends on the narrative, how Joe Biden and Donald Trump address this issue. Biden has not said much until now. The White House said it respects the rule of law. It's a very businesslike statement. But in campaign season, don't expect that to continue. The tone will sharpen. Reports say Biden's aides are looking to capitalize. Going forward, they want to call Trump a criminal. Now, technically, that won't be wrong. But such strategies can backfire. I'm sure Trump will also refine his approach going forward. He too will weaponize this verdict. Now, talk about the irony. 2 old white men, 2 unimpressive candidates, and they're giving America its most nail-biting election in years. There is a new threat from China, a new border provocation. This time it is on the Sikkim border in northeast India. There's another Chinese military buildup. We have fresh satellite images from a Chinese airfield in Shigatse. It is Tibet's second largest city, less than 150 kilometers from the Sikkim border. Now look carefully. Can you see those planes? These are Chinese J-20 stealth fighters. They're China's most advanced fighter jets, the J-20s, better known as the Mighty Dragon. These are 5th generation warplanes. And why is that significant? Because India does not have any 5th generation fighter. So technologically, these planes are the most advanced. On paper at least, they give China air superiority over India. Here is what the J-20 fighter jet can do. It can carry China's most advanced missiles. It can strike targets up to 300 kilometers away. However, its biggest advantage is its stealth capability. This plane can avoid radar detection. Experts say China is only the 3rd country in the world with stealth fighters. The other 2 are the US and Russia. They have planes with similar technology. The Indian Air Force does not have a 5th generation fighter. The new Rafale fleet comes the closest to what we have. It is a 4.5 generation fighter. So China is part of a unique club, and it is leveraging this advantage on the border with India. The PLA has more firepower deployed near Sikkim. There are other fighter planes like the J-10 warplane. There's also an early warning and control aircraft. And this deployment is large enough to spark concerns in New Delhi. These satellite pictures are also recent. They were clicked just 4 days back on the 27th of May. Some observers say that China could have deployed ground crew and support equipment at this base. Now, these are all worrying developments. It effectively means that China has opened a 3rd front on the border with India. It began with eastern Ladakh in 2020. China is yet to pull back troops from there, from eastern Ladakh. Over the past year, Beijing has stepped up pressure on India in Arunachal Pradesh as well. Again, this is an Indian state in the northeast. China claims the whole of Arunachal Pradesh. They call it South Tibet.
The southern Tibet region is Chinese territory, and the Chinese government has never recognized and firmly opposes the so-called Arunachal Pradesh illegally established by India. The China-India border issue remains unresolved, and India has no right to unilaterally develop the Chinese southern Tibet region.
And now we have Chinese fighter jets near Sikkim. This will hardly stabilize the border situation. In fact, it makes the border threat from China wider and permanent because the Chinese forces are clearly digging in. They're establishing a lasting presence along the entire length of the India-China border. The PLA has been working on this for a while. It has been focusing on building up military assets in 2 regions, Tibet and Xinjiang. Both share a border with India, Tibet and Xinjiang. In 2017, China launched a major infrastructure drive. It covered 37 locations in all. Beijing started building more airports and helipads in these locations. Where there were existing facilities, the PLA ordered upgrades. Reports say the pace of this construction picked up after 2020, the year when Indian and Chinese troops clashed in Ladakh. And now there could be more potential flashpoints. India's priority is to resist Chinese expansionism. New Delhi is working on two fronts here. First is border infrastructure. India is building more roads, highways and tunnels to improve the accessibility of these border areas for Indian troops. In the last 3 years, India has covered a lot of ground. A total of 330 infrastructure projects have been completed on the Indian side. So that is one priority, building infrastructure. The second priority is building up military deterrence. Beyond deploying more troops, India is upgrading its military infrastructure. It is fortifying air bases with hardened shelters. It is expanding air defenses. Last year, India completed the deployment of the S-400 air defense system. Now, this is a Russian-made surface-to-air missile defense system. India has 3 of these systems, the S-400, and they have been deployed along the borders with China and Pakistan. So, India is not defenseless against China's military aggression, but it must be on guard at all times against its hostile northern neighbor. There is good news on the economic front. India's growth has surpassed all expectations. The latest GDP data is out. India remains the world's fastest growing major economy. From January to March this year, India's GDP grew at 7.8%. For the entire financial year, the growth rate stood at 8.2%. Now, these figures beat all projections, including those of the International Monetary Fund and India's own central bank. They had predicted India's growth to be somewhere between 7 and 8%. It turned out to be 8.2%. There are 4 sectors that are driving this growth: manufacturing, mining, construction, and the services sector. They've all shown good numbers. So what does this mean for the government and for the people of India? For the government, this is obviously a big win, an endorsement of its economic policy, and the timing couldn't have been better. Tomorrow is the final phase of voting in the general election, so strong growth gives a boost to the incumbent. And there's another important takeaway. This is about India's fiscal position. The government's finances seem to be in better shape. Today, India has reported a fiscal deficit of 5.6%. The government had set a target of 5.8%. They've got 5.6%, so the deficit is actually lower. And what is fiscal deficit? It is the difference between the government's expenses and revenues. If there is a gap, if the expenditure is more than the earning, then the government has to borrow money or sell some assets to cover expenses, because they're spending more than they're earning. But now this gap or deficit seems to be narrowing, and the government has met both its revenue and tax collection targets. So the finances are well managed. In the last budget speech, India's finance minister had set an even more ambitious target to rein in the fiscal deficit. Listen to this.
We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path.
Right now they are at 5.6%. So far the government seems to be on track. And what are the takeaways for the people of India? How do these GDP numbers affect the people? This growth indicates stability. At the macro level, India remains largely unaffected by the uncertainty in the global economy, and this is likely to continue for the rest of the year. India's Reserve Bank has put out a new projection. It expects the economy to keep growing at 7%. This is till March next year. So that's all good. But there are some signs of short-term distress. For instance, consumption numbers look sluggish. Private consumption remained unchanged at 4% in the last quarter. It did not grow. What is private consumption? The everyday expenses of people on stuff like food and clothes, your electricity and water bills, even your spending on holidays, all of this is covered under private consumption, the money that you and I spend. And it represents almost 60% of the GDP. If private consumption remains static, if it does not grow, it means that people are not spending money. They're reluctant to part with their money, and it's never good for any economy. So why is private consumption sluggish in India? The next set of numbers could explain why. Households are taking on more liabilities, more debts. And this accounts for 5.7% of the GDP now, which is at an all-time high. Plus, the savings of Indian households have shrunk. 10 years ago, these savings made up more than 7% of the economy. Today, they are at 5.2%, which is a record low. And this could be a reflection of the job market. It remains tough. India's working population is rising by the year, but there are fewer new jobs being created. And now wages too could be declining. Again, we have some data. Wages in urban India are falling by close to 3% every year. Even having an MBA does not guarantee a job anymore, and I'm not the one saying this. Deloitte has published a report. It says fewer MBA graduates will be placed this year. They're projecting a 33% drop. This is the drop in campus placement budgets compared to last year, 33% lower. It could mean fewer jobs or lower salaries or both. So while India's growth numbers look promising, the benefits of this growth remain largely untapped, and that is the challenge that India's next government will have to address. Recently, a very special aircraft flew from the UK to India. Very few people knew about it because the cargo was sensitive. Around 100 tons of gold. And before you ask, no, it was not some illegal smuggling ring. This is as legal as it gets. This gold belongs to India's central bank, the RBI, or the Reserve Bank of India. Until now, it was stored at the Bank of England in London. But the RBI has brought it back, 100 tons of gold. It's happened for the first time since 1991. Now, I know you have questions, so let's go one by one. Why does RBI have gold? Well, every central bank in the world has gold reserves because unlike currencies, gold is stable. Say your country falls into an economic crisis or you're running low on dollars, you can use this gold to bail yourself out. So every country has gold reserves. In fact, central banks own 17% of all the gold ever mined, 17%. And how much does the RBI have? The Reserve Bank of India. They have around 822 tons of gold. More than half of this was stored abroad, outside India, in the Bank of England and the Bank of International Settlements. Which brings us to the second question. Why was it stored abroad? Well, some of the gold was there even before independence. Indian gold was stored outside. The rest was sent out during the 1990s. Back then, India was facing an economic crisis, so the RBI kept the gold in England. It's actually common practice. The Bank of England stores 400,000 bars of gold, 4 lakh bars of gold. Some of it belongs to Britain. The rest belongs to other central banks. They keep it in London for safekeeping. But why in London? Why not in the home country? Because London is one of the most important gold markets in the world. Say you want to pledge your gold or you want to sell it and raise money, then London offers you liquidity. New York is another important gold market, which is why the Federal Reserve is also a safekeeping vault. They too store foreign gold. Now to question number 3. Why has India brought it back? For starters, you can save a lot of money. The Bank of England does not store your gold for free. They charge a fee. Now you don't have to pay it. Secondly, it boosts sovereignty. If you hold your reserves abroad, there is always a risk. What if the relations sour? What if your reserves are seized? And there are many such examples. Russia has some $300 billion of reserves stored in the West. All of it has been frozen after the Ukraine war, meaning Russia cannot access its own wealth, $300 billion. Afghanistan is another example. Their total reserves are worth $9.5 billion. Around 70% of this is held in the US. So when the Taliban came to power, the Americans froze this money. Kabul still does not have access to the reserves. Now, I'm not saying that India and Britain will fall out or that India's gold will be frozen. But it's always safer to keep it at home. Plus, there is an emotional angle. In the 1990s, India had to shift gold abroad. Every Indian knows what that feels like. Gold has a sentimental value here. Pledging it or selling it is a last resort. But in the 90s, India had no option but to do it, which is why bringing the gold back is a symbolic move, like exorcising those demons. And it's been a gradual journey for India. In 2009, New Delhi made the first step. It brought 200 tons of gold. It bought 200 tons of gold from the International Monetary Fund. It cost us around $6.7 billion. Again, the idea was the same, to diversify and consolidate India's reserves. 15 years later, another move has been made. Now, what will happen to this gold, the 100 tons that has been brought in? Well, the RBI has its own gold vaults. One is in the Mumbai office, the other is in Nagpur. So the 100 tons of gold will be stored there. It's a vote of confidence in the Indian economy. Our foreign reserves are near a record high. They stand at $464 billion. That's enough for 11 months of imports, which is why the RBI is confident. They don't foresee the need to pledge or sell this gold. Hence the decision to bring it back. I guess combined with the GDP numbers, it's one of the best days for India's economy. Our next story is about Ukraine. It got a massive shot in the arm from its biggest backers, the US. This is what reports say. Ukraine can now use American weapons to strike Russian territory. So far, Kiev's hands were partially tied. They were getting Western weapons, but there was a limit on how they could be used. The Western weapons could not be used to strike targets inside Russia. They were only meant for defense. But it seems Joe Biden has finally bowed to pressure from his fellow NATO allies. They wanted Biden to unshackle Ukraine for a while now, and it seems he's finally given in. What will this mean for Ukraine? How far into Russia can they strike, and how will Moscow respond to this escalation? Our next report has the details.
Escalation, well, Russia has escalated by invading another country, and Russia has escalated just the last weeks by opening a new front where they are hitting Ukraine from inside Russia. And of course, to assume that Ukraine should not hit back is in no way reasonable, because Ukraine must be able to defend their territory, also of course by hitting the artillery, the missiles which are launched against them.
That was Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO. He's echoing what some NATO member states have been saying for a while, that Ukraine should be allowed to hit military installations inside Russian territory. It started with the UK in early May. The British Foreign Secretary, David Cameron, said Ukraine had the right to use British weapons to conduct strikes inside Russia. This Tuesday, two other major NATO members gave their approval. French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that Ukraine should be allowed to defend itself, even if that means hitting targets inside Russia. NATO members have also been building pressure on the bloc's biggest and most lethal member, the US. And it seems to have worked, because yesterday we saw reports like this. The Biden administration has quietly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia. The words secretly and quietly show that Biden may not have wanted Russia to find out so soon. But Washington has only partially untied Ukraine's hands. Ukraine can now use American weapons on Russian soil, but only near Kharkiv. Kharkiv is Ukraine's second largest city. It's barely 30 kilometers away from the Russian border, and Moscow has been pummeling Ukrainian forces around Kharkiv for weeks. Kyiv has found it impossible to defend against this, because Russia has been launching these attacks from inside its own territory. This posed a big challenge for Ukraine, since it had to wait until the missiles crossed the border before shooting them down. And it is why Kharkiv is in danger of capitulation. Russia is reportedly amassing its troops near Kharkiv, but because they are inside Russian territory, so far Ukraine could not do anything about them, at least not with US-supplied weapons. Now, with Biden's covert thumbs up, Kyiv can attack Russian troops and bases, using American howitzers, HIMARS, Grads, and everything else. American anti-aircraft systems like the Patriot can now be fired into Russian airspace. This is a massive escalation. Today, the Kremlin spokesperson said, and I quote, "We know that attempts are already being made to launch attacks on Russian territory using American-made weapons. This is enough for us, and it more than eloquently demonstrates the degree of involvement of the United States in this conflict." Here's what Russia's defense minister said.
Russia's military grouping is forcing the enemy out of their positions. Advances are taking place in all tactical directions. As a result of active actions in different areas of the Kharkiv region, the enemy has retreated 8-9 kilometers.
So, Russia will push on with its offensive. But will the changes in US policy change equations on the battlefield?
Our next story is from South Africa, where counting is underway after the general election. The election took place on Wednesday. Millions of South Africans cast their ballots, and now they're eagerly waiting for the results. The final count should come out this weekend, but partial results are already here. Around 3/4 of the votes have been counted so far, and the trends suggest that a massive change is about to take place. The African National Congress, the ANC, is on the back foot. The ANC is the party that has ruled South Africa for 30 years. It is the party of Nelson Mandela, the party that helped end institutional racism in the country. That's apartheid. They've ruled the country ever since, winning every election since 1994 with an absolute majority. But that may be about to change, because the partial count says the ANC will not cross the 50% mark. At present, the ANC seat share is under 42%. With about 3/4 of the votes counted, it will be difficult for the party to reverse its fortunes. And this means that for the first time since apartheid ended, South Africa is looking at a coalition government. Opinion polls before the election said that this was going to be the most likely outcome, that to stay in power, the ANC will have to tie up with the other parties. Opposition parties have been looking forward to this.
Look, I mean, I think it's a very good day for South Africa. When I said, tomorrow is a better country, well, today is a better country. We said for the last 30 years that the way to rescue South Africa is to break the ANC's majority. We've done that. They're going to end up in the low 40s. And that obviously opens up a whole new universe for politics in South Africa.
That was the leader of South Africa's biggest opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, or DA. The DA may be looking at its best ever performance. It is currently polling at over 22%, making it the second largest party in South Africa. This is not enough for the DA to rule on its own, but they could propose to tie up with the ANC, offering a simple, stable two-party coalition in exchange for a say in governance, of course. But the DA is not the only party that can make this offer. There are currently two other parties who can do the same thing: the EFF and the MK party. The EFF, or Economic Freedom Fighters, currently have almost 10% of the vote, just enough to form a two-party coalition with the ANC. The EFF is run by this man, Julius Malema. He's a former ANC youth leader. He could offer to join hands with his former party. The coalition may get across the halfway mark, but it will not be a comfortable majority. The third option is also uncomfortable, especially for the ANC's leader, President Cyril Ramaphosa. That option is the ANC teaming up with the MK party. It is being led by former President Jacob Zuma, the MK party. They have over 12% of the vote, and they can help the ANC cross the halfway mark, but it will come at a cost. You see, Zuma and Ramaphosa are old rivals, so Zuma may not offer support unless Ramaphosa steps down. Will the ANC discard Ramaphosa to appease Zuma, or will it opt for another partner? Because one thing is certain, almost certain, the ANC will remain in power. It's as though they must choose a match from a host of potential suitors, all competing to get a taste of power. And the ANC will probably pick the least demanding partner or opt for several smaller parties, those who have between 1 to 3% of the vote share, so they can form a multi-party alliance. Meaning the ANC is still very much in the driver's seat, but this is not something to celebrate. This election shows how far their popularity has fallen. From ruling alone and unchallenged for 30 years, it has now been forced to find allies. This is a fall from grace for the ANC and a lesson. No matter what great deed you've done in the past, unless you deliver consistently, the people will punish you at the ballot box. And we've been tracking this election very closely. You can watch our special show on South Africa's election results this Sunday with my colleague, Alison Lagrange. Earlier this month, Saudi Arabia was asked a question. Would they divest from China's tech sector if the US asked them to? And the answer was a yes. Riyadh called America their #1 partner in the AI sector. But just 3 weeks later, Saudi Arabia is investing in Zifu AI. It is China's homegrown startup. It is Beijing's answer to OpenAI. The Saudis have put money in this company. So what changed? What happened to partner #1? Looks like Riyadh is trying to get the best of both the worlds. America may be ahead in the AI race, but China is fast catching up. And it looks like Saudi Arabia wants to have the cake and eat it too. Our next report has more.
OpenAI, Anthropic, Microsoft, Google, Meta. These are some of the biggest AI companies right now. But guess what they all have in common? They are all based in America. Right now, Washington is ahead in the AI race. But what about China? Chinese AI groups have long pioneered a lot of technology, like surveillance. They have had global investors. But when it came to generative intelligence, China missed the boat. They did not build deep learning systems or large language models until ChatGPT burst onto the scene. That's when they took notice. But by then, Washington and Beijing were already at loggerheads. There were restrictions on semiconductor exports to China. Foreign investors stayed away. But it looks like China has still found an investor. It's Saudi Arabia. They are investing in Zifu AI, China's answer to OpenAI. The company was founded in 2019 by a group of computer science graduates. It was among the first Chinese firms to win government approval for a public rollout. Since then, Zifu has released a chatbot. It also plans to launch a high-quality text-to-video tool, almost like OpenAI's Sora. It has secured backing from the government, as well as from investors like Alibaba and Tencent. Right now, it's the country's most prominent artificial intelligence startup. It's part of China's 4 new AI tigers, along with others like Moonshot AI, Baichuan, and Minimax. So it makes sense for Riyadh to choose Zifu. According to reports, Saudi Arabia took part in a $400 million investment round through Prosperity 7, the state-owned oil giant Aramco's venture capital arm. Reports suggest that this deal values Zifu at $3 billion. Sources say that Saudi Arabia did not want Silicon Valley to dominate the sector, so they've gone with an alternative. But will this be a good bet? China may be behind in the AI race right now, but it could catch up, and the reason is its large consumer base. Nearly everyone in the country uses the super app WeChat. That leaves companies with a trove of information and lesser concerns for things like privacy. It could create AI models that are just as powerful as their American counterparts, which is why Washington is trying to prevent that. It has asked countries to stop supporting investments in China's tech sector. So then, why is Riyadh doing this? Well, it's a gamble they're taking. Last month, a report suggested that Saudi Arabia would divest from China if forced to do so. Riyadh said the US is the #1 partner for them. when it comes to AI, chips and the semiconductor industry. But at this point, their words and actions don't match. It looks like Riyadh is trying to get the best of both worlds while they still can.
The world's biggest election is nearing its end. It's been long, it's been heated, and it's been fun to watch. We've seen massive public rallies, huge roadshows, and a fiercely fought campaign. Just one more phase remains now. After that, it's a wait for the results. But tonight, we're not looking ahead, we are looking back. What were the highlights of this campaign? How will we remember the 2024 election? We can think of four major highlights. The first is the strategies. The opposition came with a lot of promises. They promised a caste census, a legal minimum support price for farmers, more government jobs and more government quotas. The ruling BJP called it freebies. The opposition called it social justice. And what was the strategy of the other side, the BJP? Well, it was pinned on Prime Minister Modi. Even the party manifesto was called Modi's Guarantee. He addressed 206 public rallies this time. He also gave 80 different interviews. Compare that to 2019 when he addressed 142 rallies. So clearly, the Prime Minister was more invested this time, also more combative. He made some explosive allegations against the opposition, the biggest being on wealth redistribution. Prime Minister Modi said the Congress party would snatch gold away from Indian women. It was probably the biggest showdown of this election. Highlight number two, the social media war. 2014 was probably India's first social media election. 2019 went a step further, and this one fully embraced the online game. Plus, it came in the middle of an artificial intelligence wave, so political parties combined the two. We saw them making reels, using AI to mock rivals and also to spread their message. Let me show you some numbers. The BJP added almost 400,000 subscribers on X. That's between March and May. 4 lakh subscribers added. The Congress party added more than 300,000. And on YouTube, it was very different. The Aam Aadmi party added 1.5 million subscribers. The Congress party added 1 million. The BJP 360,000. So every party upped its social media game. And don't forget the memes. The Prime Minister himself posted this one of him dancing. Take a look. The third highlight was the heat. Temperatures touched new records in India, especially in the north. Around 18 people died in the state of Bihar today. 10 of them were election personnel. The Election Commission did try to address this in some polling stations. Paramedics were on standby. Even mist machines and cold water dispensers were set up. In Haryana, the locals pitched in. They handed out cold drinks and fruits to voters. I guess that's the beauty of Indian democracy. Same for campaigners. Imagine addressing so many rallies in this heat. It's bound to sap your energy. Though Congress leader Rahul Gandhi found a solution, he emptied a bottle of water on his head. Take a look.
गर्मी है काफी.
And these are star campaigners. At least they have the luxury of cars and helicopters. Think about the local workers or the supporters who line up for rallies. They deserve a lot of credit. Which brings us to the final highlight, the mind-boggling logistics. We're talking about the biggest election in history. 969 million voters, more than 1 million polling stations, 7 phases, 744 political parties and more than 8,300 candidates. Imagine the effort required. Some scattered violence has been reported, but things have largely been peaceful, which in itself is an achievement. We are talking about almost 1 billion voters, people with different ideologies. Getting them to trust and follow the system is key to success. Any young democracy out there should learn from this. I know democracy stock is falling worldwide. Let's hope India's elections can boost it. The UK is going to polls in July, and Rishi Sunak is back with his videos, but this time it is not some fancy skit. He's just talking to the camera, and he starts with an apology. He says, sorry for making TikTok political. Looks like the UK Prime Minister has been missing out on some news because TikTok has been political for a while. His video did not do it. In fact, 2024 is being called the year of TikTok elections. It's the new battleground for polls. It's where elections are fought and even won. Despite security concerns, leaders across the world are joining this Chinese social media platform to woo the youth. The question is, at what cost? Our next report tells you.
TikTok, sorry to be breaking into your usual politics-free feed, but I'm making a big announcement today.
That was Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of UK. Looks like he had some FOMO. Like the world leaders, he wanted to check out TikTok. This video is on the Conservative Party page. They have around 23 million followers.
Sorry to be breaking into your usual politics.
Sunak says, sorry for bringing politics to TikTok. But in case he did not know, TikTok has long been about politics. In fact, it's the new election battleground. Take the UK for example. 9 million people use TikTok here. Most of them under the age of 30. That means the app is crucial to reach out to the youth. And with the country heading to polls, that's exactly what parties are doing.
Did I disagree with him? Frequently.
Both the Labour and the Conservative Party have made their own TikTok accounts. They are only a week old. And they both have very different strategies. The Conservative Party has taken the easy route, with Rishi Sunak simply talking to the camera.
I have to be blunt with you.
The Labour, however, did put more effort. Like funny skits, satire.
I am willing to make.
Clearly in the social media race, the Labour is leading. But this isn't just an UK phenomenon. 2024 is being dubbed the election year. 63 countries are going to polls, nearly 3 billion will vote, and influencing them is one social media app, TikTok. World leaders are on it. Political parties are on it. Why? Because they want to court the youth. Take the United States for example. They plan to ban TikTok, but their own president, he is on the social media platform, making videos, campaigning, trying to woo the young. And why would he not? America has 170 million monthly TikTok users, almost half of the country's population. The young voters helped Biden seal his victory in 2020, and his campaign hopes it can count on them in 2024 as well.
We cannot lose this campaign for the good of the country.
In Pakistan, Imran Khan could not campaign. He was in jail during the elections, so his party held virtual rallies on TikTok.
I would like to call on all who believe in democracy and peace.
In Indonesia, an army general got a makeover on the app. Prabowo Subianto went from being feared to becoming a cute grandfather-like figure on TikTok. And that won him the elections. In Germany, one party is more active than any other on TikTok. It's the far-right Alternative for Germany, and they are looking to make gains. But while TikTok may be popular, it comes with the baggage of China. There are concerns about national security. Many countries have banned the app on government devices. They have issued warnings against it. But at this point, some countries are too deep into this. It's like a deal with the devil. They may not like TikTok, but they can't ignore it either. Because ironically, old politicians rely on young voters to remain in power.
As we head into the weekend, let me ask you a question. What are your plans for the weekend? Maybe you'll meet friends, finish some chores, or vegetate in front of Netflix. But do you plan to get some rest? How will you recharge your mental batteries? Will you spend time alone with your thoughts? That last bit may sound creepy, lonely, even scary. But this weekend, we want you to give it a shot. Because me time can show you a good time, and science proves this. Solitude offers physical and emotional benefits. But before we go on, let me clarify one thing. Solitude is not the same as loneliness. How we feel about time alone depends on whether we have chosen it. Loneliness is emotionally taxing. It means that we are not connected to others as we would like to be. On the other hand, solitude is intentional. It refers to seeking out time to spend alone, and it is almost always a positive experience. According to a survey, seeking out solitude increases well-being. So, fun fact, deliberate alone time makes us less lonely. Me time often leaves us feeling restored and refreshed. It reduces stress and regulates mood. It increases creativity, cognitive skills, and productivity. Research proves all of this, and many greats would agree. You see, we admire successful people. We want to know their morning routines and their diet plans. We want to work as much as they do and as hard as they do. But amid all this, we forget to ask, how do they recuperate? For many, the answer has always been alone time. Take Albert Einstein, for example. Apparently, he loved to sail. Some of his best ideas came to him when he was sailing alone and enjoying his me time. Apple founder Steve Jobs had a similar routine. He was known to take long stretches of alone time. That's when he came up with divergent ideas. Bill Gates, I'm sure, can relate. As the boss of Microsoft, twice a year, he took 1 week and escaped to a forest cabin. Apparently, he still does it regularly. Bill Gates calls it his Think Week, where he reads books, papers, drinks a lot of Diet Coke, and does a lot of thinking, which usually leads to big ideas. Like the launch of Internet Explorer in 1995. Sounds fascinating, doesn't it? But let's be realistic. We can't all leave civilization to find solitude. Most of us cannot afford to do that. Many of us don't want to do it. But let me tell you something. You don't have to. You can still find alone time. Experts say what you have to do is take your solitude pulse. If you find yourself getting depleted, ask yourself, can you benefit from stepping away? How much time do you need? How do you want to spend that time? You can find solitude anywhere. You can go for a swim or read a book. There is no right or wrong here, except spending time alone with screens. That won't work because that does more harm than good. And there is no standard amount of time that people should be alone either. On average, people who spend more than 75% of their time alone feel lonely. People who spend less than 25% of their time alone also feel lonely. So the key is to stay away from extremes and find your sweet spot. Humans need a balance of going solo and being social. After all, humans are social creatures. We benefit from interacting with others, which is part of the reason why solitude gets a bad rep. Too chatty in school? Sit alone in a corner. Have no friends? Eat lunch alone. Alone time is often equated with suffering. It is used as a punishment. But it is time to break that cycle. Much like sociability, solitude can be a choice. We say, choose wisely. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. North Korea conducted firing drills simulating preemptive attacks on South Korea. In Jerusalem, thousands marched in a subdued, heavily secured pride parade after months of war. And citizens take over the streets of Venezuela dressed as red dancing devils. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1962, the architect of the Holocaust, Adolf Eichmann, was hanged in Israel. He was responsible for the killing of almost 6 million Jews. He spent some 14 years in hiding. In 1960, a Mossad unit kidnapped him from Buenos Aires. He was put on trial in Israel and later hanged. We are leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend.
포병연대 제3대대가 참가했습니다. 진간이 천지를 뒤흔드는 요란한 폭음이 터지는 속에 괴력을 자랑하며 선멸의 불줄기들이 조국의 푸른 하늘에 우리의 주권 사수 의지, 대적 대응 의지
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin right here in the United States, where former President Donald Trump has been convicted on all counts in the hush money case in New York. The 12-member jury unanimously agreed that Donald Trump falsified business records to hide a payment meant to silence porn star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 presidential election. The GOP presumptive nominee now becomes the first ever former or serving U.S. president to be convicted of a crime. The case now moves to the sentencing phase, where Judge Juan Marchand will impose his penalty on July 11th, just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump will officially accept the nomination for president. When the guilty verdict rang out, Donald Trump reportedly sat motionless in silence. After court proceedings ended, the former president called the conviction a disaster and blamed the verdict on, you guessed it, President Joe Biden.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell.
The verdict plunges the United States into uncharted territory, with the presidential election just 6 months away. The charges he's been convicted of are Class E felonies, and the sentence could include fines, probation, home confinement, and community service. Now, of course, the maximum penalty that can be imposed under New York law is 4 years in prison. And given Trump's lack of remorse, as well as his continued attacks on the validity and credibility of the court proceedings, that too is not off the table. Meanwhile, legal experts believe that Donald Trump is unlikely to be jailed, as he is a first-time offender. Trump's lawyers, however, are likely to appeal the conviction, arguing that the indictment was politically motivated. Now, the conviction does not legally prevent Donald Trump from running for office or becoming president, even if he is serving jail time. However, the former president would not be able to pardon himself, as the charges brought against him were not federal, but state charges. The jury's verdict has left Americans divided, with some hailing the judgment, while others adhere to Trump's talking points, calling it a political witch hunt.
Crime got to do the time, regardless of how it be served us, you know? It is what it is.
I think the reaction that I have to the verdict is that this is absolutely a travesty of justice. This is something that has shown to all of the American people out there how corrupt our government and our court systems have become, that you would go after a political opponent in the midst of a campaign with a charge that was done 7 years ago.
Now, President Biden's campaign slammed Donald Trump just minutes after the verdict and said that no one was above the law. Meanwhile, Republican lawmakers remain steadfastly behind the ex-president. Now, polls conducted during the Republican primary showed that many voters would withdraw their support for Donald Trump if actually convicted. Nevertheless, the Trump campaign's website crashed hours after the verdict was announced due to a massive influx of donors wishing to donate to the campaign coffers. Donald Trump still has 3 additional criminal indictments pending. Surprisingly, the hush money case in New York was considered the most difficult to secure a conviction. Now it's unclear if or when those other cases, 2 federal cases and 1 state case, will actually go to trial. But now the nation watches to see if Donald Trump has a political metamorphosis after this historic conviction. And staying in the United States, President Joe Biden has allowed Ukraine to strike inside Russian territory with American weapons with some caveats. The commander-in-chief has restricted Kyiv to using American weapons only near the Kharkiv region in the northeast of Ukraine. The move comes a day after the White House said it did not encourage the use of U.S.-supplied weapons to strike inside Russia.
We're aware of the interest that President Zelensky has expressed in this regard. I would tell you that there's no change to our policy at this point. We don't encourage or enable the use of U.S.-supplied weapons to strike inside Russia.
Now the move comes as Russia has in fact been making significant advances around Kharkiv. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently chided his Western allies for not providing enough military support. Now, amid these growing tensions, President Biden also faced pressure from his allies to break the long-standing policy. Earlier this week, France and Germany gave permission to Kyiv to use their weapons to neutralize military targets inside Russia.
Alors comment on explique aux Ukrainiens qu'il va falloir protéger?
We think that we should allow them to neutralize the military sites from which the missiles are fired. The missiles and basically the military sites from which Ukraine is attacked. But we must not allow them to hit other targets in Russia.
Ukraine has every possibility under international law for what it is doing. That has to be said explicitly. It was attacked and may defend itself. I find it strange when some people argue that it should not be allowed to defend itself and take measures that are suitable for this.
Now, reports say Kyiv has been allowed to use American anti-aircraft weapons in both Ukrainian and Russian airspace, but it cannot target Russian aircraft that are on the ground inside Russia. Ukraine also cannot fire long-range missiles into Russian territories. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has warned the West against letting Ukraine use their weapons to strike Russian territory. Putin says NATO members are playing with fire and their actions could trigger a global conflict. Kremlin officials say Moscow's patience is wearing thin after alleged attacks on Russian cities, oil refineries, and even against elements of its nuclear early warning system. Now, with the United States giving Ukraine the green light to use its weapons inside Russia, will Putin take a step back, or will his warning of a global conflict become a reality? And in the Middle East, as the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas continues, repeated Israeli airstrikes in Jabalia in northern Gaza has left the town in ruins. Within a span of 24 hours, at least 53 Palestinians were killed, leaving 400 wounded from rampant Israeli bombardment. Israel says the airstrikes were part of a winding down of operations in Jabalia. However, Palestinians say their tents and their shelters have been bombed into dirt.
Can you see the school? There is nothing left in one piece. It has all been burnt. It is all destroyed, as you can see. There were 1 million tents here for the displaced, 1 million tents in the grounds. It is all gone, and the firing has reached us.
The camp is destroyed. It has been destroyed. It is wiped. You can't recognize your house. You cannot recognize your house with all the buildings that have been wiped out.
And not stopping in the north, in southern Gaza, Israel carried out additional airstrikes and deployed more tanks and troops into the city of Rafah. Israel says that it has neutralized at least 300 Hamas fighters in Rafah since the operation first began earlier in May.
We have already eliminated around 300 terrorists in Rafah in this operation so far. Some of them were hiding underground. Our troops fought them bravely in close quarters combat. Very, very difficult conditions. We have lost our own troops. We mentioned just yesterday 3 of our boys. Soldiers have been seriously injured, but IDF have found dozens of launchers along the corridor.
Now, as Israel amplifies its attacks on Hamas, the Palestinian group has offered to renegotiate a ceasefire. In a statement to mediators in Qatar and Egypt, Hamas said that it would accept a complete agreement, including a hostage prisoner swap. However, Hamas says a deal would only be possible if Israel completely halts all military operations in Gaza. Hamas has also accused Israel of using the negotiations as a cover for aggression and genocide against Palestinians. The Palestinian group also blamed Israel for ignoring Hamas' positive position during negotiations by invading the city of Rafah. Hamas says that Israel's occupation of Rafah has resulted in the complete shutdown of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip from Egypt. So far, Israel has not responded to the allegations made by Hamas. Meanwhile, Israel's national security advisor says that his country will not agree to end the war against Hamas in exchange for the release of all remaining hostages. With neither Hamas nor Israel willing to cede any ground, millions of Palestinians are left stranded in a bloody war in which they have no say and no control. And moving to East Africa, Kenya has launched a landmark inquiry against the Royal British Army. British soldiers stationed in the African nation have been accused of human rights violations, including torture, unlawful detention, and even murder. This week, hundreds of Kenyans flocked to 4 public hearings to narrate their ordeals. Our next report brings you the details about the inquiry and the painful testimonies of the victims.
For decades, people of Kenya have called for action against the Royal British Army for allegedly committing crimes in the East African nation, and it looks like they are finally getting what they want. A parliamentary defense committee in Kenya has launched a landmark inquiry to hear the heartbreaking testimonies from Kenyans who say they were mistreated by troops from the United Kingdom. These soldiers have been stationed at the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, or Batuk. The base was established in the central town of Nanyuki shortly after the East African nation gained independence from the UK in 1963. However, the British soldiers residing in Batuk have been accused of human rights violations and abuse of power. These include mistreatment, torture, unlawful detention, and even murder. This week, hundreds of people flocked to the 4 public hearings to narrate their ordeals of alleged misconduct by British troops. In the most high-profile case dates back to 2012. 21-year-old Agnes Wanjiru was found dead in a septic tank. She had been seen with a group of British soldiers the night before. In 2019, an inquiry concluded that she was killed by 1 or 2 British officers. This week, her family leveled further allegations saying that Batuk and the Kenyan authorities were involved in a cover-up of her death. While the Kenyan investigators have opened a probe into Wanjiru's death, they have not charged anyone. In another incident, 22-year-old Chaula Mamusi was allegedly run over by a British Army truck in 2019 and has been in a wheelchair ever since. Mamusi's mother claims that British troops told her they would take care of her injured daughter if she doesn't file a lawsuit against them. Another emotional testimony came from 28-year-old Jean Rika Namru, who was accompanied by her 5-year-old daughter. She said she was in a consensual relationship with a British soldier who left her when she became pregnant. Now, the only thing Namru wants is child support so that her daughter can go to school. The public hearings also saw a string of people who complained of health issues after a fire was allegedly started by British soldiers in 2021. This was during a training exercise being hosted at a wildlife sanctuary. The blaze lasted for 4 days and destroyed more than 12,000 acres or about 5,000 hectares of land that left at least 1 person dead. Another witness testified that he was attacked by a lion because natural habitat was destroyed by the fire, forcing the animal to come close to human settlements. Meanwhile, several others said they developed respiratory and eye problems. Over 7,000 locals are believed to have started legal action against the British Army following the fire incident. Now, the defense partnership between the UK and Kenya allows up to 10,000 British soldiers every year. However, this time Kenya wants justice. The African nation's defense minister has promised to prosecute British soldiers who are found guilty of breaking Kenyan law. However, Britain says it doesn't accept the jurisdiction of Kenyan courts.
while Kenya believes it should be able to try British soldiers that may have committed grave offenses against Kenyans.
And finally, in Brazil, orange groves have been plagued by a disease which makes the fruit bitter. The South American nation, which supplies 70% of the world's oranges for the juice-making industry, is also suffering from climate change and severe weather. Orange juice makers are now mixing other fruit, including apples, grapes, and mangoes, to meet demand. Our final report takes you inside the plight of Brazilian juice makers.
Orange juice has long been the global favorite, outshining apple, peach, and pineapple juice. No breakfast table is complete without a jug of OJ. Numerous cocktails just don't mix without it. But now, it seems the world might have to say goodbye to their beloved OJ. The global orange juice industry is in quite the citrusy conundrum. Wholesale prices of oranges have gone bananas. They have rocketed to the moon. And it's because of disastrous harvests in Brazil, which supplies 70% of oranges to the global juice industry. This week, orange juice concentrate prices squeezed out to a record high. It is now nearly $5 for 1 pound, or nearly half a kilogram of orange juice concentrate. Brazilian orange growers are predicting a 24% drop in this year's harvest. And this will amount to just 232 million boxes of orange juice. Farmers say that orange trees are dying because of citrus greening, a relentless disease that's making the trees greener but the outlook grimmer. It turns the fruit bitter before killing the tree. The green disease is spread by sap-sucking insects, and it is all thanks to last year's extreme heat and drought. Climate crisis is giving the oranges a real roasting. This is the third difficult year for the global harvests in a row. Brazil's harvests are already in a pit. The global orange juice scene is looking not so juicy. Manufacturers can't even mix in frozen juice reserves this time around, as they too have been squeezed dry. The International Fruit and Vegetable Juice Association is now pondering upon a wild idea. They are lobbying for changes to the UN food regulations, so that the orange juice can be clubbed with other citrus fruits. It looks like desperate times call for fruity measures. Experts are painting a grim picture, as Brazilian orange groves remain plagued by greening disease. The soaring costs and bad growing conditions have contributed to the lowest global supplies in decades. It looks like a real juice crisis is upon the world. Drink makers are resorting to lower quality juice, whipping up mixed juices with apples, mangoes, or grapes. Some orange juice makers want to change customers for their beloved juice. The orange juice industry is in a real pickle. With no quick fix in sight, consumers might need to brace themselves for higher prices, or cultivate a taste for some new fruity friends at the breakfast table.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you for tuning in all week. We hope you have a great weekend, and we hope to see you right back here next week. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest in South Africa. The country is set to witness a shift in its political landscape as counting of ballots in the May 29th election nears conclusion. For the first time in 30 years of democracy in South Africa, political parties are gearing up for coalition talks. Partial results show the African National Congress is set to fall well short of a majority, but is likely to remain the largest party. The Independent Electoral Commission says the counting procedures have been concluded, with only a few voting stations reported to still be counting.
For all intents and purposes, counting procedures have now been concluded, with only a few voting stations reported to still be counting at around 3. It is important to reflect that historically, in the first 24 hours, 80% of the results would have been finalized. However, the process in the 2024 elections has been slowed down by the third ballot, particularly in metropolitan areas.
Our partial results show the ANC has 42% support, the Democratic Alliance with 23.2%, Jacob Zuma's MK party with 11.5%, and the EFF with 9.5%. I am here at the ICC in Durban, where counting of ballots is underway. We've just given you the latest on what the numbers look like. And now, if these trends hold, it certainly leaves the African National Congress in a dilemma, or rather a trilemma. The ANC is likely to struggle to cobble together a majority through alliances with smaller parties, leaving it with a potential choice between 3 rivals. Jacob Zuma's MK party is eating into ANC support, particularly here in KZN. This is Zuma's home province and has traditionally been an ANC stronghold. But according to data so far, MK party is running well ahead of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal. Overall, the MK party right now seems to be emerging as the 3rd largest nationally, ahead of the EFF. In the second place is the Democratic Alliance with over 23% votes. Though the DA has vowed to rule out the ANC, its leader, John Steenhuisen, has not ruled out a partnership to block what he has called a doomsday coalition with the ANC, bringing in the EFF or the MK into government. So it will be interesting how these alliances shape up in the coming days. Now, what is certain is that for the first time in 30 years, the ANC will form a coalition government here in South Africa. The 42% vote share for the African National Congress is a massive drop from 57.5% of the votes that it secured in the national election in 2019. It was a little over 62% in 2014 and even higher in the 2009 general election. Now, voters appear to have punished the party of late Nelson Mandela for years of decline in the country. Over the last decade, South African economy has witnessed stagnation, unemployment and poverty rates have been climbing, and infrastructure has been crumbling, leading to regular power cuts. Not just this, the ANC has also been racked by repeated corruption scandals. But the African National Congress is still hopeful. It says coalition is not their plan and that they would wait for the results and deal with the consequences that follow.
We want to win with outright majority. The coalition is not a plan, it is a consequence. We'll deal with that consequence when it happens. What is important is that you are at just under 1 million. It means that many possibilities will happen there. If we accelerate in the votes that will come in, we may actually breach the 50% mark. If we slow down, we'll drop further. So what is important is that we're over 43% now.
For now, the MK party has ruled out a coalition with Ramaphosa's ANC. Former President Jacob Zuma's daughter said that the party will consider a tie-up with the EFF and black progressive parties.
I think people wanted to see what the ANC could not implement, which is the land issue.
free education, and the unemployment rate, which has increased drastically. So I think they saw what President Zuma could do before and trusted they could do it again. So yeah, that's where we are.
But finding partners to form government may not be President Ramaphosa's only concern. If the ANC does form a coalition, does that mean a second term for Ramaphosa? Well, that remains unclear. Now, he is currently under immense pressure over the party's performance and could be forced to resign if the party gets less than 45% of the final vote. Now, the ANC could turn him into a scapegoat. A faction within the party could push for him to be replaced by his deputy, Paul Mashatile. Now, the EFF and the MK are also likely to demand his resignation before agreeing to any coalition. To dive deeper into South Africa's political situation, we have with us Lukhona Mnguni, a political analyst who is joining us live on the broadcast from Durban, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Alison, and good evening to your viewers. Good afternoon, actually. We're losing track of time.
Yeah, it has been a very busy few days. Can you take us through just how the vote counting process works here in South Africa?
Well, it's quite a simple one. We have had an additional, change in our electoral system this year because traditionally independent candidates could not run for elections in South Africa since 1994, but there was a litigation taken to the Constitutional Court to say that, the electoral laws are deemed unconstitutional insofar as they don't allow for independent candidates to run. Therefore, what was done was to add an additional ballot paper to accommodate independents who wanted to make it to Parliament. Previously, South Africans voted in general elections with two ballot papers. One was for the Parliament, and the second one was for the province. And then from that, a calculation would be made in terms of allocation of regional seats, which are provincial seats, to Parliament. Because our Parliament, as you might know, has 400 seats, and 200 of those seats are what we call compensatory seats, because we have a pure proportional representation system here. And then the other 200 seats are regional seats, which means according to the population of the different provinces, there's 9 provinces here, then each province is allocated a number of seats according to the population size of that province in proportion to the 200. And therefore, the counting has now been the counting of the 3 ballot papers, because we use physical ballot papers, and therefore there would have been a counting for the provincial ballot papers, which means those ballot papers that influence which parties and independent candidates are represented in a provincial legislature. And then the second one would be a regional ballot paper, which is those parties and independent candidates who would be chosen to represent their region in the National Assembly, in Parliament. And then the last one is the national ballot, which is just only political parties to help for compensation of the regional ballots, which is to effectively say which parties should occupy the remaining 200 seats in the National Assembly, in Parliament. So those are physically counted at the voting stations with oversight that is given by political party agents, election observers at those voting stations. And then results are recorded in your results slips, and everybody signs off on those results that are recorded, and therefore that becomes the result for that particular voting station. In this election, we had just over 23,000 voting stations that needed to accommodate voters from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. On Wednesday, the 29th of May.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of them stayed open much later. Now, with the vote counting firmly underway, we are seeing some interesting trends emerging. The MK party is a very new party, yet it is faring very well, especially here in KZN. What do you make of this? And did you expect the MK to outperform the EFF?
Definitely, I did expect the MK party to outperform the EFF in KwaZulu-Natal, because when I did research in KwaZulu-Natal in February, I did pick up that MK party was enjoying support in pockets of traditional ANC bases as far down as the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. So that told me that MK's reach would definitely hurt the ANC. I didn't think necessarily that they would outperform the EFF on the national ballot, because the EFF, had its own base in KwaZulu-Natal, and therefore thought it would also be growing. The EFF would be growing in other provinces, as it has demonstrated in Mpumalanga and in some parts of the Northern Cape. But what it has lost in KwaZulu-Natal has not been compensated for by what it has gained in those provinces. But I think the MK party, while we call it a young party, of course, registered late last year, it shot into public fame when former President Jacob Zuma said in this election he would be supporting MK party with his vote. At that time, he had not even become the leader of the MK party. He just said he will vote for MK party. Then he started campaigning for MK party. But I think as an organization, it is new. But the MK party is born out of the ANC infrastructure. So there are a number of people who left their branches, who left their positions as regional secretaries and regional chairpersons to join the MK party. In that instance, then, the MK party must be characterized properly, that it is a breakaway of a particular faction within the ANC. And for that reason, whilst it is young as an organization, but its infrastructure is actually quite solid and quite old and comes from within the ANC.
And experienced. Now, Lukhona, what options are available to the ANC if the trends continue in this way and they achieve less than the 50% plus one for the first time in our democracy?
It's very difficult at this time to be the ANC, because it would probably be a better scenario if they were at 47%, at 48%. But if the trends continue this way and they finish at 41% or 42%, then they really need a sizable coalition partner. They can't just put together a coalition using, smaller parties as their crutch to get over 50%. So insofar as the bigger political parties are concerned, it's really very difficult for the ANC, because there are two solidly big political parties. And when I say big political parties, keep in mind that there's a coalition nationally. That is the one we are talking about. But there's going to be a coalition in KwaZulu-Natal, and the numbers there look very, very bad. Then there's going to be a coalition in Gauteng province. And therefore, you need a coalition partner who can probably help you put coalition arrangements in all these three scenarios that I am painting, because they are really serious scenarios. And therefore, the available option to the ANC, I doubt it is the MK party. I think the wounds are still too fresh there, and the matters are really just too personal for any possibility that MK party could negotiate with the ANC. I don't think the EFF is now an option for the ANC, because the EFF has become very weak in KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, the ANC only now in KwaZulu-Natal probably can turn to the Democratic Alliance and the IFP, because the ANC and the IFP put together in KwaZulu-Natal still don't outmatch MK party. Therefore, they need a third political party, and I estimate that might well be the Democratic Alliance. And then if you go to Gauteng, again, the ANC is going to fall below 40% in Gauteng. They need a really serious player to take them over the line. And again, I think the Democratic Alliance, because it will have above 20%, will take them over the line in Gauteng. And then nationally, they can put together a DA, IFP, and ANC coalition. To my mind, this is the only avenue that is available to the ANC. Anything else, I think, will probably be a messy arrangement, because it will necessitate different players in different categories.
Absolutely. Lukhona, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your analysis on the ongoing election counting.
Thank you very much.
Now, earlier today, I spoke to Christopher Maxon, the provincial leader from KwaZulu-Natal province for the Rise and Mzansi party, which is a fairly new political party. Take a look.
I think part of what we stand for is for democracy in its true meaning. The voice of the people, by the people, and for the people, which we honestly believe that As Razi Mzansi said, 2024 is 1994, and we think it has been accomplished. Must congratulate the IEC for its sterling work. We just hope that the leaders that are going to be elected are truly going to represent the voice of the people. As Razi Mzansi, we stand for ethical leadership, capable leadership, because South Africa, we are where we are not supposed to be, precisely because of not ethical leadership. But I think as a maturing democracy, which has been proven now, the voice of the people needs to matter. Because in 5 years, actually in 2 years, South Africans really need to evaluate how far they've gone when we go for local government election. We're a new party, 1 year old. We really hope that we are going to be a kingmaker. Kingmaker not in the sense of positions, but kingmaker in terms of solutions, because we're a policy-driven and solutions-driven political party. We just hope that everyone really and honestly is as committed as we are, and because South Africans really have expressed themselves.
Our next story is about Kenyan President William Ruto, who has once again defended using a private plane for his recent trip to the US. Amid continued criticism of being extravagant, the Kenyan president has said that the luxury charter jet was offered by friends of Kenya, and that was cheaper than using the national airline, which is initially planned to use. Now, Ruto said that the flight used by him only cost about 10 million shillings or $76,000. Last week, the Kenyan president made a state visit to Washington, a first by any African leader in nearly 2 decades. During the visit, the U.S. designated Kenya as its major non-NATO ally, again a first for any country in the sub-Saharan Africa. But what made news was the luxury charter plane that was used by him. Kenyan media reports stated that the cost of renting the luxury charter plane was estimated to be $1.5 million. However, Ruto says that there was no way he could have spent that amount. He said, and I quote, "I am not a madman," the Kenyan president insisted. Now, the Boeing 737-700 VIP used by Ruto was hired from the Dubai-based Royal Jet Company. It flaunts a long list of amenities with a VVIP conference area and mid-cabin club. It also has mood lighting controls with starlit night sky option. Now, this led to citizens questioning Ruto's lavishness. The president explained that he was told the cheapest plane would cost about $530,000. Following this, he instructed his office to book Kenya Airways for himself and his entourage of about 30 people. However, Ruto claims when some of Kenya's friends heard of this, they offered to help him. Ruto said he wasn't ready to spend more than $153 million. However, he claims the friends then got him a plane for less than half the amount. But now the remarks have sparked further backlash. Doubts have risen over who these friends are, and some Kenyans are questioning whether it was appropriate to accept the offer. However, this is not the first time that Ruto is facing flack for his trips. The Kenyan president has been a frequent traveler. Since coming to power in 2022, he has made more than 50 visits abroad, earning himself the nickname the Flying President. But the recent controversy has swirled as ordinary Kenyans struggle with a high cost of living crisis and a raft of new tax hikes. Ever since becoming the president, Ruto has raised several taxes and imposed new ones. In fact, the government is now seeking to raise an additional $2.4 billion in taxes in the coming financial year. And critics have alleged that these taxes are being used to fund the government's extravagance. Moving to Central Africa now, fighting has escalated between the rebels and the army in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The M23 rebels have reportedly closed in on a strategic town in the eastern part of the country. The Congolese army has tried to push back against the rebel group, which has almost entirely encircled Goma in the North Kivu province. Reports say the rebels are just 5 kilometers away from the center of the Kanyabayonga town. Now, civilians in the region have started fleeing to the north, and the town is in the process of emptying itself. Now, this comes after the rebels seized the town of Kigalia earlier this week, which led people to flee towards Kanyabayonga. Now, clashes were also reported in the Masisi area around Sake, which is only about 20 kilometers west of Goma. Meanwhile, on the 28th of May, around 10 people were killed in skirmishes after a bomb landed on houses in a nearby town. The string of clashes comes as the M23 has dramatically amplified its attacks in recent months. The M23, or the March 23 movement, is one of the prominent insurgent groups active in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. It is a primarily Tutsi-led rebel group which claims to be fighting for the interests of the Tutsi community. Since resuming its armed campaign in 2021, the rebels have made significant gains, capturing swathes of territory. And now there are fears that Goma, which is home to some 2 million people, could soon fall to the advancing M23 rebels, while the death toll keeps mounting. The offensive has forced the exodus of thousands of civilians.
I was asleep when we started hearing gunshots, so we decided to take cover. The gunshots continued to increase this morning, which is why we have decided to flee with our belongings. People are saying that they saw unfamiliar soldiers. They are still there.
We decided to leave our village because of the war. The war started at 3 a.m. Until this morning, there was still a lot of shooting. We learned that it was the M23 that intruded on the city of Kabamba. That is why we fled with permission from our local authorities, who told us that the situation was dangerous.
As per the United Nations estimates, nearly 7 million people were internally displaced by the end of 2023. In North Kivu alone, about 2.5 million people were displaced. Meanwhile, in April this year, the UN warned that the conflict could spell a widespread catastrophe. It added that the current conflicts have escalated levels of gender-based violence, displacement, and hunger in the eastern region. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is about Morocco's booming auto industry. The country's automotive sector has grown from virtually non-existent to Africa's largest in less than 2 decades. The North African country has the capacity to produce 700,000 vehicles a year. And now, as the world moves towards a more climate-friendly approach with the adoption of electric vehicles, Morocco seeks to play a leading role in the transformation of the EV market. Our next report gets you the details.
Morocco is widely known for its culture, cuisine, and architecture. But the North African country rarely gets enough credit for its renewable and sustainable energy efforts. From inventing the world's fastest lithium battery to introducing drought-resistant crops, Morocco is championing the global fight against climate change. Now, the country is venturing into the electric vehicles market, pioneering the future of electric cars. An abundance of minerals like cobalt, phosphate, and lithium has enabled the country to produce higher quantities of lithium batteries in a reasonable time frame. These batteries are an important resource used in the manufacturing of electric vehicles. And as the news spreads to more automobile brands, Morocco has been swamped with demand. As of today, more than 250 automobile and car parts making firms operate out of Morocco. These include Chinese, Japanese, American, and Korean factories. These firms make seats, engines, wheels, and other car parts at the Tangiers Automotive City. Meanwhile, Netherlands-based Stellantis produces its famous Peugeots, Opels, and Fiats at its plant in Kenitra. Of these, Renault is the largest employer. The French company calls Morocco the Sandero land. That's because it produces nearly all of its Dacia Sandero cars in the country.
Morocco became a strategic pillar in the industrial strategy of the group at the international level. We have an annual production capacity of 440,000 vehicles that will reach 500,000 by 2025. This will allow the cars we build in Morocco, made in Morocco, to be exported to more than the 70 countries to which we are currently exporting.
The auto industry now accounts for 22% of Morocco's GDP and contributes about $14 billion in exports. Morocco's trade minister says that they have been able to achieve this by expanding its ports, free trade zones and highways. The country offers subsidies of up to 35% for manufacturers to put factories in the rural outskirts of Tangiers. Moreover, steady approvals and construction of factories are an added bonus. The government promises to get the approvals for new factories and finish construction in as little as 5 months.
It's the most competitive platform to build automotives, the most competitive decarbonized platform in the world. This is what makes Morocco attractive, and this is what made the Morocco platform grow that fastly and reach a level of 1 million capacity per year to be built by 2025. So Morocco has built it in 15 years from nothing. We did not export a car 15 years ago.
The booming sector is a win-win situation for both industries and Moroccans. While firms get cheap labor, they also create more jobs for citizens. And on an average, the workers are paid more than the median income in Morocco. And now, as more countries shift to net zero carbon emission and incentivize the electric vehicles market, Moroccan officials are determined to maintain the country's role as a car-making juggernaut.
And that's all we have on this Friday edition of the show. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.